Chapter 25. Abraham was loading the trays of food into the back of his cab when a huge, bright red pickup truck sped down the street, only to swerve to a stop right in front of Abraham's grandma's house. I turned to see if Abraham or his grandma knew who this was, and found Abraham frozen in place. Looking back at the truck, I watched an older man with salt and pepper hair and a beer belly climb out of the truck and saunter over to us.
Abraham, I heard you'd be out this way today. How are you, son?
I whipped my head back toward Abraham and watched as he slowly slid the trays of food across the bench seat before closing the door and turning toward the newcomer.
Uncle Conrad, it's been a long time.
Thankfully, I was able to hold in my gasp, but just barely. This was Abraham's uncle. The one who'd taken the alpha position from him and practically kicked him out of his own home at 16. I looked at him through new eyes as everything I'd learned about him swirled through my head. Conrad turned to Abraham's grandma.
Mother, how are you?
A second gasp threatened to spill from my lips, but I held it in too. I had no idea that Abraham's uncle was his grandmother's son. That must mean that this was his father's mother. I suppose it makes sense that it was his father's side of the family that all lived in the same pack. I just hadn't put it together until now.
I'm doing fine, Conrad. Don't see much of you, though, do I?
Conrad smiled condescendingly at her.
I have a pack to run, Mother. You know this.
She shook her head.
Well, your brother never had that trouble when he was alpha.
Conrad's jaw tensed and his smile turned sour.
Well, my twin and I were very different, as I'm sure you know.
Twin? Abraham had never mentioned that his father and uncle were twins. That made Conrad's ambitiousness a little more understandable. If he was younger than Abraham's dad, it could only have been by minutes. I could see why he'd felt cheated out of the alpha position. It didn't make me like him anymore, but it made me understand him, and that was a handy weapon to have in my arsenal. Conrad's blue eyes swung in my direction.
And who's this beautiful woman?
Abraham was by my side in an instant, his thick arm wrapping around my waist and tugging me closer to him.
This is my mate.
Guess I wasn't getting a proper introduction. Conrad's smile shifted again, and this time it looked almost predatory.
Interesting. I don't recall being invited to a mating ceremony.
Abraham's arm tightened around my waist, and he was silent for so long, I didn't think he was going to answer him. Finally, when the silence had reached maximum discomfort levels, he spoke through gritted teeth.
We're fated mates. We haven't had a ceremony yet.
Conrad's shrewd eyes switched back to me, and I had to dig my nails into my palms to keep from squirming under his gaze.
How lovely. And does this mate of yours have a name?
Abraham opened his mouth to reply, but I beat him to it. I was standing right here. There was no reason for them to talk about me as if I wasn't. That voice inside my head was back, and it was yelling the same phrase over and over. Do not show weakness. I'd listened to it in the past, and it hadn't let me down, so I'd listen again today. I pulled away from Abraham's embrace and walked over to his uncle with my hand outstretched. My name's Elizabeth Montgomery. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. McCoy. Conrad's eyes widened in surprise for a second before he schooled his features back into the smarmy smile he'd been wearing. He reached out and grasped my hand in his, and I had to stop myself from pulling away because it felt so wrong. His hand was big and clammy, and he held mine for far longer than was necessary.
It's a pleasure to meet you too, Miss Montgomery. Tell me, how was it you came to meet my nephew here?
I pulled my hand away and barely resisted wiping it off on my jeans. It's kind of a long story. His smile widened.
I've got time. Why don't we all go back to my mansion and talk for a while?
I didn't miss the fact that he called his home a mansion and Abraham had called it a big house. I wondered which was more accurate, but knew what it told me about him. Conrad was clearly trying to impress with his wealth. Or maybe his goal was to intimidate. Little did he know I'd come from that world, and a fancy house wasn't going to faze me. And whether it was a mansion or a shack, I definitely didn't want to go to it. Conrad made me uncomfortable. There was no denying it. I don't know if it was because of everything I knew about him, or just the way his gaze made my stomach knot, but I knew I wanted to spend as little time with him as possible.
"We've got to get on the road, Conrad,"
Abraham spoke up.
"My food's not going to keep that long, Connie. You can catch up with Abraham some other time,"
Abraham's grandma added. Connie. Bet he loved that nickname. Conrad's eyes never left mine, even as disappointment slithered through their depths.
"If you insist, Mother."
Abraham was there in the next instant, wrapping his arm protectively around me and pulling me back toward his truck.
"It was nice seeing you, Conrad. Thanks for stopping by."
Conrad's eyes were still on me, and it was becoming really uncomfortable.
"Nice to see you too, son. And nice to meet you, Elizabeth. I hope to have you back here one day so we can get to know each other."
"Yeah. No thanks." "Thank you, Mr. McCoy. It was nice meeting you, too." I lied. Abraham ushered me back to his truck and waited while I climbed into the back seat, his jaw so tight, I swear I could hear his teeth grinding. As I buckled my belt, I heard Conrad and his mother exchange a few more pleasantries before she too walked over and climbed into Abraham's truck. I would have thought the height of the vehicle would be a problem for her, but she hopped on up like she did it every day. Abraham was the last one to get in the cab, and he didn't do so until Conrad was back in his own truck and driving away. Once inside, he released a deep breath before starting up the engine.
"Did you know he was going to come here?"
Abraham asked his grandma softly. She shook her head, gray hair flying around her face. "No, Abby, I had no idea. I barely see him. One of the guards must have notified him that you were here." Abraham pulled away from the curb and sighed.
"Why now? After all these years, why did he choose today to come talk to me?"
His grandma reached out to pat his forearm. "I don't know, baby, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. You're not that 16-year-old kid anymore. You're a grown man with a great pack of his own. You should be proud of who you are and what you've accomplished." Abraham glanced at me through the rearview mirror.
"I've been hearing a lot of that today."
His grandma turned around and shot me a wink. "You must be surrounding yourself with smart people then." I smiled at Abraham and blew his reflection a kiss. He reached up to catch it before tucking it into the pocket of his shirt. My stomach flipped with his sweet antics, and I even think I heard his grandma sigh. The ride back to Asheville felt shorter than the ride to Charlotte, and it was probably because of his grandma. Nana, as she insisted I call her, was lively and funny and had a million stories to tell me about Abraham and his sisters when they were younger. I soaked her words up like a sponge. Then there was the time Abraham's mom, Lacey, thought she'd lost all 5 of them. My eyes widened. Lost all 5? That's not easy to do. Nana shook her head. No, it wasn't. Poor woman spent nearly 20 minutes searching the whole house for him and couldn't find hide nor hair. I loved listening to her stories. It gave me this peek into Abraham's past that I wouldn't have had otherwise. I wanted to know everything about his life leading up to when he met me. No detail was too insignificant for me to gobble up. So what happened? Where were they? Nana shot me a look over her shoulder, the good-natured exasperation clear. Finally, she calmed down enough to follow her nose. Led her right to the fireplace. The fireplace? She nodded. All 5 of them had crawled into the hearth, dragged in as many toys as they could, and just sat there, watching their poor mom tear her hair out looking for him. I looked at Abraham's reflection in the rearview mirror and noticed the pink tinge to his cheeks. You didn't. He shrugged, but Nana nodded vigorously. Oh, they thought it was hysterical. I bet they did, I said with a smile. It was hard to believe that the responsible, mature man sitting in front of me used to cause such havoc. I guess I hadn't believed him when he told me he'd gotten into a lot of trouble as a kid. But with 4 built-in co-conspirators, it shouldn't come as such a surprise.
That was Dell's idea, by the way.
Abraham finally spoke up. Nana slapped his bicep as he navigated the hilly roads in front of us. Yeah, but none of you had any trouble following along, did ya? Abraham shrugged again, but I caught his cheeky grin in the mirror. That's a great story, Nana, I said. She turned in her seat and winked a pale blue eye at me. I've got tons of 'em, darling. My smile grew as Abraham turned onto the gravel drive that led to the lodge. I can't wait to hear them, I told her honestly. We drove up the steep drive and found all 4 sisters plus Calvin and Clyde waiting for us. Once the truck was stopped, they all converged on the passenger side to pull their grandma into tight hugs. I slid out of the back seat and reached for a tray of food when a hand on my shoulder stopped me short.
Don't worry about that. I'll get them,
Calvin said, a soft smile on his face. I smiled back. Thanks, Cal. His smile got wider. Cal? My face heated. Is that not okay? I just thought you were all big on nicknames. Sorry, I shouldn't have made that assumption. It won't happen again. Calvin laughed and placed both his big hands on my shoulders.
No one calls me Cal, but you can.
I blew out a big breath and smiled up at him. Okay, deal. He stood there smiling at me for another few moments until Abraham walked up to us and broke the spell. His dark blue eyes jumped from me to Calvin before landing on his hands that were still on my shoulders. Calvin snatched them away and took a step back.
Hey, Abraham, I'm gonna take this food inside and get Miss Elsie to heat it up for us.
Abraham nodded, but the contemplative look was still on his face.
That sounds good. Thanks, Calvin.
He stepped around me to pull the big trays of food from the truck. I walked over to Abraham and slid my arms around his waist. I just had this feeling that he needed my touch in that instant, and I'd never deny him. He wrapped his arms around my shoulders and kissed the top of my head.
Doing all right?
He asked softly into my hair. I looked up at him with a frown. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? He shrugged, but the corners of his eyes crinkled with a smile.
I just know you're not close to your family and thought this might be a little overwhelming for you.
I leaned up and kissed him on the lips, eliciting a small, surprised grunt from him. I love your family. I'm having a great time. Your Nana's a pistol. His smile grew until it was almost blinding.
I know she is. And I knew you two would get along.
The other siblings were ushering Nana into the house, and Abraham led us after them with an arm around my shoulders. I snuggled into his side, happy to be so close to him. We followed his family into a formal dining room I'd never spent any time in. Thankfully, the table was equipped with more than enough chairs to accommodate the party we had today. As everyone took their seats, I noticed there was an extra table setting. With a frown, I turned to Abraham. Who else are you expecting? Hi, Nana, a high-pitched voice squealed from close by, and I had my answer. I spun around to find Peyton, dressed more provocatively than a family dinner warranted, hurrying over to wrap Abraham's grandma in a big hug. Her dark eyes met mine over her shoulder and narrowed into slits. But as soon as Nana pulled away, the pleasantly fake expression was back on her face. I turned to spear Abraham with a glare. What is she doing here? His angry eyes were trained across the room, and I looked over my shoulder to find a smug-looking Beatrice with her hands propped up on her narrow hips.
I don't know, he grumbled, but I'm gonna find out.
He placed an absent-minded kiss on my forehead before stalking over to his sister. Without a word, he grasped her elbow and dragged her from the room. Thankfully, everyone was too concerned with catching up with Nana that they didn't notice the siblings leave. Feeling in the way and out of place, I took a seat on the opposite side of the room and tried to act like I wasn't as uncomfortable as I really was. How'd you like Nana? A voice asked, and I turned to find Evie taking a seat next to me. I smiled at my friend. I love her, actually. Evie grinned wide. Everybody does. I hate that she lives so far away, but none of us can convince her to move up here with us. I frowned. Is it your uncle that keeps her there? Evie shrugged. She hasn't said that, of course, but I think she thinks it's her job to keep an eye on him. Does he need someone to keep an eye on him? Evie shot me an indecipherable look. If you knew him, you'd know the answer to that question. I met him today. He was at your grandma's. Evie's eyes widened almost comically. He was at Nana's? I nodded. And Abby was there? I nodded again and Evie shook her head. Holy crap, that's huge. Is it? Before Evie could respond, Abraham returned with a surly-looking Beatrice, both of them carrying the aluminum trays of Nana's food. Evie leaned over and whispered in my ear, "We can talk more later." I held up my pinky and she twined it with hers. "I'll hold you to that," Evie giggled. "I know you will." "Oh, Nana, you made your famous chicken and dumplings. I can't wait to have some." Peyton squawked from the other side of the room, and I couldn't help the way my eye twitched at the sound of her voice. Evie patted my shoulder. "It's just one dinner, Ellie. You can put up with her for that long." Could I? I guess we were about to find out. I just hoped I didn't do something embarrassing like shift in front of Abraham's grandma. That kind of mortification I knew I'd never live down. Chapter 26. To my surprise, dinner went pretty smoothly. Most of that probably had to do with the fact that Peyton and I were at opposite ends of the table. Unfortunately, the table wasn't big enough that I couldn't hear her from where I sat. "Nana, I'm so glad you're here. It seems like it's been more than a month since you came for a family dinner," she said in her high-pitched voice. Nana nodded. "Well, last month was a little tricky." My face was already warming because I knew what Peyton was getting at, so when she shot a look my way, I made sure to avoid her gaze. "Yes, I heard there was an issue with the last family dinner." Her snotty tone said everything she wasn't. The tremors started in my hands, and I didn't even notice until my fork started clanking against my plate. I set my silverware down and took a deep breath. In 1, out 2. "It's such a shame when one person ruins something for everyone else," she went on. In 3, out 4. "In fact, Elizabeth, I heard something interesting recently that pertains to you." I opened my eyes to see the whole table focused on me. I ignored them and zeroed in on Peyton. Her smile was smug and the look in her eyes was dangerous. I had a feeling that whatever was about to come out of her mouth would be nothing good. I swallowed harshly. "I don't know how you'd have any information on me, Peyton, but you're probably wrong." Peyton's smile widened as she shook her head. "Nope, this comes straight from the source, and court documents don't lie." I rolled my eyes. "I'm an attorney. It's not a great revelation that you found my name on some court documents." Her smile only got wider and less friendly. "Well, these particular documents are pretty old. So old, they were probably from before your days as an attorney." I felt all the blood drain from my face in an instant. There was no way. No way. Those records had been sealed since I was a minor at the time. There was no reason that Peyton should have anything like that in her possession. Was she lying? Could she be making this all up? Her demeanor was calm and controlled. Two things I was completely lacking at this point. What do I do? Ask her where she got them? No, that would admit I knew what she was talking about, and I couldn't do that. I turned to Abraham and saw he had the same confused look on his face as everyone else at the table. "Plus," she went on, "you were the defendant in these files. Pretty sure they have nothing to do with you being a lawyer." How the hell did she find those? I shrugged a shoulder, trying to pull off nonchalance, but I had a suspicion I was failing miserably. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure the rest of the people here don't want to hear about it." Peyton sat up straighter in her chair. "But that's the thing. I think everyone here should know what's in those files. Shouldn't you all know who you invited into this house? Our pack? Don't you want to know who you're having dinner with?" She asked everyone at the table with mock innocence lacing her voice. "Peyton, that's enough," Abraham growled from beside me. "I want to hear what she has to say," Beatrice piped up from the other end of the table. I looked up to find her eyes wide with anticipation and a small smile on her face. Betrayal burned its way down my throat as I trained my eyes back on my plate. I didn't disillusion myself enough to think that Beatrice and I were friends or anything, but I'd thought we'd come to a mutual agreement of peace. Apparently, I was wrong. I took a quick peek around the table at everyone else here. Nana's face was lined with what looked like worry, Callie and Dell had wide, fearful eyes, and Evie seemed sad, while Clyde looked bored and Calvin had confusion in his eyes. Finally, I looked at Abraham and I almost wish I hadn't. His eyes were on Peyton, not sparing me even the smallest of glances. He was sitting right next to me, so there's no way he didn't know I was looking at him. He was avoiding me, and that turned my stomach. Peyton narrowed her eyes in Abraham's direction. "You, of all people, should want to hear this, A.B. Don't you think it's important to know you're sleeping with a murderer?" Gasps rang out around the table, followed by a stunned silence. "I'm not a murderer," I whispered, my eyes on my plate again. Peyton shook her head with fake sadness. "That's not what the file said. I think they called it manslaughter. Did I get that right?" I knew she was directing the question at me, but my tongue was limp in my dry mouth. But she wasn't right. It was involuntary manslaughter, but that hardly mattered now. "Because someone did die, didn't they, Elizabeth?" She didn't wait for me to answer. Not like I could have, anyway. "You broke into someone's home and they wound up dead. Isn't that right?" Shame leaked from every one of my pores. It was true. All of it. And there was nothing I could do to change it. Nothing I could say to take back my actions from that one night. A night that completely changed the course of my life. The urge to flee was zipping through my veins. I clenched my fists and fought to stay seated, but I couldn't do it. Couldn't sit here any longer and wait for the news to catch up with everyone. Because when they had time to really think about everything they'd heard, they'd want nothing to do with me. They'd push me away and disown me like my parents had. I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor loud in the quiet room. With my head down, I stood in front of everyone for a long moment. My hands were shaking, and I fisted them tightly. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, to explain myself, to apologize, to tell them I'd been young and dumb and a follower back then, but all that came out was, "I have to go." With that, I dashed from the dining room and up the stairs to Abraham's room. I probably only had minutes before he came up here demanding answers, and I needed to be packed by then. I jerked my suitcase out from underneath his bed and began tossing clothes inside. I'm not even sure if I was grabbing my things or his, but in my frenzy, I didn't care. Charlie meowed from behind me, but I couldn't stop to greet him. I needed to go. Now. The door creaked open and my hands froze in midair. I held my breath as Abraham's steps thumped quietly across the carpeted room. When he was close enough that I could feel the heat of his body, he finally spoke. "Where are you going?" I put my shaking hands back to work and dropped another pile of clothes in my suitcase. "I'm leaving." "I'm running. I'm escaping. Like I've been running and trying to escape from my past for more than half my life." "You're running again?" he asked, practically reading my mind. I nodded. "I need to go." He walked around until he was in my face, and I had to step around him to reach my suitcase. His big hands grasped mine before I could pull away to grab more clothes. "Elle, talk to me." "What is there to say, Abraham?" I screamed, the emotion swirling inside of me finally breaking free. "Like Peyton said, I killed someone. Doesn't look good for the pack alpha to date a murderer, I'm sure." He shook his head. "She said it was manslaughter. I don't know as much about the law as you do, but I know that doesn't make you a murderer." I laughed humorlessly. "The man's still dead, isn't he?" My voice was shaking as hard as my hands as I tried to swallow down the tears that were fighting their way out of me. This was literally my worst nightmare. I never wanted Abraham to know about that night. Never wanted to think about it again myself. Yet here we were. And even worse, all the McCoys knew about the darkest stain on my past, too. They'd never accept me now. The friendships and relationships I'd worked to build here were all gone. No one would be able to look at me the same way if they could look at me at all. His sisters would steer Abraham away from me, like they should. Even his grandma knew about my past now, a lovely old woman that I was hoping would become a fixture in my life too. All of it was gone. And the wound that cut the deepest wasn't the friendships I was losing. It was Abraham. I didn't know how I'd go on without him, how I'd rearrange my life again, only this time back to an existence of solitude. I didn't know how I'd live through this separation, but I knew I didn't have a choice.
But why are you leaving?
Abraham's voice broke me out of my thoughts. I shrugged out of his hold and stalked across the room to grab more clothes. I don't belong here. No one wants me here now. Abraham stepped into my path.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
I looked up at him incredulously. What are you saying? He grasped both my arms and looked deep into my eyes.
I'm saying, stop running away from me. Stop running from us. Take the time to explain to me what Peyton was talking about. Stay and fight.
I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. I was shocked, completely speechless. There was no way Abraham was still looking at me the same way he had this morning. No way he wasn't turning his back on me, ashamed to have anything to do with me.
Will you tell me what happened?
He asked softly. Despite his quiet words, I flinched. I didn't want to go back to that night. Didn't want to relive the worst of my memories. The ones that plagued me in my darkest hours. The ones that kept me up at night, or worse, woke me with their gruesome retellings. I shook my head. I can't. His hands tightened around my biceps.
Can't or won't.
I couldn't speak those words again. Hadn't had to retell this story since I told it in court all those years ago. And I wouldn't, because I didn't want to watch that spark in his eyes dim. I couldn't bear to watch his love for me fade from his beautiful blue gaze. If he knew what I'd done, the full extent of my past indiscretions, he'd never forgive me. Just like I can't forgive myself. I pulled out of his grasp again. Both, I said to carpet between our feet before stepping around him to zip up my suitcase.
So that's it? You're running away again?
I shrugged as I stood there with my back to him. There was no way I could look him in the eye at this point. No way I could bear to see the anger I could hear simmering in his voice. He should be mad at me. I'd done terrible things. I'd hurt someone. A man's dead because of the stupid decisions I'd made when I was too weak to stand up for what I knew was right. It's for the best that I leave, Abraham. I don't want to bring you any more trouble than I already have. I pulled my suitcase off his bed and turned to walk past him. I didn't get far, though, because he reached out and grasped my arm again.
Elizabeth, don't do this. Don't run again.
My emotions had finally reached max capacity. There was nothing more I could take in that moment. My suitcase fell from my fingers as I covered my face with both my hands. Please let me go, I sobbed. I just want to leave. Abraham pulled me hard against his chest and wrapped his arms around my shoulders.
Never, Elle. I'll never let you go. I told you this was forever. That didn't just mean forever when things are easy. It means forever through anything.
I looked up at his face. I couldn't help myself. I needed to see his expression in that exact instant. There was probably makeup and God knows what else streaming down my face, but I had to. What I saw took my breath away. His deep ocean blue eyes were warm with love, but creased in the corners like he was wary of something, or bracing for something. I couldn't tell which, and I was afraid to find out the answer.
Please, Elle, stay with me, he begged.
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Why? I whispered. Why aren't you telling me to leave? Why are you still looking at me like you love me? He placed a soft kiss on my forehead.
Because I do love you.
He kissed me again.
Because we don't give up on family.
Another kiss.
And that's what you are, Elle. You're my family now.
He pressed his lips to my head again, but this time he left them there.
Why did you think I'd want you to leave? Don't you know by now that I always want you?
I sniffled and tried to compose myself. Usually, when someone finds out I'm a murderer, they don't stick around for long.
You're not a murderer. Stop saying that.
You don't know what you're talking about. He pulled back and speared me with a look.
Then tell me.
Such a simple request. Could I do it? Could I lay out my past for him? Was I strong enough to face the consequences if he decided it was all too much for him? Could I survive that? But the more important question was, did I have a choice? Abraham wasn't asking for much. All he wanted was an explanation, to hear my side of the story. How many people had actually asked for that in my past? Most just believed what they heard and turned their back on me. My parents did, my friends at the time did, the rest of my family did. The only person to stick by me was Gran, but that was so long ago, it's getting hard to remember what that felt like. I took a deep breath. Okay, I'll tell you.
Really?
I nodded. I think I need to. His hands flexed where they held me.
Let's go up to the roof. I think you could use some fresh air.
He was right. I was hot and sweaty from my dash up the stairs and my packing frenzy. Some fresh air could do me some good and maybe help clear my mind. And if I was lucky, it might infuse me with the strength I needed to get through this. Now I just had to trust in everything he'd told me and hope he really meant it when he said forever. Chapter 27. I brought Charlie with me up to the roof with the hope that holding his warm, furry body would settle my rattled nerves. We walked silently as we ascended the staircase leading to the roof and took seats on the outdoor furniture. I tried to sit on a single chair, but Abraham took my hand and led me to the plush sofa. He pulled me down next to him and wrapped his arm around my shoulders once we were settled. I took a deep breath. I don't even know how to tell you this, I admitted. Abraham squeezed my shoulder.
Just start at the beginning. I'll listen to anything you want to say.
I let out a gust of air and stroked Charlie's back. This was much harder than when I'd had to retell the story in court. Then, I wasn't concerned with what the lawyers and judge thought of me. I was rebellious and angry, and nothing anyone said could penetrate that. Here, though, I felt vulnerable. Like I'd be opening up a part of me to Abraham that I hadn't ever shown anybody before. I didn't know what would happen when I revealed that piece of me. I could only hope he's still holding me like this when I'm done. I was 14, I began softly. I was dating this guy, Tyler, and he talked me into breaking into this old abandoned house. It was in our neighborhood, and we'd never seen anyone come or go from there before, so we thought it was empty. He picked the lock on the back door to let us in. The first thing we did was knock over any breakables we could find. Nothing was too big or too small to escape our destruction. Finally, we made our way to a living room, and Tyler convinced me to make out. When things got heavy, I told him we had to stop, that I didn't want to go that far with him yet. It made him so angry. I took another deep breath. There was a huge china cabinet in that room. Tyler ripped it from the wall, and it crashed to the floor, making this god-awful noise. I'd never heard anything so loud. He just stood there, a wild glint to his eyes I'd never seen before. I watched him surveying the room for something else to break when we first heard him.
Heard who?
Abraham asked quietly. The old man who lived there, I whispered. He must have been upstairs asleep and got woken up by all the noise we made. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and absent-mindedly scratched behind Charlie's ears. All we heard at first was this creaking, thumping noise coming down the staircase. We didn't know what it was, so we were both frozen in place until he came through the doorway. My hands clenched, and I must have made Charlie uncomfortable because he hopped off my lap. Abraham's deep voice pierced through the memories I was lost in.
What happened when he saw you?
I took a shaky breath. He froze. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open. He was shocked to find us there, which was completely understandable. It had to be after midnight at this point. Tyler grabbed the old man, who suddenly gasped and gripped his shirt. His face went completely white, and he fell to his knees. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what, and I didn't know what to do. Abraham rubbed soothing circles on my shoulder.
You were just a kid, Elle. You can't beat yourself up for not knowing how to help him.
He wouldn't have been in that situation if we hadn't broken in, I argued back. Abraham bit his lips, and I continued with my story. Tyler started yelling that we need to leave, but all I could do was stare at the old man on the ground, who I'm pretty sure had passed out by then. Tyler even tried to drag me away, but I resisted him. I didn't know what I was supposed to do, but I knew I had to do something. So, when Tyler threatened to leave without me, I ignored him. Instead, I pulled my phone out and dialed 911.
Did Tyler leave?
Abraham asked, his voice deep and gruff. He did, but I couldn't just leave that old man there to die alone. So I did what the operator told me to do and waited for the paramedics.
You must have been so scared,
Abraham commented softly. I've never been so scared in my life. I paused. Well, until recently. I didn't want to talk about when I was attacked, but Abraham nodded with wary eyes, so I knew he understood. Abraham nudged my shoulder.
So what happened when the police got there?
I let out a deep breath and rubbed my nose as it started tingling with the threat of tears. They questioned me, of course. I'd been so worried about the old man, I hadn't even thought up a story that explained why I was in his house. Not that it would have mattered much. It was clear by the mess we'd made that I'd broken in and wrecked the place. The old man was bruised, and the police wouldn't believe me when I told them I hadn't hurt him.
But you weren't alone. Did you tell them about Tyler?
I shook my head. What was the point? He came from a rich, powerful family. No one would ever believe me if I named him. Besides, I thought he loved me. I was trying to protect him.
Abraham's jaw ticked. So you just took all the consequences yourself? That doesn't seem fair.
He was right. And yet, it didn't matter. I didn't deserve anything less, Abraham. I turned to face him. He died that night. The paramedics were never able to revive him. My voice was hollow as I recounted the hand I'd had in ending a man's life. A single tear streaked down my cheek as I remembered the look on the old man's face and how powerless I'd felt as I waited for the ambulance to show up.
You were just a kid. It was an accident.
I shrugged. Doesn't matter how old I was. I broke into a man's house and he died of a heart attack because of it. There's no other way to spin that. It's black and white. Abraham grabbed my hands and squeezed.
You're wrong. There's plenty of gray in that story. You didn't act alone. In fact, it seems like it was mostly Tyler's idea. And it wasn't your fault that the old man died of shock. Obviously, his heart wasn't healthy to begin with, or it wouldn't have stopped so easily. Those are trumped-up charges. You never should have been on trial for them.
I heard Abraham's words, and I tried to believe them. I really, really did. They were the same things I'd whispered to myself over and over again. But the other voices in my head were much louder, and they played my sins and mistakes on repeat. It doesn't really matter. What's done is done. I took a deep breath and looked up into his eyes. Now do you see why I have to go? The words burned on their way out, but I felt like I needed to say them. I needed to give Abraham an out if he wanted one. It would kill me, but the only thing that could make me walk away from him was protecting him. It would be the most painful thing I'd ever done, but I'd do it for him in a heartbeat. Abraham made a disgruntled sound in the back of his throat and pulled me onto his lap. One of his arms wrapped tightly around my waist while the other held my hand.
You're not going anywhere,
he said, his voice serious and gravelly. I sighed. Abraham, it's for the best.
No, it's not. Being with you is always what's going to be best for me. No matter what happened in your past, it doesn't change what I know about the beautiful woman sitting on my lap. It doesn't make me look at you any different or love you any less. Nothing could do that." The tears I'd been fighting sprang free and raced down my face. I covered my eyes with my hands, sure I must be dreaming. There's no way I'd just confessed my darkest secret and Abraham still loved me. What had I ever done to deserve that kind of devotion? I wanted to tell him what his words meant to me, how deeply they'd impacted my heart and how strong his love made me feel. But the tears wouldn't stop, and my tongue couldn't form the words I needed to say. "Can I ask you something?" Abraham said softly. I nodded and tucked my head beneath his chin, struggling to gain some form of composure. "Why do you keep saying you want to leave? Are you not happy here?" I pulled away from him with a small gasp and turned to look in his eyes. "I've never been happier, Abraham. Why would you question that?" He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. "You keep saying you have to leave, and I don't understand why. If you're happy here, you should be here. It's as simple as that." I shook my head with a laugh. "Nothing is ever that simple, and I keep saying I need to leave because I don't want my past to darken your present or worse, your future. I want to do what's best for you, and that usually means leaving." He frowned and used his callous thumbs to wipe away my tears. "What do you mean by that?" I looked down at my hand still cradled in his lap. When I finally left the police station, I came home to find my room already packed. Abraham still beneath me. "Why would your things be packed?" I let out a shaky breath. "My parents decided to send me to boarding school." "And you didn't have a say in that?" I shook my head. "No. The decision had already been finalized, transportation arranged, and my things packed. There was nothing I could do but go." "But why? Why would your family send you away like that? Did you get in a lot of trouble before this?" I hadn't been an angel, of course, but I hadn't gotten in trouble before. That was my first run-in with the police. Abraham shook his head angrily. "Instead of sending you away, your parents should have been trying to understand why you were acting out, helping you at a time when life's really hard and confusing for a young woman." I laughed humorlessly. If they wanted to find out why I was acting out, all they had to do was look at themselves. I was so sick of being invisible in that house, I decided to make myself as visible as possible to everyone else. I wore loud, provocative clothes. I hung around kids I knew were trouble, all so I could get some of my parents' limited attention. I waved a hand and heaved a sigh. That's what I've figured out by now, anyway. My motives weren't as clear to me when I was younger. Abraham cracked a small grin. Hindsight's 20/20, they say. I pursed my lips. I think I've heard that one before, I said wryly. He smiled back, but soon his face morphed into one of concern. Is that why you were so upset that day I packed your things? I frowned. What are you talking about? I asked as I ran my fingers through his thick hair. Before your shift, I got really upset and you found me packing your things so we could go back to Raleigh. You had such a stricken look on your face. It didn't make sense to me until now. I ducked my head under his chin again and nodded. Yeah, that brought back some memories I thought I'd buried deep enough to forget. His big hand stroked soothing circles on my back. I'll never send you away, Elle, never. You're mine, and I'm yours, and there's nothing that can change that. He shifted until he could look in my eyes again. I love you. His words were so sincere, the color of his eyes so clear and beautiful that it took my breath away. The words were on the tip of my tongue, so close to the surface, it would only take a tiny shove for them to tip over the edge and fall into the silence between us. But I wasn't sure I was ready. I still didn't know what love was. Abraham was showing me every day, though. Every time he held me or soothed my fears or told me he loved me, it made me see what it could be, what we could be. How love could transform this thing between us into something impenetrable and indestructible. But I wasn't there yet. So I cupped my hands around his handsome face and kissed him. I put all of my thoughts and fears and feelings into that kiss and hoped it was enough for him for now.
I hoped one day I'd be able to give him everything he deserved, but that day wasn't today. When we finally pulled apart, there was a smile on Abraham's lips.
"What was that for?"
he asked, his eyes still a little dazed. "That was for loving me," I told him honestly. His eyes sharpened to focus on my face, and he reached up to tuck some hair behind my ear.
"I truly do, and I always will. Never doubt that."
"Okay," I whispered, afraid that anything louder than that would shatter this delicate moment between us. But the quiet peace between us was broken away by Abraham's ringing phone. He pulled it from his pocket, and I moved to get off his lap, but he held me firmly as he answered the call.
"Yes,"
he said gruffly. As the other person on the line answered, I felt Abraham's body stiffen beneath me.
"I'm not sure. I'll talk to her and get back to you."
With that, he hung up his phone and tossed it onto the seat next to him. He leaned back and tipped his head up to the clear night sky before pinning me with a tortured look.
"Wyatt wants to know when you'll be ready to leave."
And just like that, the entire weekend came crashing down around us. We lived in this sacred bubble where nothing could touch us, and the realities of our lives didn't matter. But it was Sunday, and I was due at work tomorrow. There was no way around that. No ignoring the date any longer. Time had passed without our permission, and now we had to face it. Chapter 28. "I really don't want to go," I admitted to Abraham, breaking the silence between us on the roof of his lodge. He shrugged, his eyes bright.
"Then stay."
"It's not that simple." Abraham sat up straighter.
"Listen, I know you can't just stay here and never go back to Raleigh. You have a career and a home out there. But what if you got a job out here? What if we packed up your apartment and moved it all to the lodge? What if you never had to leave me again?"
I had 100 arguments just sitting on my tongue, but they shriveled up and died with his last statement. He hadn't asked me to stay in Asheville for my pack or my new friends. He'd asked me to stay for him. I didn't want to deny him. It was the very last thing I wanted to do. But just like exploring and admitting the depths of my feelings for him, I wasn't ready for this. I shook my head. "Abraham, I can't do that. Not yet." He huffed out a breath.
"Why not? I know you want to be with me. I know you feel better when I'm near, just like I do. I know you like it out here and you have friends and your pack behind you. So why can't you commit to us? To me?"
My heart withered inside my chest. "Is that what you think? That I don't want to commit to you?" He shook his head, his eyes conveying the hurt he was trying to hide.
"I don't know what to think."
I wrapped one arm around the back of his neck and cupped his cheek with the other. "Abraham, for most of my life, I was under my parents' thumb. I had to do what they said when they said because they had all the control. My life wasn't my own. When I got that apartment in Raleigh, it was the first time I'd done something for myself. It was my money and my decision, and I didn't have to answer to anyone. Now, you're asking me to give up all that I fought so hard for." Abraham watched me for a long moment, his eyes searching mine. Finally, he sighed.
"I don't want to take away your freedom or your choices like your parents did. I just want to be with you. Simple as that."
And I knew for him it was. But there was so much more to it for me. Judging by his disgruntled look, he was starting to understand that. I ran my fingers against his stubbled face. "You'll see me soon. I'll be back Friday night." Abraham turned his head and kissed my palm.
"I thought I was supposed to come to you this weekend."
I shrugged. I figured I could get some more training sessions in with Beatrice while I'm here. Although, after tonight, I'm not sure I really want to work with her anymore. Abraham's sigh was so large, his chest bumped against me.
"Tonight was a mess,"
he admitted. I tucked my head under his chin. What am I going to do? Everyone hates me now. Abraham rubbed his big hand from the top of my head to the base of my spine.
No one hates you.
Of course they do. Your sisters will never trust me again. Nana probably wants you to break up with me, and who even knows what Calvin and Clyde are thinking, or what will happen when the rest of the pack finds out. That thought stirred the panic deep inside me. Oh my God, Abraham, what's going to happen when the whole pack knows? They'll vote to kick me out. I'll never be able to come back here. The anxious thoughts were stacking up one on top of the other until I could barely see past them. Abraham pulled my shoulders back until he could look me in the eyes.
Elle, stop. We'll explain it all to them like you explained it to me. Believe me, most of the wolves in this pack have done much worse. They were just lucky enough to not get caught.
What if they don't believe me? What if they don't understand? He leaned forward and pressed a kiss on my temple.
We'll make them believe you. We'll make them understand.
How did he always do that? Take a complicated issue and simplify it until it seemed so easy to overcome. I sighed. I hope you're right.
I am. You'll see.
He lifted me to my feet and stood up behind me.
Let's go talk to my sisters now. If we're lucky, we can get ahead of the gossip and have much less to explain.
He reached out and grabbed my hand, and just that small gesture calmed my tumultuous thoughts. Knowing he's on my side and ready to defend me made me feel just the tiniest bit braver. We walked in silence down the stairs, but my thoughts were anything but. I didn't know what to expect when we came face to face with his family again. Would they give me a chance to explain? Would they want to hear from me at all? Or have they already turned their backs on me like so many others have? With a heavy heart and heavier feet, I trudged beside Abraham into the dining room where everything had gone down. I thought I'd find an angry mob of werewolves, but that wasn't the case at all. Seconds after stepping through the doorway, Evie launched herself into my arms and squeezed me tight. I'm so sorry Peyton did that to you. We told her off if it makes you feel any better. And we saw the court documents. Callie piped up from the table where she sat with Dell and Nana. I didn't know where Beatrice, Peyton, Calvin, and Clyde had gone, but I preferred it this way. It would be way too hard to explain myself to a room full of people. I frowned over Evie's shoulder. How did you get the court documents? Dell stood up from her seat, hands fisted on her hips. We made Peyton go get him after you left. We wanted to see for ourselves what she was talking about. Here it was. The moment when I'd find out if my new friends would give me the courtesy of explaining or if they'd already written me off. The fact that Evie was still practically draped across me was a good sign, but I always knew she would be the easiest to convince. I took a deep breath and stepped away from her. I can explain, I said softly. Nana stood then and placed both hands on the table in front of her. There's no need, dear. We read the report. We know that you were only charged with involuntary manslaughter but not convicted, and we know you didn't mean to harm that man. My chest felt like it was caving in, and I was having trouble breathing. They didn't want an explanation? They didn't need me to prove myself to them? I'd never had this kind of support before, and judging by the look in every eye here, I knew I really didn't have to explain myself. But I still wanted to. Thanks, Nana. That really means a lot to me. But there's things that happened that night that aren't in the court documents that I think you guys should know. Nana nodded and reclaimed her seat. If you want to get something off your chest, we're listening. But know that no matter what, we're behind you. My nose burned instantly with tears and my breath caught in my throat. How could this be? Why were they so understanding? Why were they taking my word for it before even hearing my side? Is this what family was really like? This unwavering loyalty and blind faith? I didn't know. I'd never felt any support from my family, only expectations and later disappointment. I didn't know what to do with the emotions tearing through me, so I took a shaky step forward and collapsed onto one of the dining room chairs. Thank you, Nana, I whispered before clearing my throat and trying again. I don't know what you've read in the documents, but I'll give you my side and you all can be the judge." The 4 women nodded their heads solemnly and gave me their full attention as I recalled the story I'd just told Abraham. When I was done, I realized that not a single one of their expressions had changed. "We figured there had to have been someone else there with you," Callie said softly. I turned to her. "How?" She slid a packet of papers across the table toward me. "We didn't think you could have caused that much destruction on your own. I can't believe the cops hadn't pressed you for his name. They even found a second set of fingerprints and never pursued that lead." I shrugged. They were happy to pin the crime on someone. It didn't really seem like it mattered who. Dell shook her head angrily. "That's so unfair, Ellie. I'm sorry that happened to you." I shrugged again and looked down at the table, overcome with emotion at their solidarity. "The worst part is what happened after all that," Abraham spoke up from beside me. I turned to look at his questioning gaze. "Do you want to tell them?" he asked. I shook my head. "You can." Abraham launched into the second half of my story about how my parents practically disowned me and sent me away to boarding school. I kept my head down while he spoke, but didn't miss the small gasps and sympathetic sounds the women made. When he was done, a voice spoke up from behind us. "I had no idea." I whipped around to find Beatrice standing in the doorway looking shocked. Remembering how happy she'd been to hear Peyton reveal my sordid past, I rolled my eyes and scoffed. "How would you know, Beatrice? You never asked. You just assumed." I shook my head as every interaction I'd had with her flipped through my mind. How she didn't want me here to begin with. How she was counting on me not making it through my first shift. How she made each training session more unbearable than the last. And finally, I'd had enough. I pushed my chair back and turned to face her. "You've always assumed the worst when it comes to me. You never even gave me a chance. You've been a miserable bitch from the moment I met you, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. If you want to take my past and use it to tarnish my future with this pack, go ahead. I have all the support I need right here in this room, and that doesn't include you." I was breathing heavy by then, my fists clenched at my sides to hide the trembling in my limbs. I expected Beatrice to lash out at me. She wasn't one for holding her tongue, and I'd never seen anyone speak to her the way I just had. But she surprised me. Instead of fighting back, she lowered her eyes to the ground and sighed. "You're right." "Huh?" I shook my head, sure my hearing must be off. But then she said it again, this time louder. "You're right. I never gave you a chance, and that was unfair of me. I don't do well with change." Someone behind me snorted, but we both ignored them. "I saw you as the biggest change in my life in over 10 years, and I hated every bit of it." She looked up at me, her icy blue eyes the kindest I'd ever seen them. "I thought it would be funny to invite Peyton to dinner tonight because I know how much you hate her. And when she told me she had dirt on you, I thought it was a great idea for her to expose you in front of everyone. But listening to Peyton tear you down like that didn't bring me the joy I thought it would." So, she orchestrated this whole night. I can't say that I'm surprised by that revelation. She hadn't been subtle in her dislike of me, but the Beatrice standing before me wasn't the same woman I'd come to know. She was softer somehow, gentler and more relaxed than I'd ever seen her. Beatrice sighed. "When she called you a murderer, it made me angry. What was going on right now? I wanted to protect you as badly as I've ever wanted to protect anyone else in my family. I hated what she said, and I saw how much it upset you, and I hated that too." I was speechless, my tongue completely useless as I stared at her slack-jawed. She took a deep breath and a small step forward. "I'm sorry, Elizabeth. If I had known, I would have stopped her. That wasn't fair to you, and I won't let it happen again. You're our family now, and we always protect one another." Words were still failing me. I'd never seen Beatrice like this. Never seen her so open and honest and nice. It felt like I was meeting her for the first time. The real her, not the hard, bitchy front she put on as the beta of this pack, but the woman who loved and protected her family above all else. And, apparently, that now extended to me. Finally, I found my words. "Thank you, Beatrice." It wasn't much, but it was all I could come up with in light of what had happened tonight. She smiled. At me. "Call me Bee." A small chuckle fell from my lips as I shook my head. "Okay, but only if you call me Ellie." "I can do that." "I knew that nickname would stick," Evie yelled from behind us, breaking the tense moment and injecting a bit of mirth into the dreary room. I shot her a wink. "It's growing on me." She beamed back, and I couldn't help returning her joyful smile. "I told Peyton to keep her mouth shut about this, by the way," Bee added. I turned toward her again. "I appreciate that, but I don't have much faith she'll listen to you." Bee sighed heavily. "Neither do I, but we'll make sure to set anyone straight if we hear them talking about it while you're gone." "I appreciate that, too." She shrugged. "It's the least I can do." My brain was stuck on one fact, though. How did she get that report anyway? My record was supposed to be sealed because I was a minor at the time. Her brother, Paul, works for the local police. I'm sure he had a hand in uncovering that for her. Well, that was unsettling, but it made sense. Peyton wasn't resourceful enough to get something like that on her own. Wyatt chose that time to step into the dining room with his backpack slung over his shoulder. He took in the quiet room before raising a brow at me. "Is this a bad time?" It wasn't fair, but I wasn't happy at all to see him. His presence meant my weekend was over. It was time to get back to Raleigh and sludge through another work week. I turned toward the room full of my family and felt a ball of dread form in the pit of my stomach. I didn't want to leave here, leave them. It was getting harder and harder to come up with reasons why I needed to go back to Raleigh when there were so many to stay. I looked up at Abraham and saw my despair mirrored in his denim blue eyes. It was bad enough I was hurting myself, but it was unforgivable that I was hurting Abraham. I'd need to come to a decision soon. I couldn't keep living this split life between the two cities. Something had to give, and it couldn't be my relationship with Abraham. I wouldn't survive that. Chapter 29. It was late when Wyatt and I finally got to my apartment in Raleigh. Usually we'd leave much earlier in the day, but with Abraham's grandma coming for dinner and the disaster that had been, we got a late start. I stepped through my front door and stood there for a moment. Something felt different. I quickly looked around to make sure nothing was missing, but everything seemed to be where they belonged. Setting Charlie's carrier down, I opened the door and let him out. He stretched his little body once before looking around the space a lot like I was. He must have noticed it too. Or maybe he just wasn't used to my apartment after spending the week at the vet and then so much time at the lodge. Thankfully, he seemed to recover pretty quickly because he lifted his little nose into the air and then took off for his favorite purple cat tree. I was still standing by the doorway when Wyatt walked in carrying the rest of our bags. He stopped short when he saw me taking in the apartment, his shoulders instantly tensing and his eyes sharp. "What's wrong?" he asked, his deep voice barely disrupting the quiet in the apartment. I shook my head. "Nothing, I think." He turned to look me up and down. "Then why are you still standing here?" I rolled my eyes and stepped out of his way. Wyatt was a taciturn man. I needed to remind myself of that in situations like this. "Does it feel different in here?" I asked. He scanned the rooms he could see from the front door and raised his nose in the air to sniff, a lot like Charlie had done. Once his eyes had perused the bright pink couch, my hanging strings of beads in the hallway, and my colorful tapestries on the walls, he shrugged. "Looks and smells the same to me." I shrugged back and picked up my suitcase to bring into my room. If he couldn't sense anything different about the apartment, it must be me. Maybe I was what was different. And now that I thought about it, there might have been a little spring to my step that wasn't there before. Maybe my shoulders felt a bit lighter than usual. Was that what coming clean felt like? Is this how people feel when they're not hiding a deep and dark secret from everyone they know? Or is this something else? A lot happened this weekend, and I'd hardly had time to categorize it all, let alone process it. The biggest change hadn't been my past being divulged, although that was a close second. The single event that stuck out most in my mind now, the one moment I relived as often as my thoughts would allow, was the first time Abraham told me he loved me. Even now, butterflies raced around my stomach and careened through my chest. He loved me. Despite how hard I'd been on him in the beginning, despite the fact that I'd been born a human, despite my sordid past, he loved me. The feeling was as overwhelming as it was comforting. I'd never felt this before. I think this was what they called unconditional love. A love that had no boundaries, that made little sense, but just was. That's what Abraham had been trying to make me see all weekend. That he'd love me anyway, no matter what. I didn't know what I'd ever done to deserve such a gift, but I knew I'd cherish it. Just then, my phone rang in my pocket, and I pulled it out with a smile, already knowing who'd be on the other end. "Hello?" "Oh," he greeted. Just 2 letters, only 1 syllable, but it was enough to send those butterflies into overdrive. "Hi," I said shyly. "Hey, baby. You get home safe?" I sighed. Why did him calling me baby do such crazy things to my insides? "Yeah, we just got here." "No traffic?" "Nope. Everything about the drive was smooth except for the destination." He paused for a moment. "What do you mean?" I sighed and fell backward onto my rainbow zebra-striped bedspread. "I just don't really want to be here." He sighed heavily through the phone. "I don't want you there either, Elle." I rolled over onto my stomach. "If I was with you, what would we be doing?" "I'd be holding you," he answered without a single ounce of hesitation. I frowned. I'd been expecting a sexy answer, something like, "I'd be undressing you or you'd be underneath me." His answer threw me for a loop. "Holding me?" I asked. "That's all I want to do right now," he confessed, his voice deep and serious. "After everything that happened today, after everything you had to relive and retell to me and my family, all I want to do is hold you and make sure you know everything's all right. It killed me to see you leave." My nose was instantly tingling with unshed tears. I sniffed. "It killed me to leave," I admitted. He sighed through the line again. "How much longer do we have to do this?" he asked quietly. He was towing the line instead of steamrolling over it. I knew that was because of me. He had obviously learned by now that Elizabeth Montgomery didn't take kindly to steamrolling. It was my turn to sigh. I don't know. There were a million more things I wanted to say, but that was all I could come up with. What I was thinking was that I didn't know if I could do this much longer. Even now, I felt the fatigue from being away from him setting in. I didn't know if it was the few hours we'd spent apart or the distance between us, but it was there. And worse, I knew it was hurting him too. If it was just me who had to deal with the pain of our separation, I'd suck it up and bear it. But being the cause of his discomfort hurt me more than anything else could. He was silent for a long time, and I wasn't sure if he was waiting for me to say more or trying to gather his own thoughts. Finally, I broke the silence. There was something I'd been thinking about during the ride out here, and I couldn't wait any longer to tell him. I just wasn't sure how he was going to react. Would it be enough for him for now? Or would it be too little too late? "I'm going to start looking for a new job," I blurted into the silent phone line. There was a brief pause before he spoke. "Oh?" I frowned, That's not exactly the reaction I'd been expecting. So I hurried on with my explanation. It might take a while, but I figured I could start looking into some law offices around Asheville. I know it's not as big as Raleigh, but I should be able to find something. It might take a while, though. I realized I was repeating myself, but my nerves were clouding my brain and making it difficult to form complete, unique sentences. Had he changed his mind already? Did he not really want me to move out there?
Wait.
His words disrupted the downward spiral my mind was taking, and I grabbed onto each letter he spoke like a lifeline.
You're looking for jobs out here?
I swallowed harshly. That's what I was thinking. I waited a single second before word vomiting. I don't have to start looking now, and even if I did, it'll probably take a while to find something. I can wait, though, if you want. It's not a big deal at all. It's just something I was thinking about on the drive, and I thought I would run past you, but obviously you think it's a bad idea, so I'll just shelve it for now. He practically yelled to be heard over my rambling. I closed my eyes like he was in front of me, and I couldn't bear to watch his reaction, like it would protect me from his next words.
Are you serious?
I peeked an eye open. About what, exactly? He sighed.
I'm hanging up. I need to see your face.
I heard the click of him ending the call, and seconds later, I had an incoming video request. When I answered, his handsome face was lit up by the soft glow of a lamp, and his eyes were bright.
You're really looking for jobs out here?
He asked softly, almost hesitantly. I nodded once. I was thinking about it. If you think it's a good idea, if you don't, He stopped my rambling again, and I silently thanked him. My mouth was running out of control right now, and his voice was the only thing that could stop it.
I wish you were here right now, he said.
Why? He smiled wide.
So I could kiss the shit out of you.
I threw my head back laughing, almost giddy with relief. He still wanted me, despite everything. So you think it's a good idea? I asked, my smile still firmly planted on my face. He shook his head.
I think it's a phenomenal fucking idea.
Abraham didn't curse often, but when he did, I knew it was because he was feeling passionate about something, and it sent a tiny thrill through my veins every time. My smile was so wide, my cheeks were starting to hurt. Okay, I'll start looking tomorrow.
I can't wait. Baby, this is the best news I've heard all day.
Glad I could help. He sighed and shook his head.
You have no idea what you do to me.
My smile slowly faded from my face at his serious words. I cleared my throat. It's the same for me, Abraham. His eyes pierced through me, even from hundreds of miles away, and even through a screen. This man moved me.
I love you,
he said, the words as crystal clear as the color of his eyes. They sent a kind of warmth through me that I'd only ever felt from him. They filled the cracks in my soul and covered up the bruises I'd harbored since I was young. He made me feel whole and alive in a way I'd never felt before. I sighed. Thank you for loving me. As the words fell from my lips, I couldn't help cringing. They weren't what he was looking for, not what he deserved at all, and yet it was all I could offer right now. I just hoped it was enough. I held my breath as I waited for Abraham to respond, and when he finally did, it soothed my frazzled nerves and calmed the descent in my head.
Always.
It was simple and to the point, and so Abraham that I couldn't help the big smile that spread across my face. But soon, a yawn worked its way up my throat, and despite trying to hide it from him, I knew his sharp eyes caught everything.
You're tired, babe. You should get to sleep.
A few weeks ago, a suggestion like that would have instantly raised my hackles. I wasn't used to being told what to do, no matter how well-meaning it was. But now things were so different. I knew his words came from a place of love. He didn't want to boss me around. He just cared for me. That used to be a foreign concept in my life, but these days, it was almost commonplace. Yeah, so should you. Abraham pulled the phone away from his face enough so I could see his bare chest and the headboard behind him.
I'm already in bed.
My mouth watered as my eyes drank in every inch of skin he'd revealed to me. I swallowed harshly. Suddenly, I'm not so tired anymore. He laughed, the sound rich and soothing.
You missing me already, baby?
He cooed. I don't think I'll ever have enough of you, I admitted. His eyes gleamed.
Good. Now take your shirt off.
My stomach flipped violently. What? I stuttered. His lips tilted into a smirk.
You heard me. Take it off.
I took a peek at my bedroom door and noticed it was open. I jumped off the bed and poked my head out the door, but saw no sign of Wyatt. He must have already gone to bed. Feeling almost dizzy with anticipation, I shut and locked my door, whipped off my t-shirt, and laid back down on the bed. Okay, I said breathlessly. My shirt's off. An approving sound rumbled in his chest.
Let me see.
I took a deep breath and pulled the phone away from my face so he could see the black lace bra I had on. Another deep sound rumbled through his chest, and I felt it all the way to my toes.
Now the bra.
I quickly followed his directions and slid my bra off my shoulders.
Are your nipples hard?
He asked. Heat rushed to my face, but I nodded. His eyes were bright when he spoke his next demand.
Touch them.
Abe, I whispered.
Touch them like you want me to touch them, he said.
His voice so deep and commanding, I couldn't do anything but heed him. I reached down and squeezed one of my hardened nubs between my fingers. The sensation was sharp, pulsating out to all my extremities.
Does it feel good?
I nodded quickly. So good.
He
rumbled.
Are you wet for me?
I moaned in the back of my throat before sliding my hand into my pants to check for him. I'm really wet, I confirmed. He growled softly.
Stop touching yourself there. I want you to go back to your nipples.
A soft whine left my lips as I pulled my hand away from where it really wanted to be and focused on my breasts again. I pinched and pulled them, hoping the friction would relieve some of the ache from between my legs.
How does it feel?
He asked. I was panting by now. So good, but I wish you were here.
I know, baby, but I'm gonna make you feel good anyway.
Are you touching yourself? I asked.
I have been since I saw you in that sexy bra.
I moaned and pinched myself harder.
Now I want you to slide your hand down your body. Go slow, or I'll make you do it again.
This was the most beautiful kind of torture. I did what he said as best I could, but my fingers were greedy, and I made it to my slick center faster than I should have.
Start over,
he commanded. Abe, I whined. Please.
What's the matter, baby? Are you close already?
Uh-huh.
Then this time, go slow and I won't make you do it again.
I grunted with frustration but did as he said. When I'd finally made it to where I needed my touch the most, I instantly plunged 2 fingers into my depths and cried out,
Baby, are you fucking yourself with your fingers?
Oh my God! I groaned as I pulled my fingers out and pushed them in again.
Did I tell you that you could do that?
I shook my head. I need something, Abe. Please. I begged again.
Okay, baby. You can continue, but slow down. I don't want you to come yet.
Why? I whined.
Because we're gonna come together, he growled.
Yes, I hissed as I dragged my fingers up to my clit and swirled them around. I wish you were here. I wish it was your tongue instead of my fingers, he growled.
You keep talking like that and I'm gonna do something about it.
Like what? I gasped as my climax drew closer and closer.
Like getting in my truck and driving out there so I can fuck you properly before you have to go to work.
I moaned loudly and shoved my fingers deep inside me. Yes, I hissed again.
Are you close? He grunted.
So close.
What do you need, baby?
Say something else.
You want me to talk dirty to you?
Please, I begged.
You want me to tell you how sweet you taste, How bad I want to fuck you right now. Yes, please. More. I was so close. I could feel my orgasm building inside me, just waiting for the right moment to blow. Or do you want to hear how sexy you looked with my cock in your mouth? Goddamn, baby, I could come just thinking about it. More, I groaned. How about how much I love you? He said, turning our dirty game into something else entirely. How every time I'm inside you, I feel whole. How I never want to be anywhere but by your side. How I want to fuck you every day for the rest of your life. Oh my God! I wailed as the crest of my climax roared inside me, splitting and reforming my atoms until they were forever rearranged. I heard Abraham panting and grunting through the phone and knew he'd come too. I lay in my bed, spent and satisfied in a way only Abraham could provide. Did you come good, baby? I pulled the phone to my face so I could see him. So good, I sighed. He smiled, his eyes bright and crinkling at the corners. I love you. Thank you, I smiled back, so sated, my eyes were only half open. He chuckled. Night, baby. I'll talk to you in the morning. Night, I sighed and ended the call. Damn, how can the sex still be so good when he's hundreds of miles away and can't even touch me? I drifted off to luxurious dreams of Abraham's arms and couldn't remember the last time I'd slept so well away from him. Chapter 30. The rest of the week trudged by slowly. Fortunately, Ben and I had split up the work we needed to do for our case, so I didn't need to see him much, which was good because I was barely hanging on. Is it really only Wednesday? I asked Wyatt as we ate our lunch in my office. Yup. Like I said, taciturn. What would you be doing if you weren't out here with me? He shrugged and took another large bite of his sub before answering. Probably running patrols with Wes. Do you miss your brother while you're here? He shrugged again. It's not so bad. That didn't really answer my question. Or maybe it did. Wyatt was forced to be away from his family while protecting me. Suddenly, I felt really selfish and unimportant. Maybe Abraham should assign someone else for next week. Wyatt sat up straighter and pinned me with a look. Am I not doing a good enough job? My eyes widened in shock. No, that's not it at all. I took a deep breath before attempting to explain myself. I don't want to be a burden. It's not fair you have to come out here with me every week. Maybe it would be better if you alternated with someone else. He shook his head. The Alpha doesn't trust anyone but me or Wes with your safety. If it wasn't me out here, it would be him. Now that he mentioned it, I remembered Abraham saying something like that. These brothers had joined his pack after the killings started, and therefore were most likely not responsible for them. He wouldn't trust my safety with anyone else. I sighed and slumped back in my chair. I just feel bad, I admitted. He took another massive bite of his sandwich. Don't. I'll see him on Friday. It's not a big deal. Just then, I remembered something else. Your mom lives on Abraham's pack lands too, doesn't she? Wyatt nodded. She lives with me and Wes. I searched my memory for that first conversation I'd witnessed between the brothers and Abraham. She was sick, right? How's she doing? She's better. She's got lupus and wasn't doing well at our old pack. We couldn't afford to send her to a doctor, and the pack doc wasn't helping her. They wouldn't or couldn't. His jaw tightened. Don't know. But she wasn't getting any better. That's awful. So what happened? Is she okay now? He nodded. As soon as we got to this pack, Abraham sent over Doc Monroe. He's done wonders for her. My heart lightened at this. I'm so glad to hear that. She still has her bad days, but we help her and she's getting stronger. And, just like that, the warmth in my chest turned to frost. I was keeping Wyatt from taking care of his mother, because I refused to move to Asheville and insisted on keeping my life out here in Raleigh. Wyatt had to sacrifice time with his sick mom. I felt awful. I'm sorry you're out here with me instead of with her, I said softly. Wyatt frowned. Why would you be sorry?
You shouldn't have to be out here. You should be with your mom, helping Wes take care of her, not babysitting me. It's not your fault I won't give up this job or that there's a serial killer after me. It doesn't seem fair. Wyatt was quiet as he reached for a napkin and wiped his face. He crumpled the thin paper in his fist and turned to me with serious light brown eyes.
Elizabeth, you might not understand how pack dynamics work because you're so new to this world, so I'll explain it.
He took a deep breath.
There's no greater reward than being given a job by your alpha and fulfilling it. Abraham trusted me with your care, and that's a high honor. Trust me, there's no place I'd rather be.
I felt the frost thaw a tiny bit. If babysitting me was an honor for Wyatt, who was I to complain? And he's right. I didn't know much about pack dynamics. I barely knew anything about being a werewolf. Which brought me to my next thought. I didn't realize werewolves could get diseases like lupus. Abraham mentioned you can't get STDs, and I guess I thought that meant your immune systems were different. Wyatt eyed me critically.
Mom's not a werewolf.
My eyes widened in shock again. She's not? Then how are you a werewolf? His light brown eyes were still trained on me, the expression in them slightly wary.
Dad was a werewolf. Mom isn't.
I sat back in my chair. Wow. I didn't even know things like that could happen, I admitted. His jaw tensed again.
It's not something we advertise. Their relationship wasn't a popular one, especially in our old pack.
Why not? He looked away.
Werewolves and humans don't mate, and they certainly don't marry.
Why not? I asked again. Wyatt shrugged.
It's two different worlds that have no business mixing. That's what most people think anyway.
I sat up straighter again. I'm a human. He shook his head.
You used to be a human. Now you're a wolf.
And your parents didn't want to risk trying to change your mom? He shook his head.
My dad would never take that chance with her.
Where's your dad now? His jaw ticked.
He's dead.
My stomach fell. I'm so sorry. He balled up the wrapper from his sandwich.
What's done is done.
I could hear the finality in his tone, but I wasn't ready to drop it. I'd been living with Wyatt for weeks, and this is the most I'd learned about him. I didn't want to stop. How long ago did he pass? I asked softly. Wyatt stood up and walked across the room to throw away his trash.
About 6 months.
I did the math in my head and put together what I'd learned from Abraham about the brothers. So that must have been right before you came to this pack. Wyatt nodded once.
About a month before, actually.
Why'd you leave your old pack? His shoulders were instantly touching his ears. I could tell I'd hit a nerve and wanted nothing more than to take my words back. Wyatt was saved the trouble of answering, however, when my cell rang on my desk. I picked it up, noticing it was a video call from Abraham. I answered immediately. Abraham, is everything okay?
No, it's not. I'm on my way to you right now.
My stomach fell, leaving behind a crater in my insides. What happened? Is everyone okay? I whispered.
The girls are fine.
I swallowed. And Nana? Abraham sighed.
I'm sorry, Elle. Everyone's okay. That's not the problem.
I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, willing my rapid pulse to slow. Then what's going on? Abraham was silent for a long time. The only sound was that of whatever high-speed highway he was on.
We found another body.
My heart skipped a beat entirely before resuming its fast pace. When? I whispered.
About an hour ago. It looked like she'd been there a few days.
I did the math in my head. Could she have been killed while I was still out in Asheville? Abraham paused again before answering.
That's what we think.
I shook my head to try to clear it. But why are you coming out here? Don't they need you in Asheville?
I need to see you, he said,
leaving no room for argument. But I found a way anyway. Tell me what's going on. What's different about this? He'd been finding bodies in the woods for months. Although I wouldn't say he was immune to them at this point, they certainly didn't send him into this kind of panic usually. He let out a deep breath before he said in a tortured voice,
"She could be your twin, Elle."
I closed my eyes again and just listened to the thumping of my heart. We knew he was killing women that looked like me. That wasn't anything new. I hadn't seen them myself and didn't want to, but none of the others had scared Abraham like this. Because that's what was in his voice, I realized. Fear. He was scared, and he was rushing to me to assure himself that I was okay. Suddenly, all I wanted was to be in his arms. "How long till you get here?" He sighed into the phone.
"It's gonna take me a while. I just left."
"It's okay, Abraham. I'm safe. I'm here with Wyatt, and I'll see you when you get here." He sighed again.
"Please stay safe."
"I will," I promised.
"Can you put Wyatt on?"
I handed the phone to him and took a seat at my desk. My brain was spinning with thoughts about the poor woman they'd found. Another person's life had ended because of me. The killer was after me and killing these substitutes instead. It made my stomach churn with dread. How long before he was sick of the stand-ins and came after me? How many more innocent lives would be lost before we could catch this guy? The problem was, he was hiding his trail too carefully. He used foreign wolf urine to mask his scent and knew too much about the woods around Abraham's land to get caught in the act. I didn't know what it was going to take to catch him, but I knew we needed to do it soon. It felt like this whole situation was coming to a head, and I feared where it would lead. Wyatt stepped into my space and held out my phone, breaking me out of my thoughts. Abraham's tense face was still on the screen. "Everything okay?" I asked. I should know what they talked about since we were in the same room, and I had werewolf hearing now, but I tuned the whole conversation out.
"Yeah, just please stay safe until I get there."
"I will, I promise. Just drive safe and get to me as soon as you can."
"I will."
He disconnected the call after that, but I stared at the screen for long minutes after it had gone black.
"You okay?"
Wyatt asked, breaking me out of the staring contest I was having with my phone. I just wonder when it'll all end. And worse, how it'll end. How much longer can we go on like this? Wyatt took a seat near me.
"I don't know, but I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. I promise."
I smiled. "I know, Wyatt. I trust you. Thank you." He shrugged.
"Just doing my job."
He took a look around my office.
"Speaking of, do you have any more meetings today?"
I turned to scan through my schedule on the computer. "Nope. Let's get out of here." He smiled. "Yeah?" "Yep," I said with a nod. "I'll be useless the rest of the day anyway." We packed up and slipped out of the office without drawing too much attention. I just hoped Ben didn't come looking for me for the rest of the afternoon. I didn't need him running to Hildebrandt that I'd left work early. Again. When we got back to my apartment, Wyatt insisted on walking in first. He said that from now on, he needed to check things out before I could go in. I appreciated his dedication to his job, but it wasn't fun standing in the North Carolina spring humidity. Abraham showed up a few hours later, scaring both Wyatt and I with his abrupt pounding on the door. Wyatt was moments from shifting when Abraham's voice rang out, and we both sighed in relief. I opened the door for him and was pulled into his arms immediately. Instantly, the pain from missing him dissipated, and I was able to breathe easily for the first time in days. He dug his face into my neck and took a deep breath.
"I missed you so much."
I ran my fingers through his hair. "I missed you too. I'm right here. Everything's okay." He sighed deeply, his breath tickling my skin. When his heart had finally slowed to a normal tempo, he pulled back to look at me. His eyes scanned my features critically before he looked away. I cupped his face and turned it back toward me. "What's wrong?" He shook his head and kissed the palm of my hand.
"I was so scared, Elle,"
he admitted softly. My heart burned in my chest.
"She looked exactly like you. For a second, I thought—"
He choked on his last words and looked away again before finishing his sentence.
"I thought it was you."
I pulled him closer again, and he obliged willingly. His strong arms wrapped all the way around me, making me feel small and protected. I stroked my hand up and down his back as he took a couple shuddering breaths. "It wasn't me, baby," I cooed. "I'm right here. I'm okay." His arms tightened until it was almost painful, but I still wasn't close enough. He sighed heavily and pulled away to look in my eyes.
"I never want to feel like that again. I can't live without you, Elle."
I wrapped my hand around the back of his neck. "Nothing's gonna happen to me. You protect me when we're together, and Wyatt watches over me when I'm out here. You have nothing to worry about."
"But he's still after you,"
he said harshly, his words biting.
"Maybe I should double your protection out here."
I shook my head. "I don't think I need it."
"Elle, you can't be serious. He just killed another woman, one who looks exactly like you. You can't overestimate your safety."
I waited until he'd calmed down some to speak again. "I just meant it looks like I'm in the most danger when I'm in Asheville, not here in Raleigh." His eyes flashed with worry and hurt.
"Then you can't come back out there. You need to stay here until we catch him."
I shook my head again. "I'm not doing that."
"Elle, this is not the time to be independent and argumentative. I love those qualities of yours, but not now. Not with this."
"I need to train with B still. It's the best defense I have against him. As of now, I'm practically powerless. Like all those women he's killed, I'll be an easy target." Abraham swallowed roughly. "And I'm not staying away from my pack and my friends, and most importantly, you."
"I'll come out here."
I shook my head. "We both know you can't be away from the pack every weekend. It's not realistic."
"Elle, I don't care what it takes. I'll keep you safe."
I placed a hand over his pounding heart. "Then keep me safe while I'm out there. Keep Wyatt or Wes with me whenever you aren't. Or even when you are. I don't care. Just don't tell me I can't go back to my pack. Don't keep me from the only family I have." I knew it was a low blow, but he wasn't keeping me out of Asheville. I knew it wasn't safe, but I'd also never felt stronger in my life. I needed my pack and my friends if I was going to put up any kind of fight. Abraham shook his head and sighed.
"I don't know if that's a good idea."
I pressed my lips against his. "You'll keep me safe. I trust you." He groaned and pulled me against his chest again.
"I'd protect you with my life."
I closed my eyes as I let his words warm me from the inside out. I knew I'd be safe as long as I was near him. Nothing could hurt me in his arms. "I know you will, Abraham. Everything's going to be all right." I took a steadying breath. "I can't have anything happen to you either." The truth of those words rocked me. If anything were to happen to him, especially if he was protecting me, I'd never recover. We'll catch this guy soon and never have to worry about him again. Abraham's throat bobbed again, but he stayed silent and squeezed me against him harder. I knew this was hard for him. Evie told me that a wolf is most protective of his mate, and so Abraham's worry made perfect sense. He wasn't the one in danger, and still, I knew I'd sacrifice myself to save him in an instant if it came down to it. I just had to believe that between him, Wyatt, Wes, and my friends, I'd be able to stay safe. And in the meantime, I really needed to throw myself into my lessons with B. I instinctively knew I wouldn't always be able to depend on someone else for my safety. I needed to know how to protect myself, too. I had a feeling when I finally came face to face with the killer that I wouldn't be able to rely on anyone but myself. Chapter 31. Hours later, we were lying in my bed, naked and finally sated. It had taken Abraham a while to calm down and not feel so out of control. Apparently, the best way for him to feel connected to me was by being deep inside me. I wasn't complaining.
"The cops are closing in on us."
I frowned and propped my head in my hand so I could see him. He was lying on his back, staring at my ceiling. "What do you mean?"
"With that many murders so close to our land, they've become suspicious. Or they've probably been suspicious for a while. They're questioning the whole pack."
I sat up in bed and clutched the sheets to my chest. "Shouldn't you be out there then?" He shrugged.
They've already questioned and cleared me and my family." He was quiet for a moment before adding, "Maybe they'll find out some information that we haven't." "How will you know?" He shot me a look out of the corner of his eye. "Paul's keeping us updated." "Have I met Paul?" "He's Peyton's brother. I think you met him at your first pack cookout." It took me a moment, but I finally connected the dots. He's the one who got Peyton my court documents. "That's the one," Abraham said easily, but his face told a different story. "Don't worry, I spoke to him about that. It won't happen again." I swallowed. "And Peyton?" He sighed and rolled over to face me. "She's not allowed at family dinners anymore. She lost her job in the lodge, and I've canceled every meeting she's tried to schedule with me. I don't know what else I can do to dissuade her. I'm hoping this is enough." Damn, that girl is relentless. "I didn't know she's been trying to schedule time to see you." "Doesn't matter?" he asked, his brows furrowed in confusion. "It does to me." Abraham slid closer and wrapped a big arm around my waist, pulling me against his chest. "Why, baby?" That word, the one that drove me crazy, almost derailed my thoughts, but I was able to stick to my guns. "I'd just like to know all the ways she's trying to slither her way into your good graces. It's important to know my enemy's moves." He chuckled softly. "She's not your enemy, baby." There's that word again. I gritted my teeth and spoke through them. "She is. She wants what's mine. She's tried time and time again to encroach on my time with you. She's trying to get you alone when I'm not around, and she even exposed my darkest secret to your whole family. How is she not my enemy?" He rolled over in the bed, taking me with him until I was underneath his large frame, looking up at him. "She has nothing on you. If I wanted Peyton, I could have had her years ago." I raised a brow. "Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?" He shrugged a shoulder. "What can I say? Ladies find me irresistible." I punched his chest and bit my lip to hide my smile. "Ladies? What ladies?" "Well, there haven't been any since I met this one lady. She's turned my world upside down, and I don't have the time or energy for anyone else." I punched him again. "Oh, please, don't let me get in the way of your revolving door of ladies." He leaned down and stole a kiss from my lips. "See, what you don't understand is this lady I found. She's the one. I was born to love her and for her to love me. She's a little stubborn, but I kind of like it. I know one day she'll come around and love me just as much as I love her. In the meantime, I just have to put up with her nasty right hook and her smart mouth. It's a hardship, but I'm getting through it." My smile spread like wildfire across my face while tears gathered in my eyes. "Do you mean it?" He cocked a single eyebrow. "About your right hook and your smart mouth? Hell yeah, I mean it." I punched him again. "No," I whispered. "Do you really think we were born to love each other?" His smile fell from his face as he cupped my cheek with his big hand. "I know we are." He leaned down and kissed me so softly my heart hammered in my chest like it was trying to break free. Abraham placed his hand above my heart and deepened our kiss. He sipped from my lips like it was a fine wine until both of our heartbeats rang out loudly in the quiet room. When he finally released me, I had another question on the tip of my tongue. But how? How were you born to love a human? He kissed both my cheeks and the tip of my nose before answering. "I don't know, baby, but I know it's true. I feel it in every single one of my bones. There's no one else for me but you. Please believe that." Logic, my trusty friend, was screaming he was wrong. There were so many variables in play here for this theory to be correct. What if I had chosen a different weekend to take a vacation? What if I'd chosen a different spot in the mountains? What if I'd never gone hiking? What if he'd never found me? What if I hadn't made it through my first shift? There were a million reasons why him and I made no sense. A million things stood in the way of us ever even meeting, let alone being fated to be together. But I knew it was true. I could feel him in every part of my body, like he was a part of me.
I could feel his happiness when we were together, could feel his despair when we were apart. I could even sense the joy he feels every time I walk into a room. It was all there, inside me. His mark on me was indelible, just like mine was on him. Every time I was with him, I knew it was the exact place I was meant to be. Was that love? Is that what I felt for him? Was love the reason why everything aligned when he was near? Why my heart skipped a beat every time he smiled at me? I wasn't sure. And until I was, I'd keep this all locked up inside me. He deserved truthful, heartfelt declarations of love, not half-assed guesses or insecurities. Until I could give him everything he deserved, I'd keep this all to myself. I'd let it grow and gain speed inside me until I couldn't hold it anymore. Then I'd know it was real. Then I'd tell him everything he deserved to hear and more.
Hey, I wanted to run something by you,
Abraham said, breaking me out of my thoughts. It made me a little sad that he didn't wait for my response to his lovely words, that he knew to not expect to hear "I love you" in return from me. I promised myself then and there that I'd work harder toward coming to the same conclusion he had, that I'd keep pushing past my comfort zones. "What's up?" I asked him, my tone as light as I could make it despite the heavy conversation we'd been having.
We're holding a solstice celebration this year and inviting some local packs to join us. I was hoping you'd host it with me.
What would that entail? He pulled me down onto his chest until his heartbeat echoed in my ear.
I just want you by my side while I greet all the other alphas and their mates. Maybe help the kitchen staff make some final decisions on food and stuff. It's nothing much.
I thought through his words carefully. He was asking me to stand by his side in front of other pack alphas and their mates. In doing this, he would be showing not only his whole pack, but all the visiting packs that we were together. He'd be claiming me in front of his peers. I'd love to, I told him truthfully. He squeezed me tighter inside.
I'm sorry it's such short notice, but with everything we've been dealing with, it kind of slipped my mind.
When is it exactly?
Next weekend.
I took a deep breath. Okay, that's a little short notice, but I guess I can work with that. How many people are you expecting besides your pack?
About 100.
I sat up so I could look at him properly. 100 people are coming to your packlands and you're just telling me this now? He shrugged.
Yeah? What's the big deal?
I held up a hand so I could list my grievances properly. I don't know anything about what I'll be responsible for. I don't know what I'm going to wear. I don't know what I'll have to do before that. I don't know what I'll have to do the day of. Abraham, I don't even know what a solstice celebration is. His deep chuckle caressed my skin in the dark room, and I fought off a shiver as he pulled me back down to lay on his chest.
Baby, calm down. All you have to do is field a few questions from the staff.
But how will I know what the right answer is? I interrupted. He skimmed his fingers down my arm until he could wrap his hand around mine.
Just use your best judgment. There are no wrong answers.
I huffed and rolled my eyes. That was easy for him to say. He didn't have a party for over 125 people riding on his choices. And what about hosting? What will I have to do there?
Just greet our guests with me. Stand by my side as my mate. That's all.
I took a deep breath and nodded against his hard chest. Okay, I think I can do that. He kissed my forehead.
See, baby, it's not that big of a deal.
I still don't know what a solstice celebration is, I grumbled into his chest. Abraham chuckled again.
It's devolved a lot over the years, and we don't celebrate it the way our ancestors used to, or for the same reasons. Now it's kind of just an excuse to get together, eat a lot of food, and jump over a bonfire.
My eyes widened as I turned toward him. Jump? Over a bonfire? His smile lit up the dark room.
Hell yeah. That's the best part.
I shook my head and snuggled in next to him. Werewolves are crazy, aren't they? His laugh rang out through the room and I smiled to myself. I loved when I made him laugh like that. I loved hearing his laugh. Loved the way it seemed to lighten whatever load I was carrying at the moment. Was that love? He squeezed me, breaking me out of my thoughts again. I guess we kinda are, huh? I've never spoken to a human about our customs or practices before. Never realized how crazy they must sound to you. I'm not a human anymore, I whispered. He squeezed me tighter. No, you're not. But I know you didn't grow up in this world, so it's interesting for me to see things from your point of view. I tried to fight it, but a big yawn escaped my mouth anyway. Abraham reached down to pull the covers up to our chins. You need to be up early, baby. Let's go to bed. I pouted at him in the dark, sure he'd be able to see me with his enhanced vision. Do you really have to leave in the morning? He sighed heavily. I swear, if I didn't have to leave, nothing could tear me away from you. A small, sad smile tugged at my lips. Yeah, I know. He reached over and kissed my cheek softly before whispering against my skin. I'll see you in 2 days, though. I sighed. I know. I just like spending time with you. I feel better when you're near me. I don't want you to leave. He hummed deep in the back of his throat. That's the mate magic at work. We'll always feel better together, stronger, more powerful as a team than we ever will apart. I wrapped my arm around his waist and settled my head against his chest right above his thumping heart. Will it always be like this? I asked, my voice heavy with sleep. He kissed the top of my head. Always. For as long as we live. His words, although really sweet, were also ominous. How long would that be? Did we have 50 years ahead of us or 5? Or was it months? With this serial killer on the loose and after me, I might only have days or weeks. I shook my head softly as sleep pulled at me harder. I couldn't think that way. I needed to stay positive and trust that Abraham would keep me safe, and when he wasn't around, I knew Wyatt would do anything to protect me. My werewolves, my pack, my family wouldn't let anything happen to me. I needed to trust in that. Chapter 32. When I woke up the next morning, Abraham was already gone, and it was only the start of my crappy day. I'd woken up late and had to rush like a maniac to get myself ready. I stubbed my pinky toe on my bed frame, sending me into a cuss-filled rage that scared Charlie so bad I didn't see him the rest of the morning. Next, when I got to my car, I found I had a flat tire. Thankfully, Wyatt had driven us from Asheville, so he was able to take me to work in his Jeep. And double thankfully, he drove like a madman, so I made up a few minutes on the ride there. And as if all of that wasn't bad enough, I found Ben leaning against my office door when I finally got to it. Nice of you to join us, Montgomery. I narrowed my eyes, shooting him a warning that I doubted he'd heed. I'm not in the mood, Ben. He ignored me, of course, and followed Wyatt and I into my office. I've been waiting 30 minutes for you, he complained in his annoying nasal voice. I looked at the clock hanging on my wall. I'm only 15 minutes late. He shook his head with a snide smile. Montgomery, 30 minutes is early, 15 minutes is on time, and I waved my hand and cut him off. Yes, and on time is late. I got it. Well, you're late for being late. I shot him a dangerous look, my blood already boiling in my veins. I said I got it, Ben. What do you want? He tisked as he walked slowly around my room. So hostile. How are we supposed to get any work done with you having an attitude like that? I heard a soft growl from across the room and knew that Wyatt, too, was running out of patience. I planted my fists on my hips and speared Ben with another glare. Now is not a great time. Can we make an appointment for later today? Maybe being cordial would get rid of him. He shook his head. No, I have court this afternoon. That's why I was coming to talk to you. I need you to take over some of what I've been working on. I narrowed my eyes at his back as he made another lap around my office. I already have a full caseload on top of this one I'm working with you. I can't take on any more work. Ben spun around to face me. But you have time to go home early every other day? I don't go home early every other day, I spat. He tisked again, and I wanted to rip his tongue out of his mouth. That's not what I've noticed. You weren't here yesterday afternoon when I came to talk to you. I don't think you want Hildebrandt hearing about you taking off early when we're working on such an important case, do you? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Ben was working the very last nerve I had, and it was only 8:30 in the morning. It was one day, Ben, and it doesn't concern you. He shrugged. You're right, it doesn't, but I still need you to handle some of what I was assigned. I took another deep breath and weighed my options. I could tell him to go to hell. That was my favorite one of all. But I had a feeling it wouldn't get me very far. I could tell him to take it up with Hildebrandt. If he couldn't handle his caseload, it wasn't my problem, and I shouldn't have to deal with it. Or I could just do what he's asking and, in the process, get rid of him. I really didn't like this option. It wasn't fair of him to ask me this, but I really couldn't afford for him to go to Hildebrandt. Regardless of the fact that I'd already started to look for new jobs, I'd need a good reference from my boss if I was going to land a decent position somewhere else. So, it looked like I needed to play nice with Ben for now if I was going to keep from making waves here. I gritted my teeth and nodded. Fine. Send me what you can't manage to do, and I'll take care of it. Ben smiled wide. I knew you'd see it my way, Montgomery. I glared at him again, but he was already thankfully on his way out of my office. Once he was gone, I let out a deep sigh and slumped into my chair. I knew he'd continue to be a problem, Wyatt mumbled from across the room. He was getting no argument from me. The next 2 days sped by as I tried to juggle all my work on top of what Ben sent me. Thankfully, it wasn't much because I wouldn't have been able to get it all done by the time the weekend came, and I was not putting in overtime. Are you ready for our training session? I was out on the rooftop reading magazines with Evie and Dell when I heard the most pleasant question I'd ever heard from Beatrice. This new side to her was going to take some getting used to. I tossed my magazine onto the coffee table and hopped up from my seat. Ready? She nodded and turned around to leave the rooftop. I gave the other girls a wave and followed Bea down to a grassy space behind the lodge where we usually practice. Without waiting for her instruction, I took a quick glance around to make sure no one was watching and disrobed. My transformation into a wolf followed swiftly afterward. Do you remember what we were working on last time? Beatrice asked inside my head. I nodded. Feints and redirection. Right. Today's lesson is over when you get a single hit in. My jaw fell open. Bea, what if I can't hit you? I've been trying for weeks and haven't even gotten close. She flicked her tail. Then I guess we'll be out here a while. Damn. And here I'd thought she'd lighten up on me after our heart-to-heart last weekend. Get into position. I sighed and did as she asked, crouching until all my limbs were bent and ready to spring forward. Ready? Go. I'll admit at first I wasn't trying that hard. I was irritated that she set down an ultimatum that I didn't believe I could achieve. Beatrice was impossibly fast, always seeming to be 1 or more steps ahead of me. Ellie, you're not trying, she yelled in my head as she climbed off me for the dozenth time. I sucked in a large gulp of air and climbed to my feet. I am trying. You're just too good. Maybe I should practice with a mediocre fighter and not the best one in the pack to start. Bea shook her head and got back into position. You need to learn how I fight, not how all the men fight. You don't have their size or strength. Their lessons would be useless for you. Maybe, I thought to myself, but maybe I'd be able to land a single paw on one of the other guys, because trying to pin Beatrice down was impossible. I feinted right before leaping toward the left and landing in an ungraceful pile of fur when Bea gracefully dodged me again. Huffing out a breath, I stood back up and shook out my coat. You're not fighting like this is do or die, Ellie. You need to fight me like I'm the serial killer, not like I'm your mate's sister. She was right. I wasn't fighting her like she was a true threat. I didn't know where to find that fire within me, but I knew it was there. It was present when I met the serial killer in the woods and ran away from him. It was there when I stunned him with the flash of my camera and when I struggled in his tight hold. Why couldn't I tap into that now? You need to focus. When you look at me, see that wolf you met that night." A shiver ran down my spine and my tail twitched anxiously as I thought back to that night over a month ago. How scared I'd been, how I'd thought my life was about to end, how hard I'd fought, and in the end, how I'd finally given up when the pain had become too much to bear. But I couldn't do that now. I had too much to live for. I'd never give up like that again. I'd go down fighting if I went down at all. I closed my eyes and imagined the wolf from that night. How big he'd seemed, how dark his eyes had been, the pain I'd felt when his teeth ripped into my leg. Then I thought about how he'd mocked me, told me there was no one coming to save me, and I was completely at his mercy. I never wanted to feel that helpless again. Never wanted to let someone else decide my fate for me. When I opened my eyes, instead of seeing a smallish wolf with an ice blue gaze, I saw my attacker. The wolf who's been killing women in these woods just because they looked like me. The giant wolf with dark, soulless eyes and the intent to harm me. I was ready. "Go," Beatrice commanded, and I sprang into action. I leapt straight at her, knowing she dodged to her right because she favored that side. I swung my paw toward where I knew she'd moved to and just missed her by inches. "More, Ellie. Faster." I gritted my teeth and spun around, feinting toward the left before swiping my paw at her again. She danced out of the way, and I huffed out an aggravated breath. "You can do this. Picture him and feed off that anger." A low growl rumbled through my whole body as I stalked toward B. I didn't see my packmate. I saw my enemy. I feinted to the left and then feinted to the right, and at the last second, I leapt toward my left. Seeing my first opportunity, I reached out a paw and smashed it into her face. She fell back a few steps and shook her head. "Oh my God, B, are you okay? I didn't mean to hit you that hard." She opened and closed her mouth a few times as if she were testing her jaw. Finally, she turned to me with a big wolfy smile. "That was a great hit. I didn't see you coming at all." A tentative smile crept across my face. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" She shook her head. "Believe me, I've had worse. But you've got quite the right hook on you." I thought about how Abraham had said the same thing the other day and smiled. "So I've heard. I know I said we could quit once you hit me, but that was a lot sooner than I was expecting. Let's go a few more times now that it seems you've tapped into something." I nodded and crouched into position. Ready. B and I practiced for another half hour, and I landed a few more good hits on her. I wasn't anywhere near her level of fighter, but knowing that I wasn't completely helpless anymore was great news. More than I'd hoped for, to be honest. I found Abraham in the kitchen talking to Miss Elsie shortly after that. His face lit up when he saw me walk through the door, and my heart thumped out an extra beat just for him. He excused himself from her and stalked forward, pulling me into his arms. "Hey, baby." He squeezed me tight and kissed my head. "How was your training session?" I beamed up at him. I hit B, like 4 times. His eyes widened. "Yeah? How'd she like that?" I thought she'd be mad, but it seemed like she was actually really proud of me. He kissed the top of my head again. "So am I." I wrapped my arms around his waist and just stood there for a moment, basking in the warmth and contentedness I felt whenever he was close to me like this. When I'd asked, Abraham had said it was part of the mate magic. We'd always feel better when we were closer together. "Miss Elizabeth, do you have a minute to talk to me about the food for the party?" Miss Elsie asked from behind Abraham. I reluctantly pulled myself from his embrace but pasted a smile on my face to greet the sweet elderly woman. "Of course. Although I'll admit, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be deciding." Miss Elsie waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, don't you worry about that, sugar. You and me are just gonna get to talking about this party and we'll figure it out together." I shrugged and looked at Abraham. "I'm guessing you have things you need to do?" He sighed but smiled. "Always." He leaned down and placed a soft, perfect kiss on my lips before pulling away. "I'll see you in a little while. Come find me in my office when you're done." I watched Abraham leave the kitchen with what must have been stars in my eyes because when he was out of eyeshot, Miss Elsie chuckled from behind me. "He's not half bad to look at, is he?" she asked. My face heated, but I smiled and shook my head. "Not bad at all." She laughed again and waved me over to a table in the dining area of the massive kitchen. "You don't know how much it warms my heart to see you two together. I thought he'd never find someone to settle down with." I shrugged. I was pretty much the same way. Before Abraham, my longest and most successful relationship was with my career. She raised a brow. "And now?" I smiled wistfully and sighed. "And now everything's different." Miss Elsie sighed too. "I'm just tickled you two worked out your differences. Love isn't easy, but it's always worth it." Do I correct her? Tell her that the L word hasn't ever slipped past my lips? Or do I let her believe we're in love? Were we in love? I know he said he was, but was I? "And I can't wait until you give me a litter of pups to spoil." I choked on my saliva. "I'm sorry, what?" She shot me a knowing look. "I know all about what you young people get up to these days. It's no surprise you two aren't waiting for a mating ceremony to bake the potato." I swear my jaw hit my lap. "What?" She raised a brow. "You know, the bedroom rodeo, checking the oil, the four-legged foxtrot." "Oh my God, Miss Elizabeth, don't play coy with me. Why, I wouldn't be surprised if you two were greasing the loaf pan a few times a day. Werewolves do have quite the libido." "What is happening?" "Miss Elsie, I wasn't talking about, you know, hiding the bishop." I barked out something between a cough and a laugh. Yes, that. I wasn't confused about that part. I would hope not." I ignored her. If we were ever going to stop talking about this, I needed to forge ahead. "I was referring to the litter comment you made." "Oh, pups, that's the issue here?" I gave her a small pained smile. "I'm nowhere near ready for children, especially a litter of them." She eyed me seriously. "I reckon you won't have much of a choice when you are ready." "What does that mean?" She smiled, but it was full of pity. "Haven't you noticed we come in pairs?" I felt more confused now than I had when she was spouting off euphemisms for sex. "Honey, wolves are always born as twins, or sometimes triplets. Your man there came from 5, though, so who knows what you have in store for you?" I felt my uterus shrivel up inside me. "Multiples?" She nodded. "Always. You really didn't know?" Now that I thought about it, it was starting to make sense. I'd met Wes and Wyatt that were clearly twins, and I guess that meant Kelvin and Clyde were twins, and Paul was probably Peyton's twin. And suddenly, all the siblings sharing the first letter of their name made perfect sense. I really had no idea, I told her. And now I had a litter to worry about in addition to everything else I had on my plate. Chapter 33. The weekend passed by quickly, and before I knew it, another Monday was upon me. Work had piled up while I was away, and I spent most of the day just playing catch-up. While I worked steadily through the day, I thought back to what my life had been like just 6 weeks ago. Back then, I'd never have let things accumulate like this. I'd have stayed late every night and probably worked at least half the weekend to get through it. There were some days when I even spent time looking for more work. Anything to keep me from seeing what was really in front of me. I thought the sad, lonely life I lived fulfilled me. Thought that nothing was more important than climbing the ladder in my company and being the best attorney I could be. Now I knew there was so much more. Instead of obsessively worrying about work, I worried about the people I cared for. Instead of working late every night at the office, I hurried home to video chat with my friends or my boyfriend. When I used to spend weekends getting ahead of my work for the next week, now I spent them out in Asheville with my pack. I never knew there was a chance for me to have a life like this. Never dreamed in a million years I'd be a part of something so massive and yet so personal. The family I'd found was 100 times better than the one I'd been born into, and I knew exactly how lucky I was. It was in Ben's favor that I was counting my blessings when he showed up in my office that day. "Montgomery, nice to see you hard at work for a change." "Fuck off, Ben," was my first thought, but I bit my tongue and forced a smile onto my face. "Nice to see you bothering me instead of working yourself, Collins," I said instead. It might not have been much better than my initial reaction, but at least there was no cussing involved. He scowled at me and flicked a glance toward the ever-present Wyatt. His massive frame was sitting in the corner as usual, either scrolling through his phone or thumbing through whatever hot rod magazine he happened to have on him. "I won't beat around the bush. I need you to take on more of what was assigned to me." I rolled my eyes and shook my head. "Not gonna happen. Montgomery, you don't have a choice." I turned toward him and stood up. "Of course I have a choice, just like you do. You're choosing to give someone else your work instead of doing it yourself, and I'm choosing to say no. See? Choices." His scowl deepened. "I didn't want to have to do this, but you haven't left me much choice." I narrowed my eyes at him. "What is it that you think will make me do your work?" He swung his arm to the side and pointed a finger directly at Wyatt. "I know he's not a real intern." My stomach plummeted as I fought to stay calm. "How would you know that?" He shrugged a shoulder. "I might have a friend in HR. There's no record of you taking on an intern." I took a deep breath and scanned through my options. They weren't great. I needed Wyatt here at work with me. Abraham wouldn't hear of anything else, and I agreed with him. There was a serial killer after me, and I didn't believe I was truly safe anywhere. I had assumed passing Wyatt off as an intern was a great solution. I hadn't thought that the weasel Ben would go nosing around in my business and find out he wasn't legit. So if you want your little boyfriend to be able to stick around, you should just do what I say and quit giving me trouble over it. I squeezed my hands into fists when they started shaking uncontrollably. In 1, out 2. In 3, out 4. "Ben, this is bullshit." He shrugged again. "Sorry, Montgomery. I have a lot of work on my plate, and you're going to help me with it." I tipped my chin up. "And if I don't?" He glanced at Wyatt again. "Then I'll go to Hildebrandt and make sure he knows you bring your boyfriend to work with you every day. And that instead of working, you're messing around with him." My eyes flew to Wyatt and back to Ben. "He isn't my boyfriend, and we aren't messing around. I spend 10 hours a day, 5 days a week working my butt off at this place." He looked unconcerned. "Take the extra work from me or explain to Hildebrandt what he's doing here. Those are your choices." My limbs were shaking harder now, and when my vision flashed to crystal clear HD, I turned away before Ben could see them change again. He didn't need any more ammo when it came to me. I sighed and turned back, seeing I had little options in the matter. "Fine. Send me what you need done, but this is the last time, Ben. I'm not your personal assistant." He waved a hand as he walked toward the door. "You'll have an email in your inbox within the hour," he called as he made a hasty retreat. As soon as the door was closed behind him, Wyatt stood and faced me. "You didn't have to do that." I sighed again. What choice did I have? He was going to out you. "I don't care what they have to say about it. I'd be here with you no matter what." I slumped into my chair. I don't want to make waves. In fact, all I've done since I started at this company is try to make nice and do what I have to do to fall in line with the rest of them. Sounds exhausting. It is, I admitted. Always trying to please, letting their microaggressions roll off my back. Smiling through their congratulations when I did a good job, even though I could see they were still looking down on me because I'm a woman. All of it was mentally and emotionally exhausting, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could do it for. Part of me was disappointed in myself. The fact that I'd let someone like Ben Collins push me around really didn't sit well with me. Ever since my parents sent me away to boarding school when I was 14, I vowed to become a self-made woman. I promised myself that I'd work as hard as I needed to, so I'd never be beholden to anyone else ever again. For almost 2 decades, that's what's driven me. I worked harder, stayed later, and took on more cases so I could be where I was today. I'd earned my spot as a senior associate, and now I was letting someone like Ben push me around. Not anymore. I swore right then to never let it happen again. If Ben wanted to run and tattle on me to Hildebrandt, then I'd deal with those consequences when they came. I would never again roll over for someone like him. So, when I was called into Mr. Hildebrandt's office on Friday afternoon, I was resigned to the fact that even though I'd done what he'd asked, Ben had told on me anyway. Despite that, I walked into my boss's office with my shoulders back and my head held high. I wouldn't let Ben think he could intimidate me. If he wanted to get me in trouble, then I'd take my punishment, but I wouldn't submit to him. "Montgomery, come in. We're just waiting for Collins," Mr. Hildebrandt said from behind his mahogany desk. I took a careful seat in front of him and crossed my ankles. "What can I do for you, sir?" "We're going to wait for Collins to get here before I begin, so I don't need to repeat myself." I sat back in my chair and fought to not fiddle with my fingers in my lap. Despite the calm front I was exuding, inside, I was nervous as hell. I know I'd said I didn't care if Ben told Hildebrandt that Wyatt wasn't a legitimate intern, but I wasn't really ready to explain his presence in any other way. I'd been thinking about it since Monday, and I still hadn't thought of a decent excuse for him coming to work with me every day. The door creaked open and Ben poked his head inside. "You wanted to see me?" Hildebrandt waved him in with his liver-spotted hand. "Come in, Collins. I want to speak with you and Montgomery here." Ben strode inside with an arrogance I'd come to expect from him. "Now that you're both here, I want you to tell me how your joint case is coming." I opened my mouth to speak, but Ben cut me off. "It's going great. I've been hard at work on it all week." Hildebrandt nodded, his bald spot shining in the fluorescent lights. "And you, Montgomery, how are you getting on?" I forced the smile I'd patented as a lawyer. "Everything's great. I think we are really getting somewhere." Where that was, I wasn't sure. I'd barely spoken to Ben about the case, and I had no idea if he had continued to work on it or was just sloughing off all his work on me. Ben spoke up again. "Of course, I've worked with other associates that were a bit easier to deal with, but that's what happens this time of month, right?" A faint popping sound rang out through the room as my mouth fell open. Or maybe I was the only one who could hear it. Hildebrandt turned to me with mild disgust on his face. "Montgomery, are you having issues?" My face was molten hot at this point. I swallowed harshly and shook my head. "No, sir. No issues here. I'm not sure what Collins is talking about, to be honest. She's just been a bit moodier is all. I figure she'll be back to normal next week." My knees knocked together as I desperately clung to my humanity. In 1, out 2. In 3, out 4. It wasn't helping. I was going to shift right in front of my boss and one of the slimiest men I'd ever met. My teeth ground together while I tried to control myself. "Collins, I'm sure you can manage to pick up the slack if Ms. Montgomery isn't feeling like herself." Ben's smile was benign, and I thought up 3 new ways to kill him. "Of course, Mr. Hildebrandt. I'm doing all I can to help her." Hildebrandt nodded with a smile. "Good man. Is there anything else to report?" We both shook our heads and Hildebrandt dismissed us. Lucky for Ben, he scuttled off down the hall before I could confront him. Truthfully, it was probably best for the both of us. I'm not sure how I would have been able to control myself if I'd come face to face with him at that point. Instead, I stomped back to my office and slammed the door closed behind me. Wyatt raised a brow in my direction. "Something wrong?" I paced across my office floor, willing my limbs to stop shaking. That asshole Ben told my boss I haven't been easy to work with because I'm on my period. I spat out between gritted teeth. "You're not on your period." I stopped pacing. "I know I'm not." I hadn't meant to yell at Wyatt, but I was nearing my breaking point, and he was there. I turned around to pace again when something he'd said finally registered in my brain, and I stopped short again. How do you know I'm not on my period? I'd be able to smell it. A million mortifying thoughts raced through my brain. But that's disgusting. He shrugged. That's part of being a werewolf. Not much gets past us. I took his explanation and left the conversation there to die and prayed it'd be a quick death. Why'd he say that to your boss anyway? I threw my hands in the air as I made another lap around my office. I have no idea. Then I thought harder. Actually, I do. He's had it out for me ever since I got this promotion. I don't know if he's jealous or if he thinks he's more deserving, but he's been trying to ruin my career and my reputation simultaneously. Wyatt sighed heavily and set down his magazine. I'm sorry he's trying to get you in trouble with your boss, but aren't you on your way out anyway? I sighed. Yes, but I need the reference. Wyatt nodded seriously and stood. I'm running to the bathroom. Are you going to be okay here for a few minutes? I waved him away. Yeah, I'm fine. Go ahead. Honestly, I wanted to be alone at that moment anyway. I didn't like anyone seeing me lose my cool, not even Wyatt. He left the room and I continued my pacing until a knock on my door stopped me in my tracks again. I stormed over and whipped it open to find the object of my ire standing in the hallway looking innocuous. I growled under my breath. What the hell do you want? Ben, completely oblivious to the fact that he was walking into an extremely dangerous situation, pushed past me and stalked into my office. His beady eyes scanned the room like they always did. His nose was tipped up and an expression of disinterest was painted across his face, but I knew better. He was cataloging everything he saw, making sure if there was something out of place, he'd be able to use it to his advantage at a later date. But I was through with his bullshit. I left my office door open so I wouldn't be tempted to kill him while he was in here alone. The more witnesses, the more likely he'd leave here in one piece. I had a feeling I knew why Ben was here, and after the lies he told Hildebrandt just a little while ago, I was feeling even less gracious than usual. There was an ominous tightening in the pit of my stomach that told me this confrontation with Ben would be a culmination of the past couple months. All the hard feelings were coming to the surface, and we were finally going to have it out. I couldn't wait. Chapter 34. I asked you what the hell you want, I repeated to Ben's back. He spun around and pinned me with the same smile he'd used on Hildebrandt. See, I knew you were moodier than usual this week. My chest inflated with rage as I struggled to contain the wolf begging to be set free. What do you want? I asked again. He shrugged a shoulder. This week is turning out to be busier than I thought, and I need you to do some of my research over the weekend. I was already shaking my head. Not a chance. He sighed and shook his head. I thought we'd been over this. I took a menacing step closer. Yes, we have, and I told you I wouldn't be doing any more of your work. He took a step toward me until we were only a few short feet apart. And I told you what would happen if you didn't do as I say. I crossed my arms over my chest, hoping to hide how bad they were shaking. I didn't want Ben to think it meant I was nervous or anxious about him being here, when in fact, I was murderous. I don't care, Ben. I'm not doing it. He quirked his lips and spun around to scan my bare walls again. You did see what happened in there with Hildebrandt today, didn't you? What are you talking about? He glanced over his shoulder at me. He was eating out of the palm of my hand. The man believes every word that comes out of my mouth. I've been sucking up to him for months, and by now, he's in my pocket. If I wanted, I could have your job in an instant. I scoffed, but in the back of my mind, I wondered if there was some truth to what he was saying. I don't care. I'm not doing it. I'd stand by what I promised myself. No more submitting. His face transformed from arrogance to rage in seconds as he stormed toward me. He shoved his face into mine until I could feel the spittle spraying from his mouth.
You will do what I say, or you won't have a career anymore, do you understand? I will ruin you. A tiny thrill of fear slid through my veins until I remembered who the predator in this situation was. I was a werewolf. If I wanted to, I could tear him to shreds with very little effort. Keeping that in mind, I shoved my shoulders back and tilted my face toward him. I'm not going to let you push me around anymore. This is over. Do your own work or explain to Hildebrandt why you can't. Those are your options, I said, mirroring what he'd told me last time he made me do his work. Ben reached out both hands toward me and I braced for his touch, knowing he was going to try to hurt me. I could have defended myself, but I figured I'd let him get the first shot in so I could claim self-defense when I broke his nose. Collins, what the hell is going on here? Hildebrandt thundered from my open door. We both spun around to face him and found an even angrier Wyatt just over his shoulder. Ben retracted his hands like they'd been burned and immediately shrunk his posture. Nothing, sir. I was just discussing the case with Montgomery here. Hildebrandt stomped his portly frame into my office, his face the reddest I've ever seen it. No, you were blackmailing one of my employees into doing what was assigned to you. Sir, save it, Collins, he barked, cutting Ben's excuse off. Go wait in my office. We need to have a talk about responsibilities and policies, apparently. Ben shot me a glare before trudging out of the room. When he was gone, Hildebrandt turned to me with a pained smile. Has this been going on for a while? I smiled awkwardly and shrugged. Hildebrandt nodded, apparently not needing any more of an explanation from me, which was good. I really didn't like tattling on people, even douchebags like Ben. I just came in to check on you, Hildebrandt continued. When all I had for him was a confused expression, he added, I have 3 daughters. I know how hard this time of the month can be for a young lady. My face heated instantly as my insides withered. Thanks, Mr. Hildebrandt. I'm doing fine. He clapped me on the shoulder with a wide smile. Good to hear. If you need anything, you come see me. In the meantime, I'll make sure Collins is taken off the case you're working on and someone else is assigned. Someone who will actually pull his weight. You won't have to worry about Collins again, Miss Montgomery. I promise you that. With a nod, he spun around, tipped his head in Wyatt's direction, and was gone. I stood there, my limbs shaking and my mind still spinning from all that had happened in the last few minutes. When my boss was out of sight, Wyatt raced into the room, slamming the door behind him. He stalked right up to me and wrapped his big hands around my biceps. Elizabeth, are you okay? Did he do anything? I shook my head quickly. No, I think he was going to, but Hildebrandt interrupted him. Wyatt's hands trembled with me in his grip, making it seem like the room was shaking. Wyatt, I said, pulling out of his grasp. I'm fine. I can handle myself. He ran a hand through his short blonde hair. That's not what it looked like. It looked like you were just going to let him hurt you. I shook my head again and held up a placating hand. I was just letting him initiate something so I could retaliate and not be blamed for the altercation. Wyatt sighed. Always thinking like a lawyer. A garbled chuckle fell from my lips. I guess I am, huh? He sighed. You're sure you're okay? I don't like to see you so close to danger like that. I scoffed and rolled my eyes. I'm not worried about Ben. If I could land a hit on Beatrice, I don't think Ben would be much competition for me. Wyatt's eyes widened. You hit Beatrice? My smile stretched across my face as I nodded. Sure did. Like 4 times. He rubbed a hand along his scruffy chin. I didn't know that. That makes me feel a little better. I rolled my eyes again. Wyatt, I only need you to protect me from other werewolves. I can handle the humans. He shot me a withering glare. My job is to protect you. That means from everybody at any time. Don't ask me to just watch you get hurt. I sighed and patted his thick arm. I'm not. Just know that I can somewhat handle myself now. He shot me another glare, and I held up both hands. Okay, so I can't exactly handle myself yet, but I'm not completely helpless.
That has to count for something, right? He deliberated for a few moments before finally nodding slowly.
I guess it does.
I looked around the office and sighed. Thank God it was Friday because I'd had about enough of this place. For the next few hours, I struggled to pay attention while my thoughts continued to drift to Ben and what was being done about what Mr. Hildebrandt overheard. When I couldn't take the incessant questions my mind was throwing at me anymore, I sighed and headed for the office door.
Where you going?
Wyatt asked. I need to find out what happened with Ben. I'll be right back, I called over my shoulder. I hurried down to Mr. Hildebrandt's office and tentatively knocked on his door. When he called for me to come in, I slipped inside.
Ms. Montgomery, what can I do for you?
I took a seat in front of his large desk, crossing and uncrossing my ankles. Now that I was here, I was nervous. I wanted to know what happened with Ben, if I should be expecting some kind of retaliation from him, or if maybe he was sent home for a couple of days. Would he remain on the junior associate's floor, or be further demoted? There were so many questions, and I didn't know how to voice any of them. I didn't want Mr. Hildebrandt to be upset that I was asking about Ben's fate, but I needed to know what to expect. I was sick of him having the upper hand and needed to pull ahead of him for once. I tucked a lock of hair behind my ear and took a deep breath. Mr. Hildebrandt, I wanted to know what happened with Ben. His mouth opened to respond, but I rushed on to explain. It's not for gossiping purposes. I just want to make sure I know what happened to him, so I can anticipate how he's going to react. We haven't had the most cordial of work relationships, and I want to know where he stands so I'll know where I stand. I'm not sure my explanation made sense, and the contemplative look on his face wasn't helping much. Mr. Hildebrandt leaned back in his chair and folded his wrinkled hands over his protruding stomach.
This is worse than I thought,
he grumbled under his breath. Of course, I was a werewolf, so I heard him perfectly clear. He cleared his throat and tried again.
I wish you'd have come to me with this issue a lot sooner than you did.
I shrunk in my seat the tiniest bit. I was trying to handle things on my own. He sighed and shook his head.
I'm sure you were, but some things, some people, I should say, can't be reasoned with. I heard most of what Collins said, and it's clear he's no longer Hildebrandt and more material.
I paused for a moment, sure I hadn't heard him right. Sir? He sighed again.
As of this afternoon, Mr. Collins no longer works here. He's cleaning out his cubicle now.
I released a big breath and slumped against the back of my chair. He got fired. The man who's made this job so much more difficult than it had to be, the man who's discounted everything I've accomplished with lewd comments, the man who's made me uncomfortable and insulted me almost every day was finally gone. I never had to worry about Ben Collins again. I released another big breath. Thank you, Mr. Hildebrandt. It's a relief to know I won't have to deal with him anymore. Hildebrandt narrowed his eyes at me.
If there's ever another incident like this, I want you to come to me directly, do you hear? You're one of our top associates. You deserve to be treated with the respect you've earned.
My nose stung with the onslaught of tears, but I refused to cry in front of my boss. So I nodded my head and sniffed as discreetly as I could. Thank you, Mr. Hildebrandt. That's nice to hear. He nodded again and then glanced at the stack of papers in front of him.
Is there anything else, Ms. Montgomery?
I hopped up from my chair. No, sir. Thank you so much.
Have a good weekend, Ms. Montgomery.
Wow. 2 Ms. Montgomerys in a row? It was rare he put the Ms. in front of my name. Apparently being harassed and blackmailed endeared you to your boss. Who knew? I left Mr. Hildebrandt's office and tried to sneak back up to the seniors' floor, but of course, I wasn't that lucky.
I hope you're happy, Montgomery.
I spun around to find a red-faced Ben with a box full of things in his hands. My first instinct was to apologize. I never meant for him to lose his job. I just wanted him to do what was assigned to him, and to leave me alone, and to quit questioning my promotion. Basically, I wanted him to do his job far away from me where I never needed to see him or talk to him. Was that too much to ask? I straightened out my shoulders and tipped my chin up. I wasn't responsible for Ben losing his job. He was. I wouldn't let him intimidate me or make me feel bad about something that wasn't my fault. You brought this all on yourself, Ben. I had nothing to do with it. He closed the distance between us and sneered down at me. Why, then, did I lose my job just from having a conversation with you? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. It was hardly a conversation. You were blackmailing me. He waved a hand dismissively. I wasn't going to actually do anything to you. All right. Now I was irritated. It was one thing to be the slimy kind of jerk who blackmailed coworkers into doing their work for them, but it was another to outright deny it. I wouldn't let him walk off with a chip on his shoulder thinking he'd been wronged. He was the aggressor here, and he was going to hear about it. I placed one fisted hand on my hip and used the other to point right in his face. Ben Collins, you were threatening to tell on me if I didn't help you. Then when I refused, you tried to get physical with me. You should have been doing your own work, minding your own business, and trying to improve your win ratio instead of concerning yourself with me. You've spent so much time trying to find ways to discredit my accomplishments because you're jealous. Well, I'm not having it. I'm a senior associate here because I worked my ass off, and you don't work here anymore because you didn't have what it takes. And that's all there is to it. I took a deep breath and swung my arm toward the door. So, quit trying to pin your crap on me and get going. Ben opened his mouth and closed it twice before shaking his head. It seemed like he wanted to argue, but for whatever reason, he resisted. Finally, he pinned me with a glare and turned to leave. Whatever, Montgomery. Have a nice life. He tossed over his shoulder as he walked away. I stood there watching him, in complete disbelief that it was over. No more looking over my shoulder for him. No more unwanted advances. No more snide remarks about how I attained my promotion to senior associate. No more Ben Collins. What a great start to my weekend. Chapter 35. Saturday morning, the entire lodge was thrust into a state of chaos. What is all that banging? I grumbled from beneath Abraham's massive arm. He pulled me closer and kissed the side of my head. They're getting ready for the party. Oh, yeah. I groaned and slumped further beneath the covers, praying for just a few more minutes of sleep. Abraham chuckled and pulled me on top of his body. You tired, baby? Even in my half-dead state, that word sent a thrill through my body. I nodded sleepily. Someone kept me up all night, I mumbled. He laughed again, the sound rumbling through his chest and into mine. I couldn't help myself. You smelled so good, and I missed you so much. I melted further into his arms. Would I complain about a man not being able to get enough of me? Never. Especially this man. Or, let's be honest, only this man. And I know you enjoyed yourself. 3 times, to be exact. He breathed against my skin. My face heated, and I had to squeeze my legs together as the memory of the night before came rushing back with startling clarity. I know exactly how many times I enjoyed myself, I huffed. He laughed again and pulled me tighter. Are you ready for today? I sighed. I don't know. I'm a little worried I'll say or do something stupid in front of your alpha friends. He rubbed his nose against mine. You'll be perfect. I didn't know if I believed him, but there wasn't much I could do at this point. There were 100 werewolves on their way here, and it was my job to greet them and make sure they had a good time. I'll admit, I'd be much more comfortable in a courtroom of 100 people than a party, but I guess I'd have to adapt. Abraham kissed my forehead before sliding out from underneath me and getting up from the bed. He stood gloriously on display, and I took my time ogling him. His body was lean and muscular, but not in the way that you'd get from hours at the gym. He was a blue-collar worker, and his body was his greatest tool. It had been sculpted and honed from hours and hours of hard labor. His skin was golden-colored, but darker where the sun beat down on him regularly. I think they called it a farmer's tan, but it would forever be known to me as a construction worker's tan. He was beautiful.
"You enjoying the show?"
Abraham said in a rough voice. I trailed my eyes up his body until I met his heated gaze. "Sure am," I said with a cheeky grin. His smile turned feral as he leaned over and scooped me up off the bed. "Abraham, what are you doing?" He hefted me higher in his arms and took off for the bathroom.
"I'm about to do something about that look you were just giving me."
I bit my lip to hide my smile. "What look?" He grunted and set me down on the bathroom counter. Grasping my chin, he tipped it until I was looking in his eyes again. They were a molten dark blue and made heat rush to the apex of my thighs.
"That one," he grunted. "Right there. That look is what's gonna get you in trouble."
I let my smile go this time. I think I like that kind of trouble. We spent a lot of time in that shower, getting dirty before getting clean again. A couple times. When we were finally sated, we pulled on clothes so we could head down for breakfast. I wasn't too concerned with what I was wearing at this point because Evie had promised/threatened to dress me for the party later. Honestly, I was glad about that. I had enough to worry about. I didn't need to add what to wear to that list. We stepped into the kitchen and found it in a kind of organized turmoil. I wasn't sure if that phrase made sense or not, but it was the only description I could come up with. My packmates were scurrying around the kitchen, some making food, some rearranging furniture, some decorating, and some just trying to stay out of the way. The staff must have worked through the night because each counter was piled high with trays, platters, and pots of food. The scents of all the different dishes swelled together and made my stomach rumble. I lifted one corner of aluminum foil on the tray closest to me. "Ah! Miss Elsie cried from across the room. "Those are for later." I snatched my hand back and smiled at the elderly lady. "I was just taking a peek." She eyed me seriously and turned back to whatever she was cooking on the stove. "Breakfast's on the table if you two are hungry. Then you'll want to hurry up outside and make sure they're setting things up the way you want." She threw a look over her shoulder at us. "Thought we'd be seeing you two earlier in the day than this." My face heated, but Abraham wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me close.
"We were busy sharpening the pencil."
My mouth popped open as my face heated even more painfully. "Oh my God, not you too!" I wailed and turned into his chest that was vibrating with laughter. "I know all about you two plowing the bean field." "Make it stop," I murmured into Abraham's chest. He laughed harder and congratulated Miss Elsie on her euphemism. "I've been around a long time, maybe. I've got more than a few tricks up my sleeve," she said. I pulled away from Abraham to face the room. "Let's save them for another day, huh?" They both laughed at me again, and I abandoned the conversation in favor of filling a plate. If those two wanted to swap crazy sex sayings, they were welcome to it. Abraham joined me a few minutes later. He filled his plate before heaping another huge spoonful of eggs onto mine. When I eyed him questioningly, he shrugged and took a seat beside me.
"You need to eat. You lose too much weight when we're apart."
The eggs turned to ash in my mouth as I was reminded of how this was a part-time relationship. I couldn't be with him during the week because I insisted on keeping my job in my apartment in Raleigh. And he was right. I had lost weight in the last month. Every time I was away from him, my appetite shriveled up and died. I barely choked down any food during the week, but I made up for it on the weekends, especially with Miss Elsie's home-cooked meals. I thanked Abraham, and we ate in companionable silence while the rest of the room fluttered around us. When we were done, we took care of our own dishes, knowing that the kitchen staff had enough on their plates today. After that, Abraham grabbed my hand, and we walked out the sliding glass doors onto the back patio to survey what everyone had been working on all day. The backyard had been transformed. It was as simple as that. The wooden patio we stood on was set up with as many tables as it could fit, and each one had a crisp white tablecloth draped over it and garlands of flowers lining the edges. Those garlands were also wound around the posts of the patio and all the way down the staircase. Out on the grass, there had to be more than 24 picnic tables spread out across the backyard. They, too, were covered in crisp linen, but these were a pale mint green. The same strings of flowers decorated all the tables down there as well. Large pots of tall displays of flowers and plants were spread throughout the space, making the backyard look more like a beautiful garden than a plain grassy yard. Above the tables was a large white tent also dripping with foliage. Nearby, the fire pit was set up, wider than usual, with tons of chairs and stumps and rocks set around the perimeter for the eventual bonfire they'd light. And apparently jump over. "You're really going to jump over a bonfire?" I asked Abraham as he led me down the stairs and out onto the grass.
"Of course. You're gonna do it too."
I stopped walking to face him. "No, I don't think that I am." He sighed and turned to me, cupping my face with his big hand.
"Baby, you have to. It's a rite of passage as a wolf. We've all done it dozens of times. I promise, if there was the slightest chance you could get hurt, I wouldn't let you do it. But you'll be fine. You're strong enough to jump right over the flame with no problem."
A rite of passage? Was it really that important? I just thought it was a dumb thing that werewolves did because they're daredevils with little regard for their safety. Apparently, I was wrong. So it's a really big deal. Abraham shrugged and slid his hand around the side of my neck until he could thread his fingers through the hair at the back of my head.
"It is."
He leaned forward and pressed his lips against mine.
"And I promise you'll love it,"
he whispered against my mouth. And when he put it like that, who was I to argue? I nodded shakily, Abraham's presence sending my brain cells into a frenzy. How this man still managed to scramble my wits was beyond me. We walked around the party space, making small suggestions to those working on it. To be honest, I didn't have much to say. I thought they'd done a beautiful job, certain that I couldn't have done any better. "Ellie, I need you," Evie called from near the lodge's back door. I sighed and turned to Abraham. Looks like my torture is about to begin. When he looked confused, I elaborated. I agreed to let your sister get me ready for the party. He chuckled and shot a glance at the sister in question.
"She's pretty fierce for being so small, isn't she?"
I nodded. And tenacious. She finally wore me down after a week of trying to convince me to let her give me a makeover. He laughed again and kissed my head.
"Better not keep her waiting."
"Ellie, I need you now." I rolled my eyes and sighed. "Wish me luck." He chuckled again, and the sound warmed me as I walked back up the steps to the lodge. When I finally reached Evie, she wasted no time grabbing my hand and hauling me inside. When we made it up to her room, she directed me to sit at her vanity while she got her makeup and hot iron ready for me. "What did you think of the backyard?" she asked, her back still turned to me. "It looks amazing," I gushed. Evie gave me a smug smile over her shoulder. "I was in charge of decorating, too." "You did a great job. Everything looks amazing." She turned around and walked over with her arms full of more products than I'd ever used in my life, let alone at one time. "So that means you'll trust me to get you ready and not give me lip about it?" I should have known she'd have ulterior motives. I sighed. "You have free reign, but just remember, I'm meeting a bunch of alphas from other packs today, and I don't want to look like a hoochie." Evie laughed so hard she snorted. "Girl, you are not going to look like a hoochie when I'm done with you." I eyed her seriously, and she held up both hands in surrender. "How about this? I have a dress that I picked out for you, but I'll give you 2 other options, and you can choose between them, all right?" I deliberated for a moment before nodding. "I accept your conditions." Evie laughed again and pulled out a bottle of moisturizer. "All right, that's settled. Now, let's get your hair and makeup done first." Evie spent the next hour blending and buffing and lining and powdering my face. I was sure I didn't even know the name of half the things she used. She was great company, though, so I didn't even notice the time passing. Finally, she pulled away and eyed me critically before breaking out into a wide smile. "You look perfect," she crowed. I smiled. "Do I get to see yet?" Her smile fell. "Hell no! I'm not even half done with you." I sighed and relaxed back into my seat as Evie picked up the hot curling wand and brandished it at me. "Now, hold still and try not to sweat your face off." I huffed out an exaggerated breath. "Why didn't you do my makeup second then?" She waved a hand dismissively. "You'll be fine. Just sit still." She piled half of my hair onto my head and began lightly curling the bottom part. When she was just about done, Callie and Dell came spilling into her room, both dressed and ready for the party. "Evie, you better hurry if you need to get your own makeup done," Dell warned. "Why? What time is it?" she called as she curled another strand of hair. Dell walked up and bumped Evie aside with one of her generous hips. "It's already 3. Everyone's getting here in about an hour." Evie froze with a look of terror on her face as if Dell had just told her an army of undead were on their way to kill us all. What a drama queen. "Oh my God, I need to go!" she yelled before running into her massive walk-in closet. Dell shook her head, picked up the hot iron, and continued to curl my hair. "That girl has no sense of time, I swear." "Callie, can you come in here and grab the dress choices for Ellie?" Evie called from deep in her closet. Callie obliged her and came back carrying 3 hangers of clothes and laid them out on the bed in front of me. The first was a beautiful white dress with light blue flowers covering it and off-the-shoulder straps. The second was a long pale pink dress with same color flowers sewed along the hem and the top. The straps were thick, and they formed a V-neck that looked to be pretty modest. The last dress was actually 2 pieces. The top was white lace and conservative, while the bottom was a fun, voluminous skirt of tulle that would reach my knees. Honestly, I would be happy with any of the 3 choices Evie had given me. "Evie, these are all beautiful," I called to her as Dell let down the top of my hair to curl it. Evie stuck her head out of the closet, a smile beaming across her face. "I knew you'd like 'em. You should trust me more, Ellie. I wouldn't steer you wrong." I raised a brow at her. "Remember that time you tried to get me to wear a shirt as a dress?" Evie rolled her eyes and disappeared back into her closet. "That was a dress. It's not my fault you're a prude." I gasped loudly. "I am not a prude. I just don't like all my bits and pieces hanging out." Dell snorted behind me. "Bits and pieces," she muttered with another chuckle. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face, and I saw it was mirrored on Evie's when she popped her head back out and shot me a wink. I guess this was what it would have been like to have sisters. Someone to argue with, but most importantly, someone to make up with. These ladies had wormed their way into my heart without me even noticing, and as they worked together to help me get ready, I knew exactly how lucky I'd been to stumble upon this family. Chapter 36. I stood in front of Evie's floor-to-ceiling mirror and admired the work the sisters had put in. My eyes were bright with shimmering eyeshadow, while my face looked flawless with just the slightest bit of peachy pink color dusting my cheeks. My hair hung in soft waves down past my shoulders and was pinned back gently on one side. But above all, I was blown away by my dress. I'd chosen the 2-piece, thinking it would allow me the most freedom to move and enjoy the party without tripping over a long hem or worrying about something popping out. The white stood out against my tan skin, and the skirt flowed in such fun waves around my knees. I couldn't help but twist and turn back and forth, watching it spin. What I wasn't expecting was how much of my torso was on display. I turned to the 3 sisters, 2 of which were watching me while the other frantically curled her own hair. "What do you guys think? Am I showing too much skin?" Evie turned to stare at me in the mirror and immediately scoffed. "Ellie, everything is covered." I pointed to my very much uncovered stomach and she rolled her eyes. "That's nothing. And quit fussing, you look beautiful." "You really do look great, Ellie," Callie added softly. Dell nodded, her straight, pink-streaked hair flying around her face. "Don't worry about the bit of skin. You won't even notice it once the party gets started." I bit my lip and took a seat next to them on the bed. Have you guys hosted the solstice celebration here before? Both girls shook their heads, but it was Evie who spoke up. We've had our own solstice parties, and we've gone to celebrate at other pack lands, but AB's never invited other packs to join us. Why do you think he wanted to hold it here with so many people this year? The two girls on the bed with me exchanged looks with Evie across the room. Isn't it obvious? Del asked. I shrugged. Not to me. It's because of you, Callie finally answered. I frowned. Me? I don't know anything about solstice celebrations. Never even knew it was something people still celebrated. Why would he throw a whole party because of me? He wants to show you off, Del added. What better way to do that than to invite over 100 wolves and parade you around? My stomach dropped to the soles of my feet. Are you sure? I asked softly. All three girls nodded simultaneously, and I felt like I was going to be sick. I wrapped my hands around my bare waist and rocked forward. I don't want to be on display, or to be showed off like a prized pony. I thought I just had to greet a few of Abraham's alpha friends and that's it. Evie shrugged a shoulder as she curled the last of her light brown hair. That is all you have to do. I stood up and began pacing in front of the bed. But everyone's coming to get a look at me. It was bad enough when I had to deal with all the stares from the pack, but eventually it got better. Now I'll have another 100 wolves all watching me? What if I do something stupid? Won't that look bad for Abraham? Callie stood and grasped my biceps in her cool hands. Ellie, stop worrying. You just have to be yourself, and everyone will love you like we do. I took a deep breath, but the panic wasn't subsiding. I just don't want to look like an idiot. Evie spoke up from across the room. No one that I make over would ever look like an idiot. Now stop your stressing. We're gonna have a great time, eat a lot of food, and jump over a bonfire. My head fell backward on my neck. Oh, God, I'd forgotten about the stupid fire jump. Thankfully, I'd chosen the short dress that probably wouldn't catch fire and burn me alive. Del stepped up next to Callie and tilted my head back upright. Ellie, we've all done it a dozen times. You'll be fine. And you picked the perfect dress for the occasion. That was my number one choice, Evie yelled from across the room. I looked down at my flowy skirt and imagined it filled with dancing flames instead of lace. I turned to the sisters in front of me. I don't think I can do this, I whispered. They both opened their mouths to argue when there was a knock on Evie's bedroom door. Ladies, can I come in? Yes, come in. No, please come in. That last request was from me. With the panic rising in my system, a dose of Abraham's calm steadiness was exactly what I needed. I'm confused, he yelled from the other side of the room, and a burst of laughter shot out of my mouth. It was a little strained, but it relieved some of the stress I'd been feeling. I walked across the room despite Evie's protests and whipped open her door. Abraham stood in the hallway, his dark jeans hanging from his slim hips and his black and blue shirt unbuttoned over a plain white tee. Why did a simple plaid shirt heat up my insides? I had no idea, but he looked delicious. I leaned against the door frame, studying him just as hard as he was studying me. How you doing, handsome? Abraham's eyes snapped up to meet mine, and I instantly felt like I was wearing nothing at all. Better now, he said, his voice deep and rumbling. He reached for me, and I stepped into his arms. The calm I felt in his embrace was incredible. I never knew just being held by someone could ease so much of my worries. With Abraham around, it felt like I could do or be anything. He dug his face into my neck and breathed deeply. You smell more like me than usual, he murmured against my skin. I shivered. That's because of how many times we've done the horizontal tango in the past 24 hours. He pulled back with a wide grin. I see you're coming over to the dark side of sexual euphemisms. I laughed. Y'all are rubbing off on me. Abraham chuckled and pulled back further so he could see what I was wearing. I swear I could feel every inch of skin that Abraham's eyes perused, as if it was a physical caress. Finally, he shook his head and shot me a grin.
You look fucking amazing.
His bad words sent a thrill through my veins, and I stood up straighter under his praise. Thanks, baby. You look good too, I said. He pulled me back into his arms and leaned down to whisper in my ear.
You know what it does to me when you call me baby.
I bit my lip to contain my smile. Probably the same thing it does to me when you say it. He pulled back just far enough to see my face again.
Is that right?
I nodded and leaned in close so I could whisper in his ear. It drives me crazy. His smile grew and spread across his whole face. It was so beautiful I almost had to look away. Good to know. Are people arriving yet, Abby? Evie called, breaking us out of the small bubble we'd created. We spun around and walked back into the room where both Callie and Dell were giving us knowing looks. Abraham pulled out his cell and glanced at the face before turning it back into his pocket.
A few have showed up, but I think most people won't be here for another 30 minutes.
Evie squeaked and began to move faster. I felt bad that she'd spent all that time on me when she should have been getting herself ready. I broke away from Abraham and approached her. Is there anything I can do to help you? Evie smiled and shook her head. I'll be all right, and besides, they're not coming to meet me. You need to be down there when everyone gets here. Y'all go on, and I'll be there soon. I raised a brow. Are you sure? I don't mind helping. And secretly, I was hoping I could hide up here with her a little longer. She shook her head with a knowing look. Nope, you're free to go. In fact, get going so I'm not distracted anymore. She made a shooing motion with her hand, and the four of us left her alone to finish getting ready. The other two sisters dispersed, leaving just me and Abraham in the hall outside Evie's room. Abraham was watching closely, and I knew he could tell something was bothering me. I sighed. I'm nervous about today, I confessed. He wrapped a thick arm around my waist and led me down the hall. His thumb rubbing against my exposed skin was driving me to distraction.
There's nothing to be worried about, baby. You just need to stand next to me and say hi to our guests. That's all.
But they're all here to see me. Who told you that? The girls, I muttered. He sighed and shook his head.
Big mouths,
he muttered under his breath. Then louder,
baby, yes. Everyone is excited to meet you. Between the fact that you're a bitten wolf that made it past her first shift and you being my fated mate, everyone's curious. But I promise, no one's going to make you feel uncomfortable. They just want to meet you.
His arm around me did more to soothe my nerves than his words. I hadn't realized news would spread of my unlikely shift. I didn't know that packs spoke that often, but I guess that was my oversight. Of course, wolves from different packs would still communicate. From what I understood, they didn't switch between packs too frequently, but I'm sure there was some movement. A wolf might move to a new pack for whatever reason, and of course they'd still have friends and family in their old one. Honestly, I wasn't crazy about the night ahead of me, but I needed to suck it up. I wouldn't hide upstairs all night and embarrass or upset Abraham, so I needed to get my act together. I straightened my spine and tilted my chin up as I let Abraham lead me down the stairs. I wouldn't cower in my room and let this whole lovely night pass me by. This was a party, and I was going to live it up. It didn't matter that a lot of people were coming just to see me. It didn't matter that I had to meet a bunch of important werewolves and not make a fool out of myself. What mattered was standing by Abraham's side. I'd hold my head up high and stand there like I was born to be with him. Because according to him, I was. I wouldn't let a bunch of strangers intimidate me. I wouldn't let my nerves get the best of me. Abraham must have noticed the change in me because he kissed my temple and whispered,
"You'll be great. I can't wait to stand there with you by my side."
And that right there was why I needed to do this. Abraham was counting on me as his mate to stand by his side and host this party. I'd do everything in my power to never let him down. I nodded and bumped my hip into his. I can't wait either. And now that I'd willed the nerves away by sheer determination, I found I actually was pretty excited about the upcoming party. I'd get to meet some local wolves and eat a bunch of great food with my favorite people. Why had I been nervous to begin with? That question was answered as soon as we got to the sliding glass door and saw the swarm of people already congregating out on the lawn. Abraham waved me ahead of him, and I swallowed harshly. I stepped through the door, knowing I'd need to put my nerves to rest if I was going to be anything other than a hot mess all night. "Is this everyone?" I asked quietly as I counted the heads I could see. Abraham chuckled and pulled me close again.
"That's mostly our pack, babe. Not many of the others have arrived yet."
And now that he mentioned it, I realized I recognized most of the wolves congregating on the lawn. Maybe that was better. I'd warm up my hostessing skills by greeting my own pack before having to meet any new people. That sounded like a great plan. Soon there was a line formed in front of Abraham and all our pack mates were taking turns hugging and kissing us hello. At one time, displays of affection like this would have sent me into a state of panic, but not anymore. Now I reveled in the affection from my pack and my family. It felt good to be embraced by so many people and give them affection back. I never knew it could be like this, but here we were. Finally, we got through all our pack mates and the first stranger approached us.
"Adam, you and your mate made it. Did you bring your pack too?"
Abraham asked a tall man with short dark hair and a full beard. Adam stepped forward and hugged Abraham, slapping him on the back before stepping away.
"They're on their way. Me and Maggie wanted to get out here early, though," he said,
gesturing to the beautiful and heavily pregnant woman standing next to him. Maggie had long brown hair and soft brown eyes. There was something about her that immediately put me at ease, and I knew I could do this hostessing thing. Adam shot a glance my way, and Abraham pulled me closer to his side.
"Adam, Maggie, this is my mate, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, these are the alphas of the Greensboro pack."
I held out a hand, but Adam ignored it in favor of pulling me into a big hug. When he released me, his mate tugged me into her arms next. I really needed to get more used to greeting strange wolves with hugs, apparently. "It's so nice to meet you both," I said softly, still a little unsure of my role. Adam pulled his mate close and wrapped a hand around her distended belly.
"Yeah, Megs doesn't like staying out too late, so we thought we'd get here early." "We're so glad you're here. When are you due, Maggie?" Abraham asked.
She rubbed her swollen stomach. "The pack doc thinks within the month, but he hasn't delivered many pups, so we're not really sure."
"We have an OB nurse here. If you want, you could come see her sometime."
Maggie's eyes lit up before glancing at Adam, who looked equally excited. "That would be amazing. Thank you so much, Abraham," she gushed. He waved away her thanks.
"It's my pleasure. You just give me a call whenever you're ready and I'll set it up."
They smiled and thanked him again before setting off to find a place to sit down beneath the shady tent. That was just the beginning of a steady stream of werewolves. With each passing minute, I felt stronger and more sure of myself. Instead of cowering by Abraham's side, I often stepped forward first to greet our guests. It felt good to meet and connect with so many other werewolves, and before I knew it, the backyard was swarmed with people and they were beginning to serve the food. Knowing we weren't going anywhere for a while, I pasted on a smile and greeted our next guest. Chapter 37.
"Elle, this is the alpha of the Raleigh pack, Bryson. Bryson, this is my mate, Elizabeth."
Abraham was introducing me to a bear of a man. He was wide and tall and brawny and intimidating, but the sweet smile on his face negated all that. He took a giant step forward and pulled me into his arms, lifting me off the ground. I laughed loudly and did my best to wrap my arms around his broad shoulders. He finally set me down and pulled Abraham into his next bear hug.
"I hear you live out my way,"
Bryson said once he'd pulled away from Abraham. "Yeah, I live and work in Raleigh." Bryson's eyes twitched between Abraham and I.
"That must not be much fun,"
he said with blunt honesty. We looked at each other and shrugged.
"We make it work,"
Abraham said.
Bryson's smile returned. How long have you two been mated, and why didn't I receive an invitation? I looked at Abraham curiously. We haven't had a ceremony yet. We're fated, he said. Bryson's eyes widened slightly. I hadn't heard that part. Well, congratulations on finding your mate, Abraham. May we all be as lucky, he yelled as he held up a glass of werewolf moonshine and took a swig. Bryson took off shortly after that, and we had a brief moment of reprieve from the steady stream of guests. Why does everyone keep asking about us being mated? Abraham glanced at me quickly. Usually mates have a ceremony to make their union official. But we don't have to because we're fated? This werewolf business was so confusing sometimes. Abraham shrugged. It's not something I wanted to bring up yet. I frowned. Why is that? He sighed and turned to face me. Because it was hard enough just getting you to admit you liked me. I didn't want to toss around a phrase like marriage too soon. I jerked back in surprise. Marriage? Who said anything about marriage? Abraham sighed again and pulled me off to the side where we could speak in relative privacy. That's what being mated means. It's like being husband and wife. So we're married? I practically shrieked. Abraham ran a frustrated hand through his dark hair. No, we're not. We're just mates. But you said that was like husband and wife. It is. I huffed out an exasperated breath. Then that means we're like husband and wife. I paced away from him and back again. Abraham, I never agreed to anything like that. We never spoke about marriage. We've only known each other a month. Abraham sighed again and grasped both my arms before I could pace away from him again. Elle, this is why I didn't bring it up sooner. I knew you'd get like this. I shrugged off his hands. Like what? Like I want a choice in who I marry? Abraham's expression turned dark. You want options? I rolled my eyes and paced away from him again. No, I don't want options. I want you, you annoying alpha pain in my ass. I just wanted the chance to say no. I want to feel like it's my decision. Abraham shook his head and looked away from me. Don't you get it? We're fated. We don't have a choice. I stopped dead in my tracks. Are you unhappy about that? I had the right to be upset about this arrangement, but Abraham knew exactly what he was getting into. He claimed he knew we were fated from the moment he met me, broken and bleeding in the woods. If he didn't want me as his mate, he shouldn't have saved me. Abraham ran another hand through his hair and grabbed the back of his neck. That's not what I said. It's what you implied. My voice was getting louder, and soon we'd be attracting the attention of our guests. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize the party, but this conversation needed to be had. Abraham reached out and pulled me into his arms. Immediately, some of my ire dispersed, and I relaxed into his hold. I don't know why, but every time I was this close to him, it felt like nothing really bad could happen. Like we'd figure it out somehow as long as we were together. Elle, being mated can mean two different things in our culture. One meaning is marriage, and the other is used to describe those who are fated. We aren't married yet, but we are fated to be together. In our world, those two things are synonymous. I looked up into his blue eyes and regretted the fact that they were wary as they looked at me. But in my world, we're just dating, I said. He pulled me closer until there was no space between us at all. We're more than dating, baby. My chest fluttered and I nodded. He was right. This was way more than simply dating. But it wasn't marriage. We weren't married, right? I wasn't even a little bit ready for a commitment like that. I couldn't even commit to saying, I love you, let alone I do. I placed my hand over his steady beating heart and took a deep breath. I think we're having a culture clash here. He chuckled softly. Seems like it. So we're not married? He shook his head. Not yet. I arched a brow in his direction. Slow your horses, McCoy. There's not even a ring on my finger. He raised a brow of his own. And would you accept a ring from me? Oh my God, was this a pre-proposal? Was that even a thing? What was going on?
I wasn't ready for this conversation yet, but he was looking at me with such hopefully hesitant eyes. I knew I needed to answer him, and I knew I couldn't do it with the panic lacing my voice. So I cleared my throat and looked down at my hand still on his chest. Not today. I snuck a peek at his face and let out a relieved breath when I saw he was smiling. He leaned down and whispered in my ear, "So maybe tomorrow?" I bit my lip but couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my face. He was impossible. "Maybe," I said. He pulled me closer and captured my lips with his. We kissed for an indecently long time, but I couldn't have cared less. When he finally broke the kiss, because I was absolutely incapable of doing it myself, he speared me with a smile so beautiful, my heart skipped a beat. "Then maybe I'll ask you to marry me tomorrow." My eyes widened. "You better not." His smile got wider. "But you said maybe tomorrow." I slapped his chest. "Don't test me, McCoy." He laughed hard and pulled me back to where there were new werewolves waiting for us to greet them. We accepted hugs and kisses on our cheeks as another dozen or more men and women streamed past us. When one tall and muscular redhead stepped up to us, I instantly knew he wasn't just your average werewolf. Abraham pressed a hand to the small of my back. "Elle, this is Grady. He's the alpha of the Boone Pack. Grady, this is my mate, Elizabeth." Grady reached in and hugged me gently, which was good because he looked like he could crush me like a soda can between his beefy arms. Next, he wrapped one arm around Abraham's shoulders and used the other to slap him on the back. "How have you been, man?" Grady asked. Abraham smiled down at me for a second before looking back at the other alpha werewolf. "I've been great, man. Really great." Grady's smile was sincere, but a little sad. "I'm so glad to hear that. You deserve it, Abraham. Did you bring your pack?" Grady tossed a look over his shoulder. "They're around here somewhere." Abraham clapped him on the back again. "I'm happy to meet them." Grady smiled again, but it still didn't reach his eyes. "I'm gonna head over to the food table before Bryson gets there. That man can eat." We laughed as Grady waved and stalked off with his hands tucked deep into the pockets of his blue jeans. Abraham leaned down and whispered in my ear, "Grady lost his mate a couple years ago. He still hasn't fully recovered from it." I turned wide eyes to Abraham and dropped my voice too. "Were they fated?" Abraham shook his head quickly. "No, otherwise he'd be dead too." I nodded as I tried to absorb what I learned about the werewolf I just met. It was clear he was a sad man, and now I knew why. "They were together since they were kids," Abraham added. "You have to understand, it's actually really rare for a wolf to find their fated mate." "How many wolves find their mates on average?" Being a lawyer for so long, I loved a good statistic. "I've only known a handful of couples that were fated, and one of them was my parents." I jerked back in surprise. I didn't realize it was that rare. Abraham's eyes turned soft, and he reached up to cup my face in his big hand. "That's why I wouldn't ever let you go. It's a miracle I found you in the first place." My stomach fluttered with butterflies as thoughts whipped through my head. Half of me wanted to melt at his sweet words, and the other half couldn't ignore how unlikely our situation was. I lowered my voice further. "Abraham, are you sure we're fated?" He shot me an exasperated look. "We just don't make any sense," I whisper-yelled. He slid the hand cupping my face down my throat to wrap around the back of my neck. "Elle, I know you can feel me because I can feel you. How can you deny that? How can you question us when you can feel me like this?" His eyes were pleading with me to believe him, and I wanted to, so desperately. But it just didn't make any sense. We never should have met. I never should have been a werewolf. How could we be fated? But my body couldn't lie like my head could. Abraham was absolutely right. I did feel him. I could feel his absence and his nearness. I could feel him coming down a hall. His presence never truly left me. Was that the mate magic? Abraham sighed and pulled me close, smashing my face against his hard chest. "If you ruin Evie's makeup, she's gonna kill you," I murmured against him. He chuckled and released me. "Hey, let's not worry about all this stuff right now. It's a party, and I think everyone's here now. Let's get some food and find a place to sit out of the sun." I smiled gratefully. I really was getting hungry, and I was much more agreeable when I'd been fed. We wandered up to the patio where the tables were full of trays of food. I noticed the people replenishing and cleaning up after everyone were wolves I wasn't too familiar with. "Where's Miss Elsie?" I asked Abraham out of the corner of my mouth. "She was on the first shift, and these girls are doing the second. That way everyone gets to enjoy the party, just some sooner and some later." I looked up at Abraham. "That's an impressive and extremely fair system. You must be a great alpha," I said with a cheeky smile. He wrapped an arm around my neck and pulled me into him. "I try," he said dryly. We filled our plates to the brim and found seats under the tent near Doreen and Kyle Monroe. I hadn't seen her since my meditation session, and him since the last packed dinner. "Hey, guys, are you having a good time?" Abraham asked as we sat down at the picnic table with them. They both smiled. "Great time," Doc Monroe said. He held up his paper plate and plastic fork next. "Great food, too." Abraham scooped a giant spoonful of potato salad into his mouth and nodded. "Miss Elsie to the rescue again." "Elizabeth, I've been meaning to talk to you. How are you doing with your meditating? Is it helping you control your wolf?" Doreen asked. My face warmed slightly as I poked my fork into random things on my plate. "Yeah, it helps a bit. Not always, though," I mumbled. Doreen reached out and clasped my hand with hers. "Don't be too hard on yourself. We were all young and reckless at some point. The only thing is, we had our adolescence to blame on it, and you feel like you should know better." "That's exactly how I feel," I whispered, knowing she'd hear me anyway. "Don't. It's completely normal to have trouble controlling your wolf. Just give yourself a little time." I smiled gratefully at the sweet doctor's wife. "Thanks, Doreen. I really appreciate it." She withdrew her hand and picked her fork back up. "Come see me anytime you want some new techniques. I'm always here to help." My insides warmed at her words. I really liked Doreen, and I really liked her husband. In fact, I really liked most of my pack and the new werewolves I'd met today. I looked around at the people talking and laughing and eating barbecue food off paper plates, and it felt like home. The stuffy parties my parents used to throw at five-star restaurants and ballrooms were nothing like this. There I'd always felt out of place and in the way. Here I felt like I was right where I was supposed to be. "Bonfire!" The call went up somewhere on the other side of the yard and was met with loud cheers and whistles. My stomach instantly fell. Abraham, ever watchful, must have seen the change in my demeanor. He leaned down to whisper in my ear, "It'll be fine, I promise. It's actually a lot of fun, you'll see." Yeah, or I'd see the inside of the emergency department. Abraham must have noticed my expression. "Will it make you feel better if you watch Evie go first? She's a lot smaller than you." My stomach tightened again. "I don't want Evie jumping over that stupid fire either, Abraham. Someone's gonna get hurt," I whispered back fiercely. A clearing throat from across the table broke us out of our conversation. Dr. Kyle was watching us with kind eyes. "Elizabeth, you really have nothing to worry about. These wolves have done much worse than this and come out the other side just fine. I'll admit, jumping over open flames doesn't sound like the greatest idea, but I guarantee that you'll be able to clear the fire with no issue." I swallowed. "And you'll be around to patch me up if this skirt goes up in flames?" I asked, picking up one of the dozen layers of tulle on my lap. Kyle laughed softly, and even Doreen was smiling indulgently. "I promise to patch you up if you get hurt, but I know you'll be fine." For some reason, I saw Dr. Kyle Monroe as the most level-headed of the pack. He just gave off this aura of calm assurance, probably from years of doctoring ornery werewolves. Whatever the reason was, hearing I'd be fine from Kyle settled my nerves more than anyone else had. I nodded and turned to Abraham. Okay, let's go jump over a bonfire.
Chapter 38. The fire was bigger than I imagined, and I instantly regretted agreeing to this. Abraham, sensing my wariness, wrapped an arm around my waist and dragged me toward the flames. The werewolves had formed a line on one side of the bonfire, and Abraham led us to the front and spun me around. "Can I have your attention for a moment?" he called above the cacophony of voices. "What are you doing?" I whispered at him. He ignored me, and when the noise died down, he spoke again. "Friends and family, I need your help." Whistles and calls of things like anything and do what you need rang out from the crowd. He looked down at me and smiled before raising his voice again. "This here is Elizabeth's first summer solstice celebration, and that means she's never jumped over a bonfire before." Abraham paused as the swell of disbelief subsided. "I was hoping y'all would help me show her how easy it is." Then he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "She's a little nervous." As the round of sympathetic noises and well wishes died down, I speared Abraham with a glare. "You're a dead man." He laughed, completely unconcerned with my threat. "Ellie!" I turned to find Evie, Dell, and Callie making their way through the crowd toward us. When they got closer, they each pulled me into a hug as if we hadn't just seen each other a couple of hours ago. To be honest, I was starting to kind of like it. "Don't tell me you're really scared of jumping over that fire," Evie said. I glared at her too and pointed at my skirt. "I'm flammable." Evie laughed. "You're wearing the short dress. You'll be fine." "Will you go first and show her?" Abraham asked. "No," I said. "Of course," Evie countered at the same time. She shot me a puzzled look. "What's the matter, Ellie?" I huffed out an exasperated breath. Did these werewolves fear anything? "Evie, you're 5 foot nothing and you think you're gonna jump over that huge fire?" I asked, waving toward the 6-foot flames behind me. Evie laughed again. "I don't think I am. I know I am." I took a deep breath and shook my head. What could I do? Evie was going to jump over that fire no matter what I said. Now she'd probably do it twice just to spite me. Evie strolled to the front of the line and kicked her ballet flats off before hiking her skirt up above her knees. She shot me a quick wink before sprinting toward the bonfire. I watched in equal parts horror and fascination as tiny Evie ran as fast as her little legs would push her. When she was just a couple of feet from the flames, she jumped. She sailed over the flames as gracefully as a ballerina and landed on the other side in one piece and not on fire. I ran over and pulled her into my arms. "You crazy girl," I whispered into her hair as I held her tight. Evie laughed and pulled away so she could look me in the eyes. "You were really worried?" I nodded vehemently, petrified. She wrapped her thin arms around my neck and squeezed. "You don't need to worry about me, Ellie. I wouldn't have done it if I thought I was going to get hurt." I sighed and shook my head. They were all saying the same thing, that there was no danger, and I was making a big deal about nothing. But as I looked at the roaring flames behind me, I couldn't help but worry for my friends. We walked back over to Abraham with our arms linked. When I got to him, he had an expectant look on his face, and I almost swallowed my tongue, so I didn't have to say what he was waiting to hear. Finally, I sighed. "Okay, Abraham, you were right, and I was worried about nothing." He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me from Evie's side. "I like that you worry about my sisters so much, but it's unnecessary. I told you, it's easy for us." When Abraham released me from his arms, I saw there were more wolves on the opposite side of the fire who'd already jumped, and one that was preparing to. Each time I watched one of my friends leap over the flames, I held my breath until they touched down on the other side unharmed. It was a long 20 minutes. Finally, there was just Abraham and I who hadn't gone yet, and all eyes were on us. He wrapped his hand around mine and tugged me forward. "What do you say we go together, just like at our lake?"
I smiled as I remembered that day over a month ago when Abraham had taken me to his secret place. It was a beautiful lake near the base of the mountains with crystal clear water and a pile of rocks you could climb up to get a better view. He talked me into jumping off the rocks and into the water below. It had been freezing, but was an experience I'd never forget. I'd trusted him then. I could trust him now. I nodded and squeezed his hand. Okay, let's go together. As soon as the words left my lips, the crowd around us whooped and hollered and whistled loudly. When I looked up, I saw all their eyes were trained on me. Some yelled out that I could do it, or that they believed in me, or not to be nervous. The loudest of them all were members of my own pack, and I couldn't help but smile. Here were my friends, my family, cheering me on and encouraging me to get outside my comfort zone and do something a little crazy, a little reckless, but honestly, something that looked pretty fun too. I'd watched the others jump and their expressions were all so happy and excited. I couldn't help but feel that energy swell deep inside me. Abraham and I stepped up to where the other werewolves had started their run and looked at each other. Any last pointers? I asked, hoping the fear swirling in my belly didn't show too much in my voice. Abraham cradled my face in his hand. Just trust me and commit to the jump. If you back out at the last second, you could get hurt. I raised a brow at him. Have you ever known me to back out? His grin was crooked, but beautiful. Never. I nodded once. You're damn right I don't back out. Not once I say I'm doing something. Come hell or high water, I'm doing it. He squeezed my hand and asked, Ready? I took one last deep breath and nodded. Ready. The crowd was surrounding us now, everyone yelling out tips and well wishes, and I took that energy deep inside me, let it grow and strengthen me in a way I'd never felt before. On the count of 3, Abraham said. 1, 2, 3. We sprinted toward the fire, hands gripping onto one another and feet digging into the soft grass beneath us. When we were within a few feet, as if we'd practiced this a million times, we both leapt off the ground. Our bodies continued to rise as we soared through the air, easily bypassing the flames. It felt like we were suspended in midair for minutes, not seconds. While we were up there, with Abraham's hand around mine and the sound of my pack cheering me on, I'd never felt more full of life than in that instant. It was something so silly, just a werewolf tradition, but I felt it irrevocably change me to my core. While most of my life I'd accomplished what I had out of spite, now I was doing something as a result of encouragement and praise. It was wonderful and fulfilling and exhilarating all at the same time. Our feet finally touched down on the other side of the bonfire to the loudest cheers and whistles I'd heard yet. I turned to my friends and held up our joined hands in victory. They only yelled louder, their voices echoing back to us like there were twice as many people here. I turned to Abraham with a smile so wide it hurt my cheeks. I did it, I said breathlessly. Abraham cupped his hand around the back of my neck and threaded his fingers through my hair. I knew you could. You can do anything, baby. I'm so proud of you. Somehow my smile grew wider, and I reached up on my tiptoes to kiss him. A simple peck turned into something more, and soon the cheers were catcalls and the whistles were provocative. I pulled away from Abraham with my face burning and asked, Can I do it again? He laughed. As many times as you want. I ran to the other side of the fire and took off over the flames again, laughing the entire time. After my third time over the bonfire, I was out of breath and a little sweaty, but exhilarated. My pack had stayed to cheer me on while I was jumping, but now they were slowly dispersing. Abraham walked over and wrapped his arms around my waist before tugging me up against his chest. Once I was level with his handsome face, he smiled so wide, my heart clenched in my chest. Are you having fun? He asked. I nodded vigorously. So much fun. Then I thought of something. Can I try moonshine now? Last time I'd wanted to partake in the werewolves' drinking festivities, I was denied. Callie later explained that the moonshine they drink was much stronger than what a human should consume, and that it would be dangerous for me before my shift. But now that I was a full-fledged werewolf, it was time to try the elusive elixir. Abraham nodded and released me so I could slide down his toned body. Once my feet hit the soft earth, I had to close my eyes and take a deep breath. With the adrenaline still pumping through my system paired with being this close to Abraham, I was finding it hard to keep my hands to myself. "You all right?" Abraham asked quietly. I released a big breath and looked up at him. "I'm fine. Let's go get some moonshine." He chuckled and reached for my hand. "If that's what you want, that's what you'll get." I reached up so I could whisper in his ear. "Does that apply to anything I want?" Abraham growled so low I knew I was the only one who could hear him. "You better behave, or I'll take you up to our room right now." Not feeling like behaving at all, I shrugged a shoulder. "Promises, promises." He growled again, this time a little louder, as he pulled me to a stop in a secluded corner of the tent. The sun had almost fully set by now, and we were concealed in shadows away from the noisy crowd. He tugged on my hand until my chest bumped into his. "You want to hear some promises?" he asked softly, his voice rough. I swallowed and nodded, eyes wide as I watched him. He leaned down, lips brushing against my shell of my ear as he spoke. "I promise to make you scream my name tonight." I inhaled sharply and closed my eyes. "I promise to make you come at least 5 times. "I can't do 5, Abraham," I whispered, my voice cracking. "You will," he said, the command in his voice unmistakable. He wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me even closer before making his final declaration. "And I promise you'll come on my hand, my tongue, and my cock before we're done." I let out a shaky breath as I tried to calm my beating heart before it alerted the whole party to our secret conversation. Abraham reached up and pushed a lock of hair off my face. "Then I promise to hold you for the rest of the night. And I promise I'll be the first thing you see when you wake up." My mind melted at his words. How could he be so sexy and so sweet at the same time? This man, who made me feel things no one else ever had, who tilted my world on its axis, was somehow also so incredibly thoughtful and charming, it was hard not to love him. My brain froze as I replayed my words over and over. Did I love him? Is that what this feeling was? This glowing, warm, tumultuous thing deep in my belly that churned when he was near and yearned when he was gone. It was, wasn't it? I was in love with Abraham. As I thought about it, I realized I'd loved him for a long time and just didn't know what it was. I felt foolish for holding back so long. The words were on the tip of my tongue, and for the first time, they didn't frighten me. I wanted to share this with him, to make sure he knew I loved him too. Abraham, who'd fought so hard for my heart, finally had it. Movement across the field behind Abraham distracted me. I watched as a figure walked away from the lodge toward the tree line. Just before disappearing into the foliage, they turned back to look toward us, revealing their face. I squinted, although I could see perfectly. Is that Clyde? Abraham frowned and turned to look behind him. Of course, by that time, he was long gone. "I wonder what he's doing out there," Abraham muttered. That was an excellent question, and I'd be sure to get the answer to it later, but right now, I had a revelation to deal with. As I thought about that, I realized now was not the time. I needed to tell him, and soon, but it shouldn't be like this. It should be when we're alone, where we can act out these feelings unhindered. I decided then and there that I'd tell him tonight after the party. I didn't think I could wait much longer than that anyway. Abraham squeezed my hand. "What were you going to say?" I smiled and kissed the hand that was holding mine. "It's not a big deal. I'll tell you later." He looked unconvinced, but I dragged him toward the drinks, and soon our stolen moment was forgotten in the mayhem. I was quickly handed a drink by Aubrey, the girl I'd met when we were trying to figure out how Charlie had been poisoned. I gave her a grateful smile and took my first sip of werewolf moonshine. And immediately spit it out, I coughed so hard. Abraham was laughing as he patted my back and waited for me to get my spasming lungs under control. When I could finally speak, I speared him with a glare. "Why didn't you tell me this tasted like motor oil?" He laughed loudly, head tipped back to the night sky, the smooth column of his throat exposed and his Adam's apple bobbing. Instantly, my anger was forgotten. When he was done laughing at me, he wrapped an arm around my shoulders. "All you had to do was ask, baby." I rolled my eyes and handed him the offending liquid. "Here, you finish it." He shot me a wink and took a big gulp of the clear drink. I watched in fascination as he swallowed it with no problem and even licked his lips when he was done. "It's an acquired taste," he explained. "It tastes like paint. Who acquires a taste for paint?" He laughed loudly again, this time drawing curious looks and smiles from those around us. When he finally composed himself, he got a cold bottle of water from Aubrey and handed it to me. "Here, this is more your speed." "Oh, shut up." He laughed again, the sound almost drowning out the first few chords of a popular Taylor Swift song. "Is that Dell?" I asked. Abraham nodded, his eyes bright. "Sure is. Why don't you go find a seat near my sister's and I'll be right back?" I nodded and watched him take off for the lodge, his large legs eating up the distance in no time. I shrugged and turned to find his sisters, ready to listen to Dell perform for the party. Chapter 39. I easily found Evie in the crowd and made my way toward her, Callie, and to my surprise, Beatrice. They dragged chairs from under the tent and set them up in front of where Dell was performing. "Hey, guys, can I sit with you?" I asked the girls. Evie rolled her eyes and pulled me down next to her. "Don't be dumb," she muttered. I shrugged and turned to watch Dell finish up her first song to a round of applause. Even here, with no spotlights and no stage, she still shined. Beatrice leaned around Callie. "How are you enjoying your first solstice?" It shocked the hell out of me that she was addressing me so casually, but I shook it off and answered her. "It's been great." I was a little nervous about that fire jumping stuff, but even that turned out to be a ton of fun. Beatrice nodded. "I remember the first solstice we were allowed to jump over the fire. I almost didn't do it." I arched a brow. "You? I don't believe it." Evie nudged my side. "Don't let Bea fool you. She's a chicken at heart." "Shut up, Evie," Bea said with a smile. If you told me a month ago that I'd be laughing and joking around with Beatrice, I'd have suggested you get your head checked. The animosity was gone, the attitude was gone, and beneath it was a woman that I was really enjoying getting to know. She was still a little rough around the edges, but that was just how she was. Just like Evie was loud and Callie was soft-spoken and Dell was clumsy. Each of them were so different, I sometimes forgot they were quintuplets. Dell played another couple of songs while I waited for Abraham to get back. I thought maybe he'd run inside to use the bathroom, but if that was the case, he should have been here by now. Just as Dell finished playing one of her original songs, Abraham appeared out of nowhere, with his black acoustic guitar slung around his neck. He took a seat next to Dell and leaned in to whisper something in her ear. She nodded back enthusiastically, and Abraham began to pluck at the strings of his guitar. The crowd noticed Abraham, and everyone quieted down and pressed in closer to the semicircle we'd formed around him and Dell. "I've been working on this song for my girl, and I was hoping I could play it for you all," he said quietly, yet somehow with so much authority, I felt sure there wasn't a single guest who hadn't heard him. And I was freaking out. Giant pterodactyl-sized butterflies took flight in my stomach as I fought to keep the stupid grin off my face. Evie elbowed me, and I turned to find a smile stretched across her face, too. "Did you know he was doing this?" she asked. "No, I had no idea." We both turned our attention back to Abraham, who was looking right at us. I swallowed and wiggled my fingers at him in a poor attempt at a wave. He smiled, though, and the butterflies fluttered even more furiously.
"This is for you, Elle,"
Abraham said softly, and I heard more than a few feminine sighs, mine included. Finally, Abraham's mindless strumming morphed into notes that I recognized as an Ed Sheeran song. Soon he was singing, his deep voice ringing out across the space separating us. I swayed softly to the beat as he sang about a perfect night and a perfect girl in a perfect dress. And for endless minutes, Abraham was all I saw. How his thick fingers somehow plucked out the right notes, how his throat bobbed as he sang, how his foot tapped to the beat. I was enraptured. Finally, the lyrics trailed off into an instrumental solo and Elle joined in. They played together for a few moments before Abraham set his guitar down and stood from his seat. I watched with wide eyes as he walked across the distance between us and held out his hand.
"Dance with me?"
he asked. I grasped his hand and he pulled me from my seat. Once I was between his arms, he began to rock us to the music Dell was still playing. Our bodies swayed together, lost in the rhythm of the song as we lost ourselves in each other. I looked up at Abraham and saw nothing but blind devotion in his eyes. It stunned me. I knew without having to hear him say it that he was thinking about how much he loved me. I could feel the words as if he'd spoken them aloud. Never in my life had I felt so full and warm and perfectly content. When Dell began to sing the remaining chorus, Abraham leaned down and whispered the words in my ear. His warm breath sent shivers down my spine, and I pulled him closer. Without warning, Abraham took one of my hands in his and used the other to grip my hip and twirl me away from him. I laughed as my skirt went sailing around my legs and swished back into place before Abraham pulled me into his arms again. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw more couples get up to dance too, their bodies moving to the same rhythm ours were. And still, it felt like it was only him and I out here. Dell strummed the final chord and we slowed to a stop, still wrapped in each other's arms. That was incredible, I breathed. He shook his head and leaned down to kiss my cheek right next to my ear.
"You're incredible."
His face was so close I could see all the different shades of blue in his eyes, and I suddenly knew I had to tell him. Right now. I couldn't keep these 3 coveted words to myself any longer. He deserved to hear them, and I so badly wanted to say them. It had taken me a while, and through it all, Abraham had been nothing but patient. He'd known I'd get there eventually. Knew I'd have no choice but to love him. I wondered how much of it was the mate magic and how much was just us. Would we have found each other if we hadn't been fated? Would this relationship have worked? But I shook those thoughts off. All I knew for sure was that I loved the man that Abraham was, and that's all that mattered to me. I opened my mouth to finally tell him I loved him when a wave of electricity crept through my body. Abraham's shoulders twitched under my hands at the exact same time. We looked at each other in confusion as the crowd around us began murmuring, their anxious voices rising slowly. "What was that?" I asked him. He shook his head. "I don't know." The electric feeling was still there, and it seemed to be growing in intensity. I turned to look at the people around me and found their expressions just as confused as mine must have been. What was going on? I turned back to look at Abraham and found him on full alert. His muscles were bunched beneath my fingers, jaw clenched, and eyes wary as they scanned our surroundings nonstop. I cocked my head to the side as I listened to a faint crunching sound in the distance. It seemed like it was getting closer, and soon I recognized it as Abraham's gravel driveway. We looked at each other at the same time and spoke. "Someone's coming." Next thing I knew, there was a flurry of activity as the guests gathered under the tent and the Alpha stepped out of the crowd.
They were just as tense and alert as Abraham had been, and my belly clenched with worry. Abraham quickly walked over to his sisters and leaned down to look in my eyes. "I need you to stay here while I figure out what's going on, all right?" I nodded absent-mindedly as the charged feeling in the air grew until it filled the space around us almost tangibly. Abraham, seemingly satisfied, spun around to join Grady, Bryson, and Adam. The 4 men formed a line that was directly between whoever, or whatever, was coming and us. It didn't feel right to stand back here. I wanted to be by Abraham's side, facing whatever this was with him, but I knew I'd be more of a distraction than anything else. So I linked my arms with Evie and Callie and waited with the rest of the group to see what was going on. We waited for what felt like hours before a lone figure walked around the side of the lodge, heading straight toward us. His gait was slow and purposeful, like he thought out every step before he took it. His clothes were dirty and his dark hair disheveled, but he didn't look that threatening. I glanced at Beatrice and reminded myself that sometimes appearances could be deceiving. Bea was a little over 5.5 feet tall, and yet she was the best fighter in the pack. The man continued toward us until finally coming to a stop several feet away from the line of alphas. Abraham stepped forward and my blood pressure skyrocketed. "Can I help you, stranger?" The man smiled, his teeth white and straight against the deep tan of his face. "I heard your festivities from miles away, and it drew me here. You must be celebrating the solstice." Abraham's shoulders relaxed the tiniest fraction of an inch, but I could tell he was still on alert. "Yes, we are." The stranger nodded, the smile still firmly planted on his face. "It's so good to hear the old traditions are being kept alive by the younger generation." What generation was this guy talking about? He couldn't have been older than 35. "What's your name?" Abraham asked. The strange man chuckled. "Please excuse my poor manners. I am called Will." I cocked my head to the side. He talked strangely, like English wasn't his first language. If I had to guess, I would say it wasn't his second or third either. This man was an enigma, and the mystery deepened the longer he stood there. "Will, are you a member of a local pack?" "Me? Pack? No. I'm afraid I'm on my own." Evie pinched the tender skin under my arm, and I turned to glare at her. "Lone wolves are dangerous," she breathed. "They're reckless and answer to no one." A chill raced down my spine at her ominous words. Who was this guy? He talked weird, he looked like he hadn't bathed in weeks, and his presence charged the air around us. He sort of smelled like a werewolf, but there was something off about the scent. Something more, and I was having trouble placing it. "What's your reason for coming here?" Abraham asked, the authority clear in his voice. Will shrugged and looked at the line of alphas before his eyes roved over the crowd huddled under the tent. When his gaze landed on me, his lips twitched with the smallest smile before he looked at Abraham again. "I've been traveling for a long time. I was hoping you could offer me some food and accommodations." Abraham nodded slowly. "I'd love to help, but I'm afraid I'm going to need to know more about you before I do that." Will smiled congenially and clasped his hands in front of him. "Of course, son. Whatever you need to put your mind at ease. I promise, I come bearing no ill will." He looked around at all the party guests again. "I haven't been around my own kind in a while. I've missed it." "Where have you been?" Grady spoke up for the first time. Will turned his smile toward the redhead. "I've been all over," he said simply, not answering anything at all. "Why aren't you part of a pack?" Abraham asked. Evie leaned into me again. "Most lone wolves don't have packs because they're alphas who don't want the position. Since they won't lead their own pack and they can't be the second alpha in any other pack, they set out on their own." Was that what happened to this guy? He didn't want to be an alpha but couldn't change who he was? In that instant, I felt for the strange man.
It must be awful to be thrust into a leadership position when you don't want it and be forced to be on your own because of it. I couldn't imagine not having my pack and my friends around me, which is crazy because 2 months ago, I was just as alone in the world as Will seemed to be. The strange man shrugged. I like to wander. No place has held me for any length of time in a very, very long while. Now, that didn't sound so bad. Abraham crossed his arms over his chest. That all sounds fine, friend, but I don't believe you're one of us. You might smell a bit like a werewolf, but you don't feel like one. Why is that? Will's smile never faltered. It's the magic that you feel. It can be a little disconcerting at first, but I assure you, you'll get used to it with a little bit of time. Bryson spoke up this time. You're a witch? Will laughed and shook his head. God, no. I'm a wolf, just like you. Abraham shook his head. You're not like us. Not at all. Will nodded. Well, I suppose you're right. I'm not just like you. But I am a wolf. There was a short series of snaps, and Will held up his arm, showing off his hand that had been shifted into a paw. See? If you're a wolf like us, why is there so much magic around you? Adam asked. It's not around me. It's in me, Will explained. Okay, then why is there so much magic in you? Abraham asked, his voice terse. Will sighed. It is a long story, but to summarize, a very long time ago, I made a deal with a witch. What you see and feel today is because of that. His words tugged at something in my memory. Something I'd heard before that sounded similar to what he'd just said. It was right there, on the edges of my mind, but it was just out of my grasp. What kind of deal? Abraham asked, suspicion lacing his tone. Will shook his head sadly. I asked her to make me more powerful than I was. She chose to make me a wolf, he said simply. I played his words over and over in my head until they finally clicked into place. Holy shit. Abraham took a tentative step forward, his arms falling to his sides. Are you trying to tell me you're the original werewolf? Will smiled wide. Oh, you've heard of me. Chapter 40. I'd never understood the phrase deafening silence until that moment. It felt like we were in a vacuum and all the noise had been sucked out of it. Even the insects and small forest animals were quiet in the wake of Will's revelation. You're the shepherd? Adam breathed, finally breaking the silence. Will nodded easily. I am. It's so nice to meet all of you. As quickly as the silence had descended, the clearing erupted in sound. The party guests were whispering to each other, their voices shocked and a little wary. Abraham turned to look at the row of alphas before his eyes landed on mine. They were both wary and incredulous. How do we know you're telling the truth? Grady spoke up. A few of the werewolves under the tent murmured in agreement. They must have been his pack members. The rest of us were still shocked, mostly silent, hanging on to every word that was said. Will's smile never left his face. I know you can feel there's something different about me. If you want, I could tell you about my travels, the things I've seen, and the people I've met over the many millennia I've wandered this earth. Or I could tell you the story of how we all came to be, although it seems you're already familiar with the tale. Abraham took another step forward. But how? His voice was so soft it barely reached us. We all know werewolves live longer than humans, but how are you still alive? How are you here? None of this makes sense. Will's smile turned a little sad. The witch's magic is so strong, it's kept me alive for centuries. I haven't aged a day since the moment she first transformed me. That's why your generation lives so long. The magic is in you too, just many times watered down. Abraham shook his head slowly. This is unbelievable.
Will's smile grew as he spread his arms wide. I know it's a lot to take in, but I assure you, I am who I say I am. There will be plenty of time for more questions later, but if you don't mind, I smell barbecue and I'm famished. I stepped forward and spoke up. I can make you a plate, I offered. Will's eyes turned to me. That would be delightful, granddaughter. Granddaughter? Why was I called granddaughter when Abraham had been called son? But there was no time to dissect the strange werewolf, so I scurried past the line of alphas and up to the patio where the food was now covered in sheets of aluminum foil. Not knowing what he'd like, I grabbed a little bit of everything I could fit and grabbed a bottle of water before heading back toward the other wolves. The guests had grown brave in my absence and crept closer to Will and the alphas who were deep in conversation. I didn't want to interrupt, but as soon as Abraham saw me coming, he held out an arm and I stepped into his embrace. Will, this is my mate, Elizabeth. Will's smile grew as he opened his arms wide for me. I shot Abraham a curious look, but he just shrugged. So I passed the plate and bottle of water to him and stepped into Will's arms. They closed around me tightly, and the electric feeling intensified tenfold, but it wasn't unpleasant in the least. It was like I'd been covered with a warm electric blanket. I stepped out of his embrace, and Abraham passed Will the food and drink. His eyes widened, and he offered me thanks before turning toward the tent, presumably to find a seat. We all watched him as he walked away, no one daring to move a muscle until he was seated in a chair and digging into his food. I turned to Abraham with wide eyes. What the hell just happened? He shook his head slowly. I think we just met our maker. I snorted and slapped his arm. Be serious. He grabbed my hand and pulled me against his chest. I am serious. Can you imagine what we can learn from him? What he's seen and done in all the years he's been around? I can't believe he's here in Asheville, North Carolina, of all places. I shrugged. I guess when you have as much time on your hands as he has, you can visit everywhere. Abraham nodded absent-mindedly as he gazed over my shoulder. I guess you're right. You want to go talk to him, don't you? He smiled sheepishly. I do. I released his waist and slapped him on the butt. Go on, then. Go talk to your dad. Abraham rolled his eyes, but there was a smile on his face. He's not my dad, babe. He kinda is, though. Abraham shook his head and took a step toward where Will was still quietly eating before turning to look at me again. You coming? I shook my head. I'm gonna run inside and use the bathroom. I'll join you when I'm done. Abraham nodded and placed a kiss on my forehead before he walked off to join Will. As hard as it was to believe that he was the original, the shepherd from the legends I'd heard, I had no doubt that he was who he said he was. I don't know why, but something deep inside told me I could trust him, that he was real and benign and someone I should welcome into my life. I knew we could learn a lot from him and vowed to think of as many questions as I could to ask him. I made my way inside the lodge and into the bathroom unhindered. Everyone was still out back gawking at Will, so thankfully there was no line. When I got out of the bathroom, however, it was a much different story. I thought I saw you come in here, Peyton said from where she was leaning against the wall opposite the bathroom. I rolled my eyes and went to walk past her. Go away, Peyton. She reached out and grabbed my arm before I could get far. Wait, I need to talk to you about something. I shook off her hand and turned around to glare at the dark-haired woman. What could you possibly need to say to me? She shrugged a shoulder and leaned back against the wall. I just thought there was some stuff that you should know before things go any further between you and Abby. I rolled my eyes again. Desperate is not a good look, Peyton. Her eyes flashed with anger, but she smiled at me anyway. Please, I have no interest in him. I arched a brow in her direction, and she had the decency to at least look away as she lied to me. Honestly, I'm just worried about you, she said. Me? Since when do you worry about me? Since you became a part of my pack. Pack always comes first.
I was going to strain a muscle in my eyes if I kept rolling them like this. Sure, Pat comes first. Great. Now can I go? She kicked off the wall and stood up straight. Don't you want to know what I have to tell you? Not really. She huffed out an aggravated breath. So you don't care that AB hasn't told you that you'll never be accepted by this pack as our alpha? I frowned. What are you talking about? She shrugged and looked down at her nails. If things keep progressing between you two, what do you think will happen after your mating ceremony? Nothing? She shook her head and tisked. No, Elizabeth, not nothing. I sighed and crossed my arms over my chest. Okay, I'll bite. What happens if I have an official mating ceremony with Abraham? She peeked up at me through her dark eyelashes. He really hasn't told you? Okay, now I was getting irritated. If she didn't get to it soon, I was going to walk away. Ominous warnings be damned. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you please get to the point? She straightened back up. Once you and Abraham are officially mates, you'll be the alpha of this pack alongside him. All the saliva in my mouth instantly dried up. My tongue was a useless lump of tissue in my mouth as I struggled to comprehend what she was saying. When I finally got my mouth working again, I stuttered out, Why would I be the alpha? Abraham is the alpha. I'll just be his mate. The kind of mate who sits on the sidelines and stays out of his alpha business. The kind of mate who had no interest in running a pack. She shook her head with mock sadness. Of course you'll be the alpha. I can't believe you haven't put it together by now. I clenched my hands into fists. Peyton, you better start making sense. Quickly. She rolled her eyes and scoffed. What do you think happens when you marry the king? She paused a second before continuing. You become the queen. My stomach dropped before clenching painfully in the pit of my belly. I didn't want to believe her, but her words made perfect sense. So much sense that I couldn't believe I hadn't thought about it before now. Why did I think I could be in a relationship with the leader of a pack of werewolves and somehow be separate from all of it? If he was the alpha, whoever he chose to marry or mate would obviously be his counterpart. Peyton hissed as she slowly shook her head. He really didn't tell you, huh? That's awful. I shot her a glare. Don't pretend like you're sorry for me, Peyton, because we both know that's not true. Her eyes widened. I know we've had our differences, but no one should be lied to like you were. He did lie to me, didn't he? After everything we've been through, and after everything that happened the last time he tried to keep something from me, you'd think he'd be smarter than to make the same mistake again. But don't worry, you won't be alpha anyway. Her words drew me out of the downward spiral my thoughts were in. What does that mean? I asked between gritted teeth. She shrugged. You don't have to worry about taking on a position you don't want because no one will ever accept a human as their alpha. I'm not a human anymore. Peyton shrugged again. We have a long memory. You weren't born into our world and you don't belong in it now. I don't know why AB is still stringing you along, but it's really cruel to you. Don't pretend like you care, I spat. She held up both hands in surrender. I just thought you should know, and it doesn't seem like any of your new friends or packmates were willing to divulge. My friends, they'd known about this too. Everyone had. They'd all looked me in the eye knowing that one day I'd be expected to become alpha of this pack, and not a single one of them thought to warn me, even after promising there wouldn't be any more secrets. Betrayal burned hot down my esophagus as I tried to swallow everything I was hearing. Was she right? Would this pack reject me as their leader? Did I even want to be their leader? Rage washed through me as I realized once again my choices were being taken away from me. I wasn't being given the chance to choose to be an alpha or not. I was just expected to take on the position. And just the thought of my pack rejecting me sent a wave of destruction through my heart. I loved my pack. I'd do anything for them. And to think They'd forsake me just because I was a bitten wolf, and not born this way made me ache in a way I wasn't used to. Did they look at me like that now? Like something other? All this time, I thought I'd been accepted by everyone, and now I was realizing I didn't know much at all. I needed to get to the bottom of this. I needed to speak to Abraham. Now. I turned to walk away when Peyton grabbed my arm again. With a glare, she released me. "Where are you going?" "None of your business." Peyton scowled at me and crossed her arms over her chest. "So I get no thanks for letting you in on the secret everyone was keeping from you?" When she put it like that, my blood boiled even harder. "Thanks." I spat and turned to storm out of the lodge. I stomped down the steps and onto the grass, heading straight toward the tent where I knew Abraham would still be with Will. My head was spinning with everything Peyton revealed, and I was struggling just to catch up. I couldn't believe that Abraham had done this to me again. Couldn't believe that we were in this place once more when he'd promised full disclosure from now on. What else was he hiding? What else hadn't he told me? Did he outright lie or just omit? Those questions and more swam through my head as I made my way across the grass and headed straight toward the large tent. When I found Abraham, he was huddled close to Will, and a crowd of curious onlookers had formed around them. I cut through the throngs of people, elbowing my way through them when they refused to move. I heard more than a few curses and growls, but I ignored them all. My sights were set on Abraham, and nothing could deter me. When I got close enough, I grabbed his arm and pulled. "We need to talk." He turned to me with a smile that slowly faded from his face. "Is everything okay?" "No, it's not. Let's go." Abraham excused himself and stood from his seat, a frown marring his handsome face. I spun around and led him away from the crowd. Thinking quickly, I took him back up the steps to the lodge and into the kitchen. We had a lot to discuss, and I didn't want to be interrupted. I also didn't want any of my pack to overhear us. It was bad enough that I felt their betrayal deep in my veins. I didn't need to see the pity on their faces, too. I was going to get to the bottom of this alpha business, and heaven help anyone who got in my way. Chapter 41. When we made it to the middle of the dark kitchen, I turned to face him, hands fisted on my hips. "When were you going to tell me?" He frowned. "Tell you what?" "About the alpha thing. Were you just going to keep it a secret until I had no other choice?" His frown deepened. "Elle, I don't know what you're talking about." He reached out to touch me, but I took a step back. "What's going on?" Finally, it all became too much. The rage that had been bubbling in my veins boiled over, and it exploded out of my mouth. "Why did you never mention that I'd be expected to be the alpha of this pack with you? Don't you think that's an important thing to tell someone? Preferably before they begin a relationship with you?" Abraham reached up to rub at the back of his neck. "Elle, we haven't even really talked about being mated." "But you said we already are mated." He sighed and took a step closer, making me back up again. "We are, but we aren't. You made it pretty clear you'd prefer to have the choice." "Of course I want a choice. That's what this whole thing is about." "Elle, I thought it would be obvious to you what would be expected once we were mated." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, noticing for the first time that my whole body was shaking with the need to shift. Why would that be obvious to me? Did I grow up as a damn werewolf? Abraham winced as the sound of my voice rose in pitch. He held out placating hands. "Elle, it's not something we need to discuss now. There's plenty of time." I shook my head. "You know they won't accept me, so why are we even going there?" He frowned again. "Who won't accept you?" "The rest of the pack. Why wouldn't they accept you? Because I'm a human." "But you're not a human." "I know that," I yelled, interrupting him. Abraham took another step toward me, but I continued to back away. I didn't want him close right now. Couldn't bear the thought of his hands on me at this moment. "Elle, the pack loves you." I scoffed. "They might love me as a fellow packmate, but they'll never accept me as their alpha, will they?" Abraham's jaw tightened the slightest bit. "We don't know that." I rolled my eyes and turned to pace away from him. We do know that. And more importantly, you knew that the whole time. I took a deep breath and let out a growl. You knew all along that we didn't have a future, and you led me on anyway. Whoa, Elle, slow down. Of course we have a future. We're fated. I threw my hands up in the air. That's a mistake too. This is all a mistake. He took a step back instead of forward this time, almost like my words had physically pushed him away. We're not a mistake. What we have is rare and beautiful, Elle. I know you see that. I had. Before I found all this out, I thought we had a real shot at forever. Now I knew the truth. I shook my head sadly. It doesn't matter, Abraham. We don't have a future beyond what we are now. Maybe it's better we just cut our losses. Abraham's whole body tensed at my words, and I could feel his anger reverberating in the air between us. You want to break up? He asked, his voice quiet and incredulous. I didn't. The last thing I wanted to do was be away from him. My body ached just thinking about it, but what choice did I have? They would never accept me as his mate, and he'd never give up his pack. We were at an impasse. I shrugged a shoulder and looked away. We don't have a future. Why prolong the inevitable? Abraham stormed across the distance separating us and grasped my arms. What's inevitable is us. Why are you giving up before we've even had a chance? I still couldn't meet his eyes. I knew if I saw the despair there that I heard in his voice that my will would crumble and I'd let this go. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't shove my head in the sand and pretend I didn't know where this relationship was heading. Abraham, I don't want to be an alpha, and your pack won't want me either. I took a deep breath and pounded the final nail into our coffin. I need to go. Abraham released me like he'd been burned. You're leaving again? I took a shaky breath. I think it's for the best. Abraham spun around and paced the floor in front of me. I peeked up through my lashes and watched as he ran his hands through his hair and tugged on the ends roughly. Finally, he turned back to me and let his arms drop at his sides. You know what, Elle? Maybe you should leave. I tried to hide my wince but wasn't sure I was successful. His words hurt more than I thought they would, considering he was telling me to do what I'd been asking for. He was letting me go, and my heart was wailing in my chest. Okay. He huffed out a breath. I think you need some time to get your head on straight. All you ever do is run away from me, and this time, I'm letting you go. My heart was actually burning right now, and I felt sure that if I placed my hand over it, my skin would be hot to the touch. Okay, I repeated. I was incapable of saying anything more. I'd gotten my wish. Abraham was letting me go without a fight, and suddenly, all I wanted him to do was fight me, to tell me how much of a mistake I was making, to assure me that the pack would love me, and I'd be a gray alpha with him. But he did none of that. Knowing there was nothing else to be said, I turned around and slowly headed up the stairs to the bedroom I'd been sharing with him. I pulled out my suitcase and began to fill it with all my belongings as a sick sense of déjà vu washed over me. Abraham was right. I was always running. Maybe that's because deep down I knew this would never work, that we'd never work. We were doomed from the beginning, and I was just thankful things hadn't gone any further between us before now. My heart ached as I remembered the magical night we'd had. How sure I'd been that I was in love with him. Not that it mattered now. I zipped up my suitcase and went to collect Charlie. He was napping in one of the hidey holes in the cat house Abraham made him, and I had to sniff to hold back my tears. I ran my fingers across the soft carpet covering the structure before turning away to put Charlie in his crate. I stood up with my arms full of all my belongings and turned to the door when a sudden thought struck me. I was stranded here. I'd let Wyatt drive me to Asheville on Friday because it didn't make sense to take 2 cars. Now I was deeply regretting that decision. With a sigh, I left his room and walked down to the main floor, resigned to the fact that I'd have to walk into town and call an Uber or a taxi to take me back to Raleigh. I didn't even want to think about how much that was going to cost me. I walked to the side door and stepped out into the muggy June night. In the distance, I could hear the festivities still going on, and I wondered where Abraham was. Had he gone back to the party? Was he chatting with Will? Was he as devastated as I was? Any of those options hurt, and I shook my head to clear the thoughts. If I was going to make it through the next couple of hours, I needed to be strong and keep my mind clear. I needed to focus on getting back to Raleigh. I could fall apart later. I was about halfway down the gravel drive when I heard the unmistakable sound of someone running toward me. I didn't turn around. If it was Abraham, there was no way I could face him again without breaking down, and I didn't want to do that. "Elizabeth, wait up!" I frowned and turned to find it was Calvin who was running after me. When he caught up, he immediately took my suitcase from my hands, not the least bit out of breath from his jog. I grabbed the suitcase and tugged, but he wouldn't let go. "Calvin, I'm leaving. Please don't make this harder than it has to be." He shook his head and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. "I figured you could use a ride home," he said softly. I relaxed into his hold and breathed a sigh of relief. That would be great, actually. He gave me his gap-toothed smile. "Anything for you, princess." For the second time today, I felt a tug on my memories. There was something about what he just said that struck a chord within me. I tried to grasp at it, but it was like trying to hold smoke. It just dispersed between my fingers. We walked back up the drive and Kelvin set my suitcase at my feet. "If you wait here, I'll grab my truck and we can leave." "That would be great. Thanks." He smiled and shot me a wink before he jogged off, presumably to his vehicle. I found it a little odd that he was so chipper, but then I had to remind myself that he wasn't the one who just had their world tipped upside down. He wasn't the one whose insides were being shredded. He had no reason to feel the hurt and upset that I felt. The crunching of gravel distracted me from my thoughts, and I watched Calvin's dark blue SUV pull to a stop in front of me. He hopped out of the vehicle and snagged my suitcase before I had a chance, placing it in the back seat and leaving the door open so I could put Charlie back there too. Once we were settled inside, Calvin silently drove off, and I tried not to think about everything I was leaving behind. I'd never expected Abraham to let me go like that, but that's what I'd asked for, wasn't it? It wasn't fair to say one thing and secretly hope for another, but I guess I'd assumed he'd assuage my fears instead of just telling me we had time. What would more time accomplish? We'd just fall further in love and make it that much more difficult when the inevitable came. I wasn't very good company on the 4-hour drive back to Raleigh, but thankfully, Calvin didn't seem to mind. He filled the silence with mindless chatter that I truly appreciated. It was easy to concentrate on his words instead of letting my own fill my head. That was a dark enough place as it was. It was late when we got back to my apartment, and I stifled more than a few yawns during the last hour of our trip. "You tired?" he asked. I nodded around another yawn. "Really tired." He pulled the car to a stop in front of my apartment, and I wondered for a second how he knew where I lived, but I shrugged the thought off. With how many pack members have come and gone from my place in the past month and a half, it wasn't that odd that he knew. "Do you need help inside?" I shot him a look. "I'm as strong as you now. I'll be fine." He laughed. "I'm definitely stronger, but I get your point." He was quiet for a moment while he watched me. "Are you going to be all right? Do you want some company?" That was the very last thing I wanted. I shook my head and gave him a smile. "Thanks, but I just want to be alone right now." He nodded, but his eyes were still wary. "Okay then. Get some sleep." I thanked him again and grabbed all my things from his back seat. With one last wave, I headed up the stairs to my apartment. The inside was darker and lonelier than it had ever been, and I wrapped my arms around myself. I'd been so sleepy on the drive here, but now that I was home, I was wide awake. I opened Charlie's crate and he stepped out, stretching his little body as he did. He sniffed the air a few times and twitched his tail before taking off for his furry purple flower house. I watched him go, wishing I could be as nonchalant about being back here as he was. Knowing I wouldn't get any sleep anytime soon, I decided to clean. First, I started on my kitchen, scrubbing and rinsing and wiping anything I could reach. Next, I tidied my dining room and living room, even running the vacuum despite the late hour. Let the neighbors come up and complain. It might be nice to get mad at another person instead of directing all that anger toward myself. Because the longer I cleaned, the more I realized I'd made a mistake. I ran again instead of staying and fighting like Abraham had asked me to do so many times. Why did I find it so hard to do that? Why was my first instinct to walk away? That wasn't fair to him at all. My heart clenched painfully in my chest as I thought about how he must be feeling right now. I'm not sure why, but the sickness that came with our separation was setting in sooner than it ever had. I already felt like I hadn't slept in a week and like I'd just gotten over the flu. Needing to keep my mind and body busy, I moved the cleaning campaign into my bedroom. Starting with my closet, I dug out all the overnight bags I'd partially unpacked from my many visits out to Asheville. It stung a bit to go through them in light of everything that had happened tonight, but it needed to be done and I needed to keep moving. I unpacked bag after bag until I finally came to the first one I'd used when I'd gone on my solo vacation. It was incredible to think how much things had changed since then. How much I'd changed. I pulled the wrinkled clothes from the depths of the bag before coming upon something I'd completely forgotten about. In the bottom of the duffel was my ruined camera. I pulled it out and tried to turn it on. I let out a little cry of excitement when the little light on top turned green, but my shoulders fell as the screen remained black. The stupid thing really was broken. I sighed and set it aside to finish unpacking and cleaning. A little while later, I stood in the middle of the room, not knowing what else to do. I could go clean the guest room, but my limbs felt like they were being weighed down, and every step was harder than the last. Finally, my eyes landed on the camera, and I had an idea. I had probably ruined the only relationship that had ever meant something to me tonight, but maybe I could do something productive. There might be a picture on this camera of the wolf that attacked me, and if there was, maybe this would be the big break in the case we'd all been hoping for. Maybe if I figured out who was killing women in Abraham's woods, he'd forgive me for doubting us and running away from him again. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. Chapter 42. I scooped up the camera and brought it into the guest room where my personal laptop was set up. Locating the camera cord, I plugged it into the computer and crossed my fingers. When I saw the camera had been successfully connected to the computer, my heart leapt in my chest. Maybe this would actually work. I waited a few more moments before a window popped up on my screen and the camera's pictures began uploading. I sat back in my desk chair in wonder. All this time, I'd thought I'd lost the memory card, but I guess I'd never put one in to begin with. It seemed like the pictures I'd taken that day had been saved on the camera's memory. I waited with bated breath while the images loaded, knowing there was only one that I needed to see. When all the pictures were finally up, I scrolled through quickly until I found the one I was looking for. Dread curled in my belly as I looked into the face of my attacker. Well, the wolf form of him. His eyes weren't black like they'd seemed in the woods, but a dark hazel. They still haunted me as I scanned the photo, looking for any identifying markers that might help me figure out who this was. I wished Abraham was here. He'd probably recognize this wolf from his years of living with all of them. Finally, I spotted something that looked oddly familiar. When I'd snapped the picture, the wolf had been lunging toward me, mouth open to bite. I remembered that moment in the dark woods, and a chill ran down my spine. But I couldn't look away from the wolf's mouth because one of his front bottom teeth was chipped. The gap formed a dark triangle in his mouth that I was sure I'd seen before. I racked my brain, but couldn't come up with where I remembered it from. Despite the fact that I still didn't know who this was easily the biggest piece of evidence we'd had. I hopped up from my chair and ran around the house looking for my cell phone. Finally finding it back in the kitchen where I'd started my cleaning journey, I scooped it up and scrolled through my contacts. When I reached Abraham's, I quickly called his number, my body vibrating with tension. The other line rang and rang before the voicemail finally picked up. "You've reached Abraham McCoy. I'm not available right now, so please leave a message." Just hearing his voice made my heart clench in my chest. It had only been hours, but I already missed him so much. I wished again that he was here with me. At the same time, if I hadn't come home early, I never would have found and plugged in my camera. It amazed me that all this time we'd been sitting on something so huge. I couldn't believe it had taken me this long to try my camera, but what was done was done. I scrolled through my contacts again and stopped when I found Evie's. Her phone rang too before switching over to voicemail. I looked at the time in the corner of my screen and saw that it was after midnight. Was everyone asleep? Or was the party still going on and no one had their phones on them? Jealousy raced through my system as I thought about all the fun my friends and pack were having while I was alone here in Raleigh. I looked around at my apartment and saw it in a completely new light. This wasn't home. It hadn't been in a long time. I realized then that I'd been holding on to all the wrong things. Instead of listening to my heart and letting it lead me to Abraham, I'd stubbornly refused to change anything about my life. What I didn't realize at the time was that my whole life had already been changed. I was no longer Elizabeth Montgomery, criminal attorney. I was Elle or Ellie, depending on who you were, and I was a werewolf. Those two Elizabeths couldn't coincide, and I'd been trying to get them to do just that for weeks, like pressing magnets together that are the same polarization. No matter how hard you squeezed, the two just aren't meant to be together. I swiped through my phone until I found Callie's number and called her too. The phone only rang once before there was a knock at my door. My heart leapt in my chest. It must be Abraham. He'd ignored me and followed me back home. Now I'd get the chance to apologize properly before surprising him with this break in the case. I was so happy I practically skipped the door, but when I opened it, my smile slipped from my face. "Hey, Princess," Calvin said with a smile. Princess. 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 Suddenly, the finer details of the night I'd been attacked came back. The killer called me Princess. The reminder of his cold whispers swam through my head and I fought off a shiver. Instantly, all the blood drained from my face and my body went cold. I was frozen in place as my mind tried to catch up to what my body already knew. I closed my eyes and opened them again, hoping I'd see something different when I did, but the image was still the same. Calvin's smile was marred by a chipped tooth on his bottom row. The gap formed a perfect triangle in his smile that I remembered noticing before now. Calvin was the wolf that attacked me. Calvin was the serial killer. Calvin was here, with me, alone. My brain swirled with these thoughts on repeat as my body stayed locked in horror. Finally, Calvin's smile dimmed. "You all right?" I realized I had two choices. I could confront him, or I could act like I didn't know who he really was. Considering he was about twice my size, I immediately knew that confronting him was out of the question. So I forced a smile on my face. "I'm fine. What are you doing here?" Calvin ran a hand through his hair and I watched in sick fascination. Those hands had hurt me. Those hands had killed so many women.
Those were the hands of a killer. "I just couldn't leave you here like this," he said. I snapped my eyes away from his hands and focused on his eyes instead. It didn't make me feel much better. How had I never noticed how lifeless they were? Like the light was on, but nobody was home. "Elizabeth?" I shook my head and gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "Sorry, I'm just tired." I stretched my arm above my head and did my best to fake a yawn. "I was just about to head to bed. I'm fine, but thanks for checking on me." His smile fell a fraction of an inch. "Do you think I could come in for a little while? I hear you've got a great guest room, and I don't think I should drive back to Asheville tonight." My stomach clenched and my hands began to shake. I couldn't let him in here. I gave him another weak smile. "I don't think that's a good idea. I really just want to be alone tonight." Calvin's smile completely fell from his face, and in its place was stark determination. He took a solid step forward, and I had to back up if I didn't want to be run down. "I would really like to stay the night," he said as he took another step and shut the door behind him. "Calvin, what are you doing?" I whispered. Where was the friend that I'd made? Where was the man who'd seen how upset I was and given me a ride home from Dell's show? Where was the man who was the cool-headed antithesis to his surly brother? The one who was always there to calm him down and smooth over any rough patches. I couldn't believe that he was the one who attacked me in the woods that night, but the proof was right there in front of me. Calvin took another step until he was so close I could smell the liquor on his breath. "Did you know that I can smell your fear?" I gulped audibly. "I'm not afraid." His smile was patronizing as he looked down at me. "You've been drinking," I said softly. Calvin smiled and reached up to tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. "I needed some liquid courage." I knew I was going to regret it, but I had to ask. "Courage for what?" I whispered. Calvin's face morphed before my eyes. When before he'd simply looked like a concerned friend, now he had a sheen in his eyes that made my palms sweat. "For this," he said roughly before grabbing the back of my head and slamming his lips against mine. I struggled in his hold as he wrapped his other arm around me. My body was begging me to shift, but I held it off for now. I didn't want to do that in the middle of my apartment if I didn't have to. Charlie might get hurt, or it would enrage Calvin, and that was the last thing I wanted to do. Finally, he pulled away, a contented smile on his face. "I've been waiting so long to do that." I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. "What's gotten into you? You know I'm with Abraham. Why would you do that?" Fear for my safety fled my mind, and in its place was shock and indignation. I couldn't believe he'd just kissed me. Calvin's eyes turned hard. "You were never meant to be with him. I made you for me." "Oh, so all pretenses were gone? Super. So you've tried to kill me so you could be with me? How does that make any sense?" Calvin shook his head angrily. "I wasn't trying to kill you. I was just trying to subdue you." I took a step back and bumped into my couch. I had nowhere to go. He'd cornered me. A voice inside my head whispered, and I took heed like I had every other time. "Do not show weakness." I dredged up bravado I didn't know I had and tilted my chin up in defiance. "Why, Calvin? What is all this for? What's the end game here?" He shook his head again and paced away from me. "It wasn't supposed to be like this," he yelled, and I jumped in place at his sudden outburst of anger. He rubbed his hands roughly down his face before looking at me again. "Abraham wasn't supposed to interrupt me. I'd watched you for a while before I attacked. I needed to make sure you were perfect." I was so confused. "Perfect for what?" He turned to me with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. "I needed to make sure you'd be the perfect mate." My hand shook as I tried to understand what he was talking about.
But I wasn't a werewolf. Shouldn't you be looking amongst your own kind? He shook his head.
No, I wanted you.
His words settled in the base of my belly like a lead anvil.
And now that you've gotten past your first shift, I know we were meant to be.
He stepped closer again and ran his fingers down the side of my cheek.
We're gonna be together forever.
I did my best to not move as he touched me, afraid of angering him. I'd never seen this side of him before. He'd always seemed so level-headed and calm. How had he hidden this perverse side of him for so long, and from everyone out in Asheville? How had we missed the crazy that was lurking beneath his good guy exterior? I didn't want to make him mad, but I thought maybe if I talked rationally that I'd be able to make him see reason. Calvin, I'm Abraham's fated mate. You and I can't be together. His hand shot out and gripped the back of my hair, tugging my head roughly to the side so my neck was exposed. He leaned down and kissed the tender skin as he spoke.
You were made for me. You're mine.
I was trembling in his arms, my body begging to shift, but I held off still. Once I took it to that place, there was no going back, and I wasn't ready to give up on reasoning with him. Calvin, you're hurting me, I whimpered. He released my hair and cupped my face between his hands.
I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I'm going to love and protect you for the rest of my life. You'll see.
I took a steadying breath and met his eyes. Calvin, you've already hurt me. He pulled away and ran his hand through his hair.
That was necessary. I needed to bite you to make you into a wolf so we could mate.
I swallowed down my revulsion. And you had to strangle me to make me a wolf? Calvin's eyes flashed dangerously.
I told you already, I was just trying to subdue you. I wouldn't have killed you.
What about all those other women in the woods? Why were you hurting them when you wanted me? He shrugged, like we were talking about the weather and not the murder of numerous women.
At first, after I lost you, I thought I could make another mate. So I found them, and I bit them, but all their wounds got infected, so I killed them.
I closed my eyes briefly as I tried to digest what he was saying so nonchalantly. He took a step closer to me until I could feel his breath on my face as he spoke.
But then I realized none of them were you. You were special, and you were meant to be mine.
So why did you keep killing then? I asked softly.
Because I hated them.
He clenched a fist and smacked it against his other palm.
None of them were you, and I couldn't have you, so I killed them.
It amazed me that something like taking a life was so simple to him. He said it as easily as someone would read a grocery list. It was then that I truly knew how crazy he was, and how dangerous of a situation I was in. I thought hard and fast, trying to come up with anything that could possibly dissuade him. Calvin, if I'm away from Abraham for too long, I'll get sick. You don't want that. He shook his head.
No, you won't. You weren't sick because you missed him. You were sick because you missed me. Didn't you notice how just being out in Asheville made you feel better? That's because you are close to me. We are fated, not you and Abraham, he spat.
Another realization struck me at that moment. Calvin was not only a psychopath, but he was also delusional. I knew from years of working criminal cases how dangerous of a combination that was. And I was stuck alone with him, hundreds of miles from anyone who could help.
Chapter 43. Abraham. I rolled over and punched the pillow beneath my head before tucking it under my neck and relaxing into the goose down. Seconds later, that position wasn't comfortable anymore, and I turned onto my side. Soon, that wasn't acceptable either, and I rolled onto my back. It was no use. I wasn't going to get any sleep tonight. Not after the fight I'd had with Elle. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling. appreciating the way the posts of my bed looked like barren tree branches stretching upward. Shadows splayed across the walls from the moon outside my windows, and I wished for the 100th time that she was here. With a huff, I shook my head. It was better that she left. I wouldn't keep her anywhere she didn't want to be, and she'd made it pretty clear she didn't want to be with me. I rolled onto my side again, my face smashing into the pillow. Taking a deep breath, I moaned softly in the quiet room. It still smelled like her. It was like no matter what I did, she was there. A steady presence, a smell, a memory. I couldn't shake her. Not that I wanted to. I knew exactly who and what Elle was from the moment I laid eyes on her. When she'd opened her big, beautiful brown eyes, I'd known I was a goner. Even injured and barely conscious, she'd put up a fight. It was the first thing I'd admired about her. That Spitfire attitude had only intensified by the time she woke up here in my bed. I groaned again as I imagined her here between my sheets. The way her soft skin seemed to glow in the moonlight. The way her thick blonde hair would form a sort of halo around her face when she laid on my pillow. The way my hands itched to touch her every second of every day. I would never get enough of her. I knew that to the core of my being. She was meant for me, and I was meant for her. Nothing could come between us. Except, of course, her. She ran. Again. And even though I was sick of chasing her, I knew I'd do it until the day I died. There was no other choice for me. Tonight had been perfect. We'd laughed, ate, danced, loved. It was everything I could have ever imagined. And Elle had been stunning. I'm not talking about the way she looked, although she was as gorgeous as ever. I mean the way she effortlessly greeted our pack and friends with the gracefulness of a born leader. She'd stood by my side like she'd always been there, and I couldn't have been happier. And then, suddenly everything had changed. She'd come out from the bathroom like an avenging angel, so beautiful and so furious. It took me a minute to even understand what she was mad about. Even when I figured it out, I was still confused. Countless questions had spun through my mind as she raged against me. Why was this coming up now? Where was this coming from? Had someone planted these ideas in her head? And the hardest question of all, why didn't she trust me? I know we'd only known each other a few short weeks, but didn't she know me better by now? Didn't she know that I'd always do what was best for her? Put her needs above anyone else's? And why did this alpha position scare her so much? It was clear to me, and I'm sure anyone else who saw her in action, that she was a born leader. She was fierce, kind, loving, protective. All the things that make a great alpha. But she'd balked. And then she had this wild idea that the pack wouldn't accept her as their alpha. Just the thought made my blood boil. Sure, bitten wolves weren't exactly at the top of the food chain in werewolf society. But our pack wasn't like that. Most of these people were misfits. Wolves that didn't fit into the correct mold in their old packs who'd come here to live freely. It might take a period of adjustment, but I had no doubt everyone would come around. But who had planted that idea in her head to begin with? I hadn't noticed anyone go into the lodge after her, because I'd watched her the whole way. I'd even caught Wyatt's eye, and made sure he was standing nearby just in case she needed him. So, what had happened? The questions were endless, and I knew there was no way I was getting any sleep tonight. A soft set of footsteps sounded out in the hall and stopped right in front of my door. I listened as whoever it was opened my outer door and padded across the room to my bedroom door. I sat halfway up in bed, assuming it was another one of my sisters come to berate me for the fight with Elle. I tried to explain to them that I hadn't done anything wrong, but they wouldn't hear it. I was outnumbered, and I'd finally given up and gone to bed. When my door creaked open and a small head poked through, I thought it might be Evie. But upon closer inspection, I realized it was Peyton. I closed my eyes briefly before sitting up. "What are you doing in here?" I asked, my voice gruff in the quiet room. Peyton took a step through the door and closed it behind her. She wrapped an arm around her waist, almost as if she was trying to make herself seem smaller and unassuming. But I knew better. Peyton had played me for years, using the innocent act to try to weasel her way into my bed. It hadn't worked then, and it sure as hell wouldn't work now. There was no one else for me but Elle. Nothing would ever change that. Peyton shifted from foot to foot as if she was nervous. When she finally spoke, her usually high-pitched voice was softer than I'd ever heard it.
"I thought you might want some company."
"You thought wrong." She shifted from foot to foot again, and her shoulders rose and fell with a deep breath.
"Abby, I think you need to accept the fact that things aren't going to work out with Elizabeth."
My hands clenched into fists on my lap. "That's none of your business. And now it's time to leave." She ignored me and took a step closer.
"You know she's all wrong for you. And every chance she gets, she runs. What kind of mate is that?"
Although I didn't want them to, her words struck a chord deep within me. They dredged up old fears that I'd tried my hardest to squash. Maybe she really wasn't in love with me like I thought she was. Maybe she'd never loved me like I loved her. Maybe she wasn't meant to be mine. I shook my head and gritted my teeth. No, I wouldn't believe those lies. I knew who Elle was, and she was just scared. This had all moved so fast for her, and she was just trying to wrap her mind around it. She'd come around, like she always did. All I had to do was be patient and show her how much I loved her. It was only a matter of time before she reciprocated. I just knew it. "You're wrong, Peyton. And like I said, it's none of your business. Now you need to go." She ignored me again and took another step forward.
"Abby, she doesn't want this life with you."
My fist clenched tighter. "What are you talking about?" She took another couple of steps until she'd made it to the middle of the room.
"She told me she doesn't want to rule, has no inclination to be an alpha. You can't change her mind."
My head spun with the fear and questions I tried to keep at bay. Sure, Elle and I had never talked about her becoming my counterpart, but I never thought it would have been such a shock to her. She'd handled every other part of life as a werewolf with such grace and poise that I just knew she'd do the same when the time came for her to rise to power with me. Maybe we should have had the conversation sooner. I just didn't want to rush her. It was a lot for her to accept that she'd met her soulmate, and she didn't need anything else to worry about. And when she'd brought up marriage earlier in the night, it had shocked me to my core. Of course I'd thought about it, dreamed about it constantly, if I were being honest, but I hadn't wanted to scare her. It was strange, but the moment I met her, I felt like I knew her. The knowledge was like a deep well inside me that I'd never assessed before, but had been waiting all along. And I knew that I needed to take my time with her. that she wouldn't respond well to feeling like she was forced into anything. Elle was the kind of woman that needed to figure things out on her own. It might take her a while, but she always got there. She was just caught off guard. She'll come around, I said. Why I was trying to convince Peyton, I wasn't sure. Maybe if I could persuade her, I could calm my own fears. Peyton dropped her arms and walked the rest of the distance across the room, stopping only when she'd reached my bed.
She doesn't want you. Not all of you. Why are you still holding on to that when you have other options?
I snorted. And you're that other option? Peyton smiled and rested a knee on my bed as if she were preparing to crawl across it.
I am. I've always been here, waiting for you to notice me. Finally, I got sick of waiting and decided to do something about it.
Her words brought me up short. What do you mean you decided to do something about it? What did you do? Peyton shrugged and rested her other knee on the bed beside the first.
I might have given her a little heads up.
I sat up even straighter, my shoulders so tense they almost touched my ears. What did you do? I spat between gritted teeth. Peyton paused, and for the first time looked like she was unsure of herself.
I just told her what she could expect once you two were mated.
Suddenly everything made sense. Peyton had somehow slithered her way into the lodge and filled Elle's head with this nonsense. Let me guess, I drawled. You also told her the pack wouldn't accept her as the alpha. She shrugged again and lowered her body until she was spread out across the foot of my bed.
Well, they won't. No one will accept a bitten wolf as their leader. I thought it was only fair that she knew the truth before things went too far.
My temper was dangerously close to snapping. I narrowed my eyes at Peyton and tried to figure out where I went wrong with her. She'd always been a fixture in our lives since she'd become fast friends with Beatrice, but I'd never given her much thought. She was just my sister's friend. I never expected she would do all this. Never thought she was vindictive enough to sabotage my relationship with Elle every chance she got. Peyton was an adversary I hadn't expected, but one I knew I needed to deal with now, and swiftly. You're wrong, I growled. This pack loves her. They'll follow her just as easily as they followed me.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Finally, I'd had enough. Enough of this garbage with Peyton. Enough of this fight with Elle. Enough of feeling out of control of my life. I whipped the covers off my body and swung my legs around. Peyton rose from her splayed position and frowned at me.
Where are you going?
We're both going. She sat up fully, her eyes bright with perceived victory. How had I never seen how desperate she was before this? How had I never noticed how manic her eyes were? How had I let someone as malicious as Peyton worm her way into our lives? I didn't know the answers to any of those questions, but I was going to rectify the situation immediately. Thankful that I'd at least worn sweatpants to bed, I stood up and turned to face her. She was looking so hopeful, it made my stomach turn. I took a step back and jerked my head to the side. Up. Now. She complied immediately, sliding to her feet and standing before me.
What are we doing?
I grabbed her by the elbow and dragged her toward the door. You're getting the hell out of my house. She tried to slow her steps, but I was much bigger and stronger. She stood no chance against me.
Abby, wait. Why are you kicking me out? I thought you were finally seeing reason.
I opened my bedroom door and led her through my sitting room and out into the hallway. I am. I released her arm and turned away from her. I knew I needed to deal with her and end this bullshit once and for all. But I couldn't do that now. Right now, there was a tightening in the pit of my stomach that told me something was wrong. I'd learned over the years to always trust my gut. So I needed to find out what that something was immediately.
Abby, wait!
Peyton yelled as she grabbed my arm. I shook her hand off. What?
You can't just kick me out like this. Talk to me. Let me make you feel better.
She ran a finger down my bicep before I grabbed her hand and tossed it back to her. Don't touch me. She opened her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. I wasn't done. Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Don't come into my bedroom. Don't talk to Elle. And stay the fuck out of my house. Can you manage all that? Peyton blinked up at me.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I want nothing to do with you. I'm saying I'm not going to let you infect any other part of my life. I'm saying your place in this pack is seriously up for debate. She gasped loudly.
You'd kick me out? Just for telling Elizabeth the truth?
I growled low under my breath. You know what you've done. I've turned a blind eye to your antics for too long. But not anymore. If you're not gone from my sight in the next 5 seconds, you will be excommunicated.
Abby, you can't do that.
One. She huffed out a breath, color rising in her pale cheeks.
I'm who you should be with, not her.
2. She clasped her hands together like she was getting ready to pray.
Abby, I love you. Please, let me show you how good I can be to you. I can do so much better than that stupid human.
I ground my teeth together so hard I was worried I'd crack my jaw. 3. She threw her hands up in the air.
It doesn't matter anyway. She's already with him by now.
I jerked back at her words before surging toward her. What the fuck are you talking about? She smiled smugly as she finally seized the upper hand in this conversation.
Calvin. He said he was taking her somewhere they could be alone. They're probably already there.
I took a menacing step forward and grabbed her elbow roughly. Explain. Now. She shrugged a single shoulder.
I don't know what his plan was. Only that he asked me to make her upset, and then let him know when she left the party.
Thoughts raced through my head at Mach speed while I tried to make sense of everything she was saying. But none of it made sense, and I knew I needed to get to her somehow. The awful feeling in my stomach intensified, and it served to light a fire under my ass. I tossed Peyton's arm away from me and turned back toward my bedroom. Pack your things, Peyton. I want you off my land by daybreak. With that, I slammed the door and buried my face in my hands. I'd fucked up, and now Elle was in trouble. I didn't know what Calvin's intentions were, but I had a really bad feeling about the whole situation. I needed to find her. Now.
Chapter 44. Elizabeth.
We need to get going,
Calvin said, and my blood turned cold. Where?
He smiled wide, showing off the gap in his teeth. "It's a special place I found for us, but we need to go now." I took a deep breath and straightened my spine. I couldn't let him take me. I wouldn't let him take me. "I'm not going anywhere with you." His smile turned feral. "Yes, you are. If we stay here, they'll find us." "Who?" He rolled his eyes. "Abraham, of course. I know he's not done with you yet, and he'll eventually come out here. We need to be gone by then." I took a step to the side, the couch still right up against my back. "No, Calvin. This needs to end. You need to turn yourself in and pay for what you did." He threw his head back and laughed. "You think I'd go to a human prison?" he snorted. "Never. I'd rather die." His words sent an ominous chill down my spine. Fear was threatening to freeze my muscles in place, but I somehow held back. I needed to figure out a way out of this situation. Needed to make my brain work fast enough to come up with a plan. I knew I couldn't go anywhere with him. If I left my apartment, Abraham would never know where to find me, and I'd be at Calvin's mercy for however long he kept me. Knowing how he treated women in the past, I didn't have much hope that I'd make it long with him. I thought about trying to get past him and out the door, but what then? I couldn't involve any of my neighbors. Calvin would kill them as easily as he'd been killing women in the woods. I could try to outrun him, but I had a feeling I wouldn't get far. And what about Charlie? I couldn't just leave him here, and I couldn't trust Calvin with him. I'd done my best to talk my way out of the situation, but that wasn't working either. Calvin was so far into his delusion, he couldn't listen to reason at this point. That left me only one option. I had to fight. I took a deep breath and felt the wolf magic running through my veins. Every training session I'd had with Beatrice came flooding back, and I tried my best to remember all the techniques she'd shown me. This is what it had all been for. This was the moment we'd all been gravely anticipating. Hoping it would be quick, I took another step to the side and let the shift rush through me. A few loud snaps later, and I stood on 4 legs instead of 2. The wolf inside me bared her teeth and growled menacingly. It seemed she was not happy about being threatened and planned to do something about it. I was thankful that my instincts were taking over because I was petrified. "Now, why did you do that?" Calvin asked. I growled again, and he shook his head. "Then I guess you'll be traveling as a wolf. Let's go." I took a step back, my hackles rising. A voice deep inside me whispered again, "Do not show weakness." Calvin sighed. "Elizabeth, we don't have time for this. Come on." I lunged toward him. It wasn't meant to be a successful strike, but more to startle him. Maybe I could make myself such a nuisance that he left without me. "Elizabeth, I don't want to hurt you. Just come with me." I shook my head and lunged forward again, my teeth snapping just inches away from his leg. Calvin's face transformed right in front of me. When before, he'd almost looked normal. Now the manic gleam was back in his eyes, and his smile was predatory. "All right, we can do it the hard way if that's what you want." His clothes ripped at the seams as he swiftly transformed into his wolf. I swallowed harshly as I came face to face with the creature that had attacked me that night. Then, I'd been alone in the middle of the woods, defenseless and ignorant to what he actually was. But now, I was prepared. I'd trained for this. I wasn't going down again without a fight. Calvin stalked toward me, and I danced out of his way, feinting to the side before lunging the other way and snapping at him. He dodged my attack and swiped a paw at me, smacking me in the head so hard I saw stars. "I really didn't want to hurt your pretty face, but maybe you'll be less likely to argue if I break your jaw." Calvin spoke inside my head. I gritted my teeth and ignored him, instead lunging forward again. This time I got the smallest bit of his skin, and he yelped in pain. "You're gonna pay for that!" I leapt onto my sofa and around the other side of it. My apartment was a woefully inadequate space to fight for my life, but I had to make do. Calvin came barreling at me, and I danced out of his way just in time. He went skidding into one of my tapestried walls, ripping the cloth from the thumbtacks.
Wasting no time, he spun around and charged at me again. Instead of just stepping out of the way, I also swiped a paw at him, digging my nails into his face as he sailed by me. He yelped again and turned back, fire burning in his eyes. "You stupid bitch!" I sensed a change in him then. When before, he'd held on to a modicum of control, now I could tell all reason had left him. He was wild and savage, and I felt the terror trickle through me. I wasn't going to make it through this. Calvin was going to win this fight. Best case scenario, he kidnapped me. Worst case, he simply killed me like all those other women. I'd never see Abraham again. Never watch the crooked smile spread across his face. Never step into his embrace and let all my worries fall away from me. And worst of all, I'd never get the chance to tell him I loved him. He'd die shortly after me, thinking I didn't. That was the hardest pill to swallow. He deserved so much more, and I'd been selfish. I'd kept my feelings locked up tight because of fear, and now I was out of time. As the desperation swirled within me, the wolf surged forward, ready and willing to take over this fight. I mentally stepped aside and let her through. Maybe she would find a way out of this mess for us. Calvin came running toward me, and at the very last second, I jumped out of the way, pawing him in the face again. This time, my nails came back bloody. He growled loudly, cursing at me inside my head, but I ignored him. I felt a renewed energy, like the wolf deep inside was lending me some of her strength. I decided that I was sick of being on the defense. Instead of waiting for him to strike again, I darted forward while he pawed at his injured eye and bit down hard onto his hind leg. He howled in pain and tried to shake me off, but I held on. Finally, he came to his senses and turned his head to bite me back, but I'd already released him and danced out of his way. He limped forward, wincing as he did. "You're gonna regret that," he growled into my head. I ignored him. I wasn't interested in trading banter. I was out for blood. This was the man who'd stalked me. The person who'd been killing innocent women and leaving them in the woods around Abraham's house, so he'd look suspicious. This was the man who'd bitten me and strangled me in the woods. The one who had turned my world upside down, just because he felt like it. Well, I was done. I wasn't just looking to hurt him enough so that I could escape. I was going to kill him. Calvin came running at me again, and instead of moving out of the way, I rolled onto my back and let him sail over me. Before he could clear my body, I reached out and latched onto his hind leg again. Thankfully, it was the same one as before. It was weakened now, and with a surge of strength, I snapped a bone in two. Calvin howled louder than before, and I'd worried he'd wake the neighbors. The last thing I needed was for the police to show up, only to find a couple of large wolves fighting in the middle of my apartment. I released his broken leg and rolled onto my feet. Not pausing for a second, I lunged toward him again, teeth clamping down on one of his front legs this time. He shook me off quickly, though, and snapped back, missing by only inches. I danced backward out of his range and tried to figure out my next move. I wished I had hands. I'd run into my kitchen and find the biggest knife I could, but I couldn't afford the time to shift back to a human, and I couldn't leave myself defenseless like that. At least in this form, I had claws and teeth. As a human, I was practically wolf food. "If you stop this now, I promise I won't kill you," Calvin reasoned. I shook my head. "You're a liar and a murderer. I don't believe anything you say." Calvin huffed out a breath. "Fine. Then we can do this the hard way." Before he was even done speaking, he was barreling toward me. I eyed my surroundings quickly, and at the last second, I leapt onto my dining room table, just missing Calvin's snapping teeth. While he recovered from that charge, I jumped onto his back and sank my teeth into the back of his neck. He yelped loudly and tried to shake me off, but I held on tighter. We grappled like that for so long, my jaw felt like it was going to fall off. Finally, he rolled over onto his back and my hold came loose. Knowing this was the absolute worst position I could be in, I scrambled to my feet and struck again, this time nipping his shoulder. Calvin's attention turned to the wound that was bleeding freely through his fur, and I saw my next opportunity to strike. Just then, my phone began ringing from where I'd left it in the kitchen, and that was all it took. I glanced away for the barest fraction of a second, but it was enough. Calvin, noticing my lack of focus, lunged forward, easily overpowering me and trapping me beneath his giant body. I struggled to push him off me, but it was no use. He was so much bigger and stronger. I had no chance in this position. I turned to look away, hoping I'd see something that could help me out of the situation when he reached down and locked his teeth around my neck. I instantly froze. "Shift back," he demanded. "No!" He bit down harder, and I felt the first trickle of blood make its way into my dense fur. "Shift back now, or I swear to God I'll snap your neck." I swallowed roughly and weighed my options. If I shifted back into a human, I was practically defenseless. And if I didn't, he'd kill me anyway. There really was no choice here. I closed my eyes and willed my body back into a woman's. A few loud cracks later, and I was lying beneath Calvin, completely naked with his strong jaw still digging into the tender flesh of my neck. "I did what you said. Now let me go." He bit down again, and I hissed out a breath of pain. I would not give him the satisfaction of hearing me scream. The pain was intense, and it felt like it was radiating out from my neck to the rest of my body. It was difficult to pull in a decent breath, and I felt the dizziness from the loss of oxygen start to set in. Calvin stayed attached to my neck as I felt his body shrink on top of mine. There was a loud series of snaps as his bones rearranged themselves, and soon he was a man again. He removed his teeth from my neck and kissed me. "There now. That was kind of fun, huh?" I looked at him incredulously. "Yeah, tons of fun." He shook his head. "Now, I don't want to have any more fussing from you, you hear me? From here on out, you're going to do what I say or I'm going to kill you. Am I clear?" I nodded quickly and his smile widened. "Good girl. Now roll over onto your stomach." I was suddenly very conscious of the fact that we were both completely naked. Terror zipped through my veins as I envisioned the worst. Calvin pushed off the floor, so I had enough room to maneuver beneath him, and I immediately did as he said and rolled onto my belly. He sighed, and I felt the slightest pressure skim down my spine from my neck to my butt. "So beautiful. I can't wait to get you home." My stomach rolled, and I had to swallow down the vomit that rose in my throat. Calvin climbed off me, and I released a quiet sigh. He returned a few seconds later and wrapped something hard and cold around my wrists before tightening it painfully. "What are you doing?" I breathed. He hummed softly under his breath. "This is to make sure you don't shift again." He laughed. "Can't turn into a wolf if your hands are behind your back, can you?" "How am I going to get dressed then?" He hummed again. "Huh. Well, I prefer you like this, but I probably shouldn't take you outside without any clothes on." He stood up again, and I heard him hiss in pain. "Good. I hope that broken leg hurt like a bitch. I'll go grab you something to wear. Sit tight." He laughed again and stepped over me. As soon as he was out of sight, I pulled at my restraints, but quickly realized I wasn't breaking out of them. I pressed my face into the carpet and inhaled slowly. How was I going to get out of this? Calvin came back seconds later with a pile of clothes in his hands. He pulled a large shirt over my head, not bothering to put my arms through the holes, and then slid a pair of sweatpants up my legs. I was instantly grateful to be covered again. It was one thing to face a psychopathic killer. It was another to do it naked. "All right, Elizabeth, let's get up and get on the road." Resting heavily on one leg, he hoisted me up by my arms, nearly pulling them from their sockets. When I was upright, he poked me hard in the spine. "Get moving!" I trudged forward obediently, and Calvin limped behind me. When we made it to the door, my phone began ringing again. A sudden thought struck me. That's probably Abraham. When he finds you, he's going to kill you, but if you let me go, I'll make him take it easy on you. Calvin laughed and shoved me through my front door and out onto the landing. He'll have to find us first.
Chapter 45. Abraham. Elle's phone went to voicemail again, and my stomach sank. Something was wrong. I just knew it. I stood up from my desk so fast that the chair went crashing to the ground behind me. Something was going on, and I needed to figure out what. I stormed down the hall until I reached Evie's room. Without even knocking, I barged in to find her asleep in her bed. "Evelyn, wake up." Evie jolted upright and blinked up at me with wide blue eyes that were the same color as all our siblings. What's going on? Have you heard from Elle?" She rubbed an eye with the back of her hand.
"Not since she left. Why? What's going on?"
Without answering her, I left her room and headed to my next sister. Callista was also asleep, but she stirred when the door opened.
"Abby? What's the matter?"
"Have you heard from Elle?" She sat up in bed and yawned.
"No. Why?"
I ignored her too, and headed to the last person she might have contacted. Delilah's room was a mess as usual, and I had to pick my way through the debris to get to her bed. She was a heavier sleeper than the other girls, so I had to shake her shoulder to get her up. "Del, have you heard from Elle since she left the party?" She shook her head slowly, eyes wide.
"No. Why? What's going on?"
I ignored her question like I'd ignored the rest. Instead, I pulled my cell out and dialed Wyatt. He answered after just a few rings. "Alpha, I need you and your brother in my office now." "We'll be right there." I hung up and turned to head back toward my wing, but there was a wall of sisters in my way. Evie crossed her arms over her chest.
"What's going on?"
I took a deep breath to settle my anger. It wasn't them that I was mad at, and I wouldn't take it out on them. Something's wrong with Elle. Her arms dropped to her side.
"How do you know?"
I placed my hand over my stomach. "I feel it, Evie. There's something really wrong, and she's not answering her phone." Callie walked around Evie and into the room.
"Let's just calm down and think about this. Maybe she's asleep."
I shook my head. There was something that Peyton said that just doesn't sit right with me. Del was on her feet by now.
"Abby, you can't listen to a thing that girl says."
This was different. She said Calvin took her home and is taking her somewhere else. I reached up and scrubbed a hand down my face. Fatigue was setting in, but my adrenaline was pumping, so hopefully it would carry me through. Apparently him and Peyton orchestrated this fight between me and Elle tonight. Peyton was supposed to upset her, and then tell Calvin when she left the party. All their eyes were wide as my words sunk into the silence between us.
"Why would Calvin do that?"
Evie asked softly. I ran my fingers through my hair and looked away from them. I didn't have the answers they were looking for. I had no clue what was going on. Beatrice walked up behind the girls and peered around them into the room. We must have woken her up.
"Do you think Calvin could be the killer?"
she asked. The other girl's head swung toward her while my jaw fell open. That was impossible. I shook my head. There's no way Calvin's been killing women in our woods. No way he's the one who attacked Elle. He likes her as much as everyone else does. Beatrice took a step forward, her arms crossed over her chest.
"Do you think maybe he showed a little too much interest in her?"
My hands clenched at my sides. "What do you mean?" She took another few steps into the room.
"I mean, he always seemed to be there. He was the one who found her in the woods. And he was the one who was there when she needed a ride home from Dell's show. He almost followed y'all to the vet that day you took the cat in. But we told him he should stay."
My mind spun with everything Bea was saying. Was it possible? No. No way. There's no chance my own flesh and blood was responsible for the heinous killings in our woods. No way that the boy I grew up with was capable of something like this. I shook my head again. That has to be a coincidence, Bea. There's no way Calvin is the serial killer. She dropped her arms to her sides.
Then why did he put Peyton up to upsetting Elle tonight? Why else would he volunteer to leave the solstice celebration, just to drive her all the way to Raleigh? My mind was spinning as I tried to put all the facts in order. Yes, Calvin had been around a lot, and yes, I'd noticed him show an interest in Elle, but I thought it was harmless. I just assumed he was invested in getting to know my mate and our newest pack member. Never in a million years would I have thought that it was anything more. I huffed out of breath, the tension vacating my system in an instant, leaving me feeling deflated and defeated. "You really think it's him?" I asked softly. Callie took a hesitant step forward. "It does kind of make sense, A.B. I don't think we can rule that option out at this point." She was right. I couldn't rule anything out. And maybe I had been suspicious too on some level. After all, I hadn't sent him to watch over Elle while she worked in Raleigh during the week. If I really trusted him, I would have assigned him instead of Wyatt. I took a deep breath and nodded at the girls. "We need to go." I charged through the wall of sisters and raced back to my office, just as Wyatt and Wes were arriving. "Alpha," Wes said. "What's wrong?" "Something's happened to Elle, and we need to go to Raleigh now." Both men straightened up further, ready and willing to act on behalf of this pack at a moment's notice, like a good enforcer should. "We're going with you," Evie said. I shook my head. "This is too dangerous. You all need to stay here." Evie took a step forward, a glimmer of determination turning her eyes to a steely blue color. "I'm coming no matter what you say. I'll follow you in my own car if I have to." I didn't have time for this. "Fine. Do what you want. But I need to go. Now." I raced past my sisters, and Wyatt, Wes, and Beatrice fell in line behind me. We made it to the ground floor in record time and climbed into my pickup. Once inside, I quickly filled the brothers in on everything I knew. "You think she's still in Raleigh?" Wyatt asked from the passenger seat. I sighed as I navigated the long, steep driveway. "I don't know. But if we have any hope of finding her, I think we need to start there." The rest of the drive was silent. I noticed a little silver compact car following us, and knew Evie and the rest of my sisters weren't far behind. I sped the whole way and made the trip in under 3 hours. But it was the longest 3 hours of my life. Countless scenes flashed through my head. Elle hurt, Elle scared, Elle all alone, Elle dead. That last one was the only one I knew wasn't true. There was no way she'd left this earth without me. I'd feel it. When we got to her apartment complex, we stopped the cars in the middle of the parking lot and all jumped out to race up the stairs. What we found had my stomach churning. The apartment was a wreck. There was broken furniture littering the floor, tapestries pulled off the wall, and blood spattered everywhere. I lifted my nose in the air and smelled mostly Calvin's blood with a faint trace of Elle's. My chest swelled with pride. She must have fought him. And if this apartment was any indication, she'd put up a hell of a fight. "Oh my God!" Evie yelled from the doorway when she and the others finally made it up the stairs. Her wide eyes took in the destroyed room and her lips started quivering. "What happened in here?" "She fought back," Bea answered, pride lacing her words. "It doesn't seem like it was enough," Dell said softly. Her words seemed to coat the room and all its occupants in a heavy film of despair. I heard a rustling sound coming from the corner of the room and cocked my head to the side. What the hell was that? I pushed through everyone in my way until I made it to the corner of the apartment where there was a pile of broken furniture. I heard the rustling again, and this time a soft meow. I fell to my knees and began digging through the rubble until I unearthed Charlie's little cat house. The black and brown tabbies streaked out of the broken contraption as soon as he was free. I breathed a small sigh of relief. If something had happened to Charlie, Elle never would have forgiven herself. I stood up with renewed determination. We had to find her. We had to get her back.
There was no other option. "Where do you think he would have taken her?" Wyatt asked. I looked up to find his sad eyes taking in what was left of Elle's living room. I hadn't thought about it before now, but this must be hard for him too. He'd been tasked with keeping her safe, and now she was in more danger than ever. My heart sank at that realization. Sure, Wyatt was assigned to protect her, but I was her mate. It was my life's goal to make sure she was happy and safe, and I'd failed. I hadn't seen what was right in front of me, hadn't wanted to believe that one of my pack, one of my enforcers, could have been responsible for all the murders. And now, Elle was paying the price. "Hey, Bee," Callie called softly. I turned to look at her. "What?" "Do you have any idea where Calvin could have taken Ellie?" I blew out a deep breath and shook my head. "Well, he's definitely not going back to Asheville, and he has no connections in Raleigh, so I don't think he's anywhere close by. But that leaves just about everywhere else in North Carolina." I laughed humorlessly. "Hell, he could be in Virginia or Tennessee or South Carolina for all we know." I ran my fingers through my hair and tugged on the ends. I had to think. I had to figure this out. Where would Calvin go? "Do you think Peyton has any more information?" Dell spoke up. I wasted no time pulling myself from my pocket and auto-dialing one of my enforcers. When his groggy voice answered the phone, I had instructions for him immediately. "Huxley, I need you to find Peyton and get her to tell you everything she knows about Calvin and his plans." "Okay. Is there anything in particular I should be asking her?" "Just see if she knows where Calvin was going tonight. Everything else can wait." With that, I hung up and tucked it back into my pocket. That would take a little while, but we were running out of time. I could feel it. I began pacing the destroyed living room, needing to get this pent-up energy out of my system. I knew I should be saving it for whatever was ahead, but I felt like it'd burst at the seams if it stayed inside me for much longer. "Why don't we look around? Maybe we can find something that could tell us where he was taking her," Callie suggested. I looked up at her in relief. Action. I could do that. "I'll take her bedroom. Wyatt and Wes, you search the guest room, while the rest of you go through what's out here." I turned to head down the hall. "Holler if you find something," I called over my shoulder. I stepped into Elle's dark bedroom, and my heart clenched painfully in my chest. It smelled so strongly of her. It was like she was in the room with me. Sunshine and flowers. It was enough to bring me to my knees. Focus. I needed to focus on the task at hand. I needed to find something that would help me save her. Because I had to save her. There was no other option. I found several overnight bags open and empty on her bed. Was she packing? Where would she be going? "Abraham, you need to see this," Wyatt called from the next room over. I raced into the guest room and skidded to a stop in front of Elle's desk where her laptop was open. Wyatt gestured to the screen, and I crouched down so I could get a good look. A picture of a wolf had been left up. I immediately recognized it as a werewolf due to its size. Wild wolves don't grow that large. I peered harder at the image, trying to see if I recognized the wolf when something stuck out to me. The wolf's mouth was open, and there was a chip in one of its bottom teeth. A chip just like Calvin had. I picked up the camera that was plugged into the laptop and turned it over in my hands. It was the one Elle had on her when she was attacked. She said she took a picture of the wolf that tried to kill her, but we hadn't been able to get the camera to turn on, and there'd been no memory card in it. But this was proof. It really was Calvin. He was the serial killer. There was no denying it now. "She must have known he was the killer," Wyatt said softly, almost as if he was reading my mind. I hadn't realized I'd stopped breathing until I started to get dizzy. Dragging in a huge lungful of air, I shook my head. Then why would she let him in? Wyatt shrugged as we both stared at the image that filled the screen for a little longer. Finally, I left to search the rest of Elle's room, and presumably, Wyatt finished up in the guest room. We both returned to the living room empty-handed. It seemed the girls hadn't fared much better. Each one of them wore expressions that ranged from sad to angry to defeated. I had to admit, I felt all that and more. "Do you think he'd go home?" Bea asked, breaking the tense silence in the room. I immediately shook my head. No. There's no way he went back to Asheville. Too great of a chance we'd find him out there. Bea took a step forward. "No, not our home. I mean Charlotte. Do you think he went back to our old pack?" Time stopped as I considered what she was saying. "He hasn't been on good terms with his father for years," I said. Bea shook her head. "He offered to drive Nana home the last few family dinners. Maybe they've reconciled?" Why did I not know about this? How much more was going on underneath my nose that I was oblivious to? "Charlotte's only 2.5 hours away from here," Callie added. Beatrice looked around the room again and raised her nose in the air to sniff. "Their scents have faded, and the blood looks like it's dried. They're probably already there or close." I weighed my options carefully. Elle's life was on the line, and I couldn't afford to make a mistake. If we went to Charlotte, and they weren't there, we'll have wasted over 2 hours for nothing. On the other hand, we had no other leads. I pulled myself from my pocket to check it, but of course I had no missed calls. Huxley probably hadn't even gotten to her house yet, and who knew if she'd talked to him or not. She didn't owe this pack anything now that she was excommunicated. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. "Come on, Elle. Where are you?" I opened my eyes and nodded once at everyone in the room. "All right. Let's go to Charlotte."
Chapter 46. Elizabeth. I woke up to a sharp pain in my face. "Elizabeth, wake up, we're almost there." My tired eyes slowly opened, and I winced as the headlights of another car blinded me. I was reclining in the front seat of a vehicle, and as I turned my head to see the driver, the events of the past few hours came rushing back. Calvin was the serial killer. He'd kidnapped me. I had no idea where we were or where he was taking me. My head ached, and I put together that he must have knocked me out once we got to his vehicle because I don't remember anything after getting in. I sat up straighter and winced again. My hands were still fastened behind my back, and my shoulders were burning from the exertion. "Where are we?" I asked, my voice groggy. "We're almost home. I'd tell you to look out the window, but it's dark." I did anyway. I figured it might help me down the line to know something about my surroundings. Calvin was driving us through a suburban neighborhood with minivans parked in driveways and basketball hoops on streets. I wished we were somewhere commercial so I might get an idea of where we were, but all that passed us by were houses. Finally, a 2-story house came into view that looked somewhat familiar. It was light-colored with dark shutters, but in the moonlight I couldn't tell the exact shade. However, the planters on each window were easy to distinguish, and I recognized it as Abraham's old house. That meant we were in Charlotte. What the hell were we doing here? For some reason, I thought he'd be taking me back out to Asheville, but I realize now that didn't make much sense. It would probably be the first place Abraham looked for me. My belly clenched with anxiety. Was Abraham looking for me? Did he even know I was missing yet? Or was he fast asleep, completely oblivious to tonight's turn of events? What would happen when he woke up? Would he try to call me? Would he think I was ignoring him on purpose? Would he assume I needed some space and leave me alone for a few days? God, I hope not. I didn't think I had a few days, if I was being honest. The longer I stayed with him, the likelier it was that he'd end up killing me. Because despite the fact that he thinks he's in love with me, I knew the truth. Psychopaths are incapable of truly loving anything,
Soon his delusion will fade, and he'd know what a mistake he made by capturing me. And once that happened, my future would be more unsure than ever. Calvin turned onto a gravel road, and we traveled deeper into the complex. I had to wonder if Abraham's uncle Conrad knew about this. Calvin was his son after all, so he must be involved in this somehow. He might not know that Calvin was killing women up in Asheville, but he'd know there was something up when Calvin arranged to stay on Conrad's packlands again. I wondered how that relationship mended. Abraham told me that Calvin and Clyde never got along with their father and had no relationship with him. Clearly, that had been another way Calvin deceived us all. Finally, he pulled up to a small stone cottage and cut the engine. We sat in silence for a moment before he turned to face me. "Well, we're home." I raised a brow as I stared at the little house. Did he expect me to be happy about that? From the way the smile slowly slid from his face, I realized that he in fact did. His eyes turned hard, and he reached out to grab the hair on the back of my head. "I did this all for you. The least you can do is show a little appreciation." I did my best to not struggle against his hold, but the pain in my head was blinding. He was pulling hair right above where he'd hit me earlier to knock me out, and I was just barely holding on to consciousness. I'm sorry, I said. "It's just a lot to take in, that's all." Calvin slowly released my hair as his shoulders relaxed. He reached out and cupped my face. "You're right. This must be a lot for you to process, but I promise you're gonna love it here." I tugged at the corner of my lips until I thought there might have been a decent smile on my face. Thankfully, it was enough for Calvin because his grin got wider and he pulled the keys from the ignition. "All right, let's give you the official house tour." He slid out of the truck and limped over to the passenger side. I scooted off the seat and fought to find my equilibrium. Between having my hands bound and the head wound, it wasn't as easy as it usually was. Calvin wrapped an arm around my shoulders and led me toward the front door. "I didn't know what you'd want to do with the insides, so I've left them pretty bare for now. I figured once we get settled, we'd be able to decorate together. Won't that be fun?" He was actually insane. How he deluded himself so badly into thinking I was here willingly and wanting to set up house with him was beyond me, but I knew I needed to play along. Every time I went against his fantasy, he lashed out in anger. If I had any hope of escaping, I'd need to first make sure I made it that long. And angering him would lead to only one place. My body discarded in the woods like all the others. Calvin opened the front door and gestured for me to enter first. I stepped into a small living room, dining room combination that, like he'd said, was very plain. There was a futon sofa and a rickety table with 2 chairs set up, and that was pretty much it. Along the far wall was a small kitchen, and toward the back was a narrow hallway that I assumed led to the bedrooms. Please let there be 2 bedrooms. "So, what do you think?" I plastered another fake smile on my face. "I think it has a lot of potential." Calvin's smile widened until I swear I could see all his teeth. "It does, doesn't it?" He proceeded into a long rant about all the plans he had for the space while I tuned him out. I needed to use this time to get a feel for the place and formulate an escape plan. Above the kitchen sink was a window I thought I could fit out of. I just didn't know how I'd do that with my hands bound behind my back. Behind us was the front door, but Calvin had already locked the deadbolt with a key he then pocketed, so that wasn't a viable option. I didn't know if there was a back door, but I'd be on the lookout for one. "Now, let's go back and see the rest of the house." He walked close behind me, limping slightly as we made our way down the short hall. The first door on the right was a bathroom. An idea came to me, and I shelved it for later. Next, he pointed out a linen closet, and finally he opened the last door in the hall to reveal a small bedroom. "And this is our room," he said, pride lacing his tone. My stomach clenched as I looked at the single full-sized mattress on the floor in the middle of the room. I knew I needed to do everything I could to not wind up in that bed with him. Do you like it? He asked. I nodded my head. I do. It's very quaint. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me into his chest. Bile rose in my throat as I remembered all the times Abraham had done something similar. Had Kelvin been watching all that time? Was he trying to emulate him now? How far did his delusions go? Kelvin reached out and shut the bedroom door, and I released a quiet sigh of relief. He led me back down the hallway and sat me at the old dining room table. Standing there with his hands on his hips, he looked around the small house. Why are you doing this, Kelvin? He looked down at me like he'd forgotten I was there. Because we're in love. We're gonna be together forever. I swallowed harshly and shook my head. No. Why did you start all this? You were killing women in the woods long before I showed up. I want to know why. I realized I had very little room to make demands, but I figured if I was stuck here, I might as well try to get some answers out of him. It might be helpful, or it might just be a way to understand more about what was happening to me. Kelvin sighed and took a seat in the other chair opposite me. He rested both elbows on the table and met my eyes. You want to hear about Sarah? Who's Sarah? He waved a hand. Don't worry, dear. She has nothing on you. I swallowed again and shook my head. Tell me about her. He sighed wistfully. She was beautiful. Looked a little like you, actually, he said with a smile in my direction. But she couldn't handle what I was. She was a human? He nodded solemnly. She was. We dated for 9 months before I told her. I thought we were in love. Thought that nothing could come between us. I waited a beat before speaking. So what happened? His eyes turned hard. She thought I was a freak, he spat. He reached up and grabbed a handful of his own hair and pulled. I thought she'd understand, that I could make her see. He pounded a fist onto the table and I fought not to jump in my seat. But she wouldn't. So I bit her. I gasped quietly. What did you do with her until the full moon? He waved a hand around the room. I kept her here where she'd be safe. I looked around the room with fresh eyes as a shiver went racing down my spine. Who knows how many women he's kept within these walls? Was I doomed to share their fate? What happened at the full moon? He looked down at the table. She wasn't strong enough. What happened after that? He shrugged. I got rid of her and tried again. So, all of this was because he'd been scorned by an ex-girlfriend. Countless women had lost their lives, and I'd had mine forever altered because he was jilted. The anger at the unfairness of it all was rising in my system, but I needed to keep my cool. My anger would only feed his, and I was completely defenseless. I needed to keep him talking. You must have really loved her, huh? He nodded and looked up at me. Not as much as I love you, though. Don't worry about that. Great. He slapped both palms on the table and stood. Are you hungry? I was thinking about making us some food. I was finally getting the window of opportunity I needed. Yeah, that sounds great. Could I go to the bathroom while you do that? I really have to pee. He jerked his head toward the wall. Go ahead. You know where it is. I turned in my seat to show off my hands. I'll need this off then. I held my breath as he studied me closely. Finally, he pulled a knife out of his pocket and opened it. Stand up and turn around. I wasted no time doing what he said, and a few seconds later, my hands were free, and my shoulders were crying out their thanks. I rolled my neck and shook my arms, hoping to get the feeling to come back to them. Kelvin eyed me again as he motioned toward the bathroom. Go on and come right back out. I'll have dinner ready in just a few. I nodded and turned toward the bathroom. I did my best to walk slow enough that I wasn't suspicious, but my feet yearned to run as far and as fast as I could. I made it into the bathroom and switched on the faucet before locking the door. I didn't know if he'd like that or not, so I hoped the sound of the water muffled the click of the lock. I immediately began rummaging through the cabinets and drawers, searching for anything that could help me. Maybe I'd find a weapon like a pair of scissors or even a metal nail file somewhere. When my search came up empty, I stood back up and put my hands on my hips. I looked around the room once more, hoping to find something I'd missed when I saw it. There was a freaking window above the toilet. I was so excited I skipped over to it. Stepping carefully, I climbed up and turned the lock, crossing my fingers as I gently pushed on the frame. To my delight, it opened freely, and the night air came rushing into the small bathroom. I was so happy that I could dance, but now was not the time. I needed to still somehow climb up high enough and hope I could get through it all before Calvin realized something was up. I opened the window as far as it would go and eyed it critically. I wasn't sure it was wide enough for me to fit through, but I'd gladly burst a few organs if it meant getting out of this alive. I put both hands on the windowsill and jumped, hoping I could hoist myself through, but I misjudged the distance. Instead of slipping through the window, I fell back onto the toilet seat, the ceramic clanking softly under my feet. I froze in place. My breath caught in my lungs and my heart stopped beating as I quietly listened for Calvin. When it seemed like he hadn't heard me, I decided to try again. This time, I climbed onto the tank and was just able to get the top half of my body through the window before there was a knock on the door. "Elizabeth, is everything all right in there?" I pulled my head back inside. "Yeah, I'm good. I'll be out in a few," I called, hoping he wouldn't pick up on the hysteria in my voice. The doorknob turned violently before there was a pounding on the door. "Why is this door locked? Open it!" My heart was in my throat, beating so hard I was afraid it would explode. I needed to go, right now. I turned back toward the window and pushed my top half through again. Using my feet to slowly creep up the wall, I pushed and shoved and tried to squirm my way through the small space as quickly as possible. There was a loud crash of splintering wood behind me, and I knew Calvin had made it in the bathroom. I shoved once more as hard as I could and just got my hips through the opening when I was yanked back violently. I went sailing back through the window and hit the top of the toilet as I crashed to the ground. I looked up to find a ferociously angry Calvin, and I swallowed harshly. This was it. I tried to escape, and I'd been caught. I'd smashed the illusion that I wanted to be here with him, and my life had never been in greater danger. Calvin's shoulders were heaving with his rage as he stared down at me. "You really shouldn't have done that."
Chapter 47. Abraham. We were halfway to Charlotte when my phone finally rang. "Huxley, what have you learned?" His sigh was loud through the phone. "She didn't have much," he warned. "Anything will help. What did she say?" "She said they hatched this plan together to get you two apart. Peyton was supposed to get you in the deal, and Calvin would get Elizabeth." I ground my teeth together. "What else?" "That was about all she said." "Huxley, I need you to be sure. Did she say anything else? Maybe something about where Calvin would be going?" He paused a moment, and I pressed the phone tighter against my ear. "She made it sound like Calvin wasn't working alone, that there was someone helping him. She didn't know who, though." My mind raced with the possibilities. Was it Clyde who'd been helping him? Did that mean I had 3 traitors on my hands instead of 2? Or could it be their father Conrad was the silent partner? If Calvin really was in Charlotte, there was no way Conrad didn't know about it. And if he knew about it, he should have put a stop to it. Unless he's up to something too. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I needed to figure out what to do now. Whether it was smarter to send my men out to look elsewhere, or for everyone to converge on Charlotte. If Elizabeth wasn't at my uncle's compound, it would be a huge waste of time to have my men travel there when they could be looking elsewhere. But if she was there, we could use all the help we could get. If Conrad was behind this, he might retaliate if we intercede. I took a deep breath and placed my hand over my stomach. My gut told me that we were on the right track,
that every mile that passed us by brought me closer to Elle. I had to have faith that our connection was strong enough to lead me to her, that our love was more powerful than any distance. Thanks, Huxley. I need you and a couple other men to leave as soon as you can and meet me in Charlotte. Where are we going? Meet us at the Charlotte compound. A thought struck me, and I added, make sure you bring Clyde too, and take his phone. If he was a part of this, we might as well find out now. And if he wasn't, he should be there to hear the truth for himself. Either way, I didn't need him alerting Calvin. I fervently hoped Clyde hadn't been an accomplice, but I couldn't rule anything out yet. I got off the phone with Huxley and the car remained silent. I didn't need to relay the conversation, because they would have all been able to hear it in the quiet enclosed space. We drove like that the remaining hour to Charlotte, as my anxiety rose and my hands clenched the wheel tighter. My worry for Elle was like an endless ocean that was drowning me. I couldn't breathe without her. So, when we pulled up to my uncle's compound, I was half out of my mind with worry, while the rest of me was dead set and mission-oriented. I drove straight to Conrad's home and came to a screeching stop right in front of his ostentatious front door. A couple of his enforcers came out to greet us, but I pushed them aside. When they tried to interfere again, they were met with Wes, Wyatt, and Beatrice, and they finally stood down. I stalked into his house and followed his scent to a door on the second floor, not bothering to knock. I only just prevented myself from kicking down the door and settled for whipping it open instead. Where is she? My voice was flat and deadly. Conrad was sitting on the other side of a massive and ornate desk, looking surprised to see me. Except I knew him better than that. He knew exactly why I was here, and I was going to get answers out of him if I had to squeeze them out of his stout frame letter by letter. Where is who? Conrad asked. I took a step forward and spat between gritted teeth. Elizabeth. Where did he take her? Conrad pursed his lips in mock sympathy. Lost that maid of yours already, did you? I growled and took another step closer. Conrad had the decency to show the tiniest bit of trepidation, and it was the only thing keeping me on this side of his desk. I'm going to ask you one more time before I completely lose my mind and rip your fucking head from your shoulders. Where is Calvin? Conrad jumped to his feet and pointed a meaty finger right at me. You dare to come into my home and speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? I could have my enforcers in here and subduing you in seconds. Send them. I took another step toward him and watched his hands twitch. He was nervous. Good. Between me and the wolves I brought, I'm not worried about anything you could dish out, I said, which wasn't necessarily the truth. Could I take Conrad? Easily. But his pack was a lot bigger than ours, and he had a lot more enforcers than I did. I was banking on the fact that most of them were asleep, and that the rest of my wolves would be here any minute. Answer me, Conrad, or things are going to get ugly for you. Conrad's face turned dark red as he stewed in his predicament. If he gave in and told me where Calvin was, it would be admitting he knew what he was doing and did nothing to stop him. On the other hand, if you lie to me or refuse to tell me where they are, I swear to God, I'll kill you and raise this entire community until I have my mate back. That's a promise. Conrad's fingers twitched, like he wanted to grab for something, and for the first time, I wondered if he was armed. But I was positive I could get the jump on him if he lunged for a weapon. Fine. He's down a dirt road off the street you grew up on. It's a little stone cottage at the end. I didn't even wait to hear the rest of his explanation. The first few words he'd uttered were enough for me, and I was tearing down the stairs before he was done talking. Everyone, with me, I called, as I raced through the foyer and out to my truck. The rest of my wolves were right behind, and before the last door was even shut,
I was reversing and racing toward my childhood home.
What did he say?
Beatrice asked. I clenched my teeth as I spoke. Says he's down a dirt road near where we grew up. I slammed my hand on the steering wheel. Damn it! He knew this whole time. The car was quiet for a while before B spoke up again.
You think he knew about all the other women, too?
I shook my head as I took a turn faster than I should, riding the wheels just in time. I don't know, I confessed. I just need to get to L. We can figure out anything else after that. As I sped down the dark suburban streets, I noticed a funny feeling in my stomach. It was warm and pleasant, and the further we drove, the stronger it got. We're close, I said. I knew that with everything in me. I could feel her. I found the dirt road and whipped down it, my truck bumping roughly over the uneven terrain. We drove in silence while the feeling inside me grew, but with it came this anxiety I couldn't place. This sense of urgency that was pushing me to drive faster, take corners closer, do anything it took to get to her quicker. Finally, a little house came into view, and I slammed the truck into park before jumping out and sprinting to the front door. What I heard inside turned my blood to ice in my veins. There was a muffled weeping, and the sound of flesh hitting flesh, and I knew I'd heard enough. I reared back and kicked the door as hard as I could, instantly breaking the lock and propelling the heavy wood into the wall next to it. The door slammed back in my face, but I shoved it aside and raced into the house, expecting the absolute worst. My imagination didn't disappoint. Elle was on the ground in the middle of the floor, curled into a ball with her hands over her head. Above her stood Calvin, shoulders heaving and eyes looking like nothing I'd ever seen before. "Get out!" he screamed, and I snapped out of my stupor. Without thinking, I ran straight at Calvin, tackling him to the floor away from Elle. His body shook beneath me, and the loud cracking of bones prefaced Calvin's shift. Not wasting any time, I willed my own transformation, and seconds later, I was seeing the room through the sharp eyesight of my wolf. Calvin stood before me, teeth bared and saliva dripping from his jowls. His eyes had a sheen to them I'd never seen before, and it sent a chill sweeping down my spine. This was not my cousin. This couldn't be the boy I grew up with. That boy never would have tried to hurt me like this. That boy never would have killed all those women. He never would have kidnapped my mate and hurt her. I snuck a glance at Elle's prone form, but she was still in the same place I'd seen her last, and she was still. Too still. My belly clenched with nerves, but I held on to the fact that she had to still be alive. I'd feel it if she weren't, and as long as she was alive, I could keep breathing. I took a menacing step toward Calvin. "Why? Why did you do this?" he growled. "She's mine. She belongs with me." "How can you think that? You know what she means to me, what she is to me. How could you try to break that up?" He growled louder and snapped his teeth in my direction. "I made her for me, and you took her. She was never meant to be yours." "But she is mine." I took another step forward, and he inched backward the smallest bit. I was easily twice his size, and knew this wouldn't last long. But even after everything, I didn't want to fight him. He was my family. At one point, he'd been like a brother. How could I hurt him? I took another peek at Elle's still form and had my answer. He'd hurt my mate, and I'd do anything to protect her, even take out a member of my own family. "Shift back, Calvin. Take your punishment like a man." He snapped his teeth in the air again. "You can't have her. I won't let you take her." Okay, clearly talking was getting us nowhere. If he wanted to fight, my wolf was more than happy to oblige. Having my mate in that kind of danger had doused my anger in a haze of rage. There was no enemy that I couldn't eliminate. So, when Calvin struck first, I returned that move with gusto. I easily moved out of the way of his first strike and reached out to snap my teeth at him. I was aiming for his throat, but I caught his shoulder instead. He howled in pain and I bit down harder. "Shift back!" I yelled in his head. He ignored me and spun around, sinking his teeth into my hamstring and eliciting a howl from me. I easily shook him off, though, and bit down on one of his back legs. The bone gave easily beneath my teeth, and I realized it must have been newly healed. Pride surged through me, making me faster and stronger and deadlier than ever before. In a flurry of strikes, I swiped at him with my paw over and over before tackling him to the ground again and rolling until he was underneath me. "Shift back! No! I won't let you take her!" I had him pinned beneath my weight, knowing he was going nowhere without my consent. A small whimper came from where Elle was lying, and I knew I needed to wrap this up. My mate needed me, and I needed to help her. I leaned down and wrapped my jaw around his furry throat, digging my teeth into his flesh in warning. If I wanted to, I could snap his neck, but I wouldn't. This was still my family. If there was any hope of rehabilitation, I'd take it. "Shift back, Calvin. Now." He continued to struggle beneath me, snapping his teeth and scratching at any part of me he could reach. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to." Calvin stilled beneath me. "You'll have to kill me to keep me away from her. She's mine, and I'll never let her go." A chill raced down my spine at his words. They were said with such clarity it scared me. How he could have deluded himself into these thoughts was beyond me. As I stood there, with my cousin bleeding beneath me and my teeth in his neck, I had a bad feeling this wasn't going to end well. I bit down harder and felt the blood gushing into my mouth. If he didn't give up soon, he'd leave me no choice. "Abraham, what are you doing?" I pulled my teeth from Calvin's neck and turned to find Clyde and my other enforcers had finally made it. They must have coordinated with someone I'd had with me in order to find this place. Clyde was standing in the doorway, chest heaving as he watched us with wide, wary eyes. "He's the killer, man," Wes said. "Abraham's been trying to subdue him, but he's lost his mind. I don't know how we'll transport him back to Asheville like this." I had an ominous feeling that wouldn't be necessary. While my attention was diverted, Calvin found an opening to get free and took it. He bucked his body violently beneath me and shook me off him just enough that he was able to wiggle out. He scampered away, and I scrambled to my feet, finding him again on the other side of Elle. "Calvin, do not touch her." He took a step closer, his eyes landing on Elle's broken body. I couldn't even look at her. If I started cataloging all the injuries marring my mate, I knew we wouldn't all make it out of here alive. My anger was like a living, breathing entity that would not be tamed until the danger to my mate was eliminated. "I never meant to hurt her. I just wanted to love her," Calvin said, his voice soft. "But you did hurt her, Calvin. What were you thinking? What did you do?" We both turned our heads to find Clyde had shifted and joined our conversation. Good. Maybe he could provide enough of a distraction that I could get between Calvin and Elle before he hurt her again. If he laid a single paw on her, I couldn't be held accountable for what happened after that. I knew Calvin wouldn't survive it. "You don't understand what she did, Clyde. I needed to make it right. I needed to find someone just for me." Clyde took a step forward as I inched closer to Elle. "Who are you talking about?" "Sarah," he wailed in our heads. "She should have accepted me. She never should have tried to run. All I wanted to do was love her, but she wanted to leave me." "So you hurt her," Clyde said, his voice resigned.
"It was nothing compared to what she did to me,"
Calvin cried. "But Elizabeth isn't Sarah. Why would you hurt her?" Calvin's eyes found Elle again, and my whole body tensed. I swear to God if he touched her again.
"Because she's perfect, and she's my fated mate. Isn't that amazing?"
Clyde shook his head and took another couple of steps closer to us. "She isn't, brother. She's not for you." Calvin's eyes turned hard.
"She is. I know she is."
Clyde shook his head again as I took another step toward Elle. I was close now. Just a few more inches and she'd be within my reach. "Brother, you're confused. Shift back, and we can talk about all this." Calvin took a menacing step forward, the hackles on his back rising straight in the air. His eyes flashed dangerously, and I had a really bad feeling about what was going to happen next.
"The time for talking is over. You all need to leave so Elizabeth and I can be together."
"That's not going to happen, Calvin," I said. His eyes flashed in my direction, and I saw the instant he decided his fate. His eyes went from fiery anger to lifeless within seconds.
"I'll never let you take her,"
Calvin warned, and I believed him. That's why when he went lunging toward Elle's body, I was already sailing toward him, our bodies meeting in midair. Thankfully, we landed next to Elle, and not on top of her as we grappled. Claws and fangs clashed as the fight quickly turned into the deadliest kind of game. And that was when I knew. He wouldn't stop. Ever. That left me only one choice. Calvin bucked me off him again and went racing for Elle. I jumped to my feet and tore after him, catching him by the throat just as he made it to her. He struggled in my hold as my jaw locked around his jugular. "Stop struggling. You're going to kill yourself," I warned, but he pulled harder. I was doing my best not to snap his neck while still protecting Elle. My loyalties warred within me as I tried to figure a way out of this situation. But Calvin made that decision for me. He let his whole body go slack, pulling harder than ever at where my jaw held his neck. I kept my teeth dug into his skin, and all at once, there was a loud snapping sound, and Calvin went limp in my mouth. I immediately dropped his body and stared down at my lifeless cousin as everyone in the room froze. Chapter 48. Abraham. A loud, mournful howl rose into the air, but I ignored it. My only focus was getting to Elle. I needed to make sure she was okay. She had to be okay. I shifted back quickly and slid on my knees to her side. Slipping my hands beneath her body, I gently lifted her into my arms and carried her out to my truck. She moaned quietly, and I pulled her closer. "No, please, let me go," she cried softly as she wriggled in my grasp. I held her tighter and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "It's me, baby. You're safe now." There was so much more I wanted to say to her, so much more that she deserved to hear, but that was all that was pertinent at the moment. I was here, and she was safe. I'd never let anything like this ever happen to her ever again. "Abraham?" she whispered, opening her blackened eyes and searching my face. I swallowed harshly. "It's me, baby. I've got you." Her body went slack in my arms then, and I instantly panicked before I picked out the sound of her heartbeat over the chaos happening around me. As long as her heart was beating, everything else would be all right. As long as she was still with me, I could take another breath. I walked over to my pickup and gently slid her onto the back seat. Her body was limp, but her heart was strong, and she seemed to be breathing just fine. We'd get her back to Doc Monroe as soon as possible, and he'd take care of everything else. I kept the door open so I could keep an eye on her, but turned toward the scene so I could manage from where I was. There was nothing that could make me leave Elle's side for even a moment. Beatrice was the first that approached. She nodded at the truck.
How's she doing?
I don't know, I confessed. She was awake at first, and she said my name. But then she passed out. Bea nodded seriously.
She's just sleeping, Abraham. Her body suffered trauma today, and it's protecting itself by keeping her asleep while she heals. She'll be fine.
I released a big breath. When did you get so smart? She grinned.
I had a great big brother as a role model.
My lips twitched into the smallest smile. Thanks for being here with me, Bea. She shrugged.
There's no place I'd rather be.
Can we see her now? A voice yelled from the other side of the yard, and I turned to see Evie, Callie, and Dell were being held back by Huxley. I was grateful my sisters hadn't been anywhere near the altercation with Calvin, but now that the danger was over, all I wanted was my family. Hux, you can let him go, I called. He nodded once and took a step out of their way, his balls probably shriveling in his pants from the look Evie was giving him. If I wasn't so exhausted and emotionally drained, I would have laughed at someone so small intimidating someone so large. The girls came rushing over, and Beatrice stepped in their way before they could make it to us.
Get out of the way, Bea,
Dell yelled from the back of the pack. My eldest sister shook her head.
Ellie's been hurt.
There was a round of gasps, and Beatrice just barely held them off again.
But she's okay, and she's sleeping now. You all need to be quiet.
My other three sisters nodded solemnly and walked the rest of the distance to me and Elle, much quieter than before. Once every sister had gotten the chance to see her for themselves, they took a step back, the weariness clear in the slump of their shoulders.
What about Calvin?
Callie asked. I closed my eyes briefly and shook my head. Thankfully, they all seemed to understand what that meant, because they didn't ask for further clarification, which was lucky for me, because I don't think I could have said the words out loud. I killed my cousin. Even thinking them resulted in a wave of grief that threatened to crush me. How had it come to this? How had things gone so wrong? And worst of all, how had I missed it? I felt another presence approaching us, and looked up to find Clyde just a few feet away. His eyes were haunted, and his shoulders were drawn. I'd never seen him look like this, and it renewed my own grief. I took a hesitant step forward, not knowing if he'd want me anywhere near him. But when he looked up, I saw the unshed tears in his eyes, and knew I couldn't stay away. I closed the distance between us and pulled him into my arms. Clyde paused for only a second before he reached up and squeezed me back. His hold was so tight, I felt certain it was the only thing keeping him together at the moment. Because despite everything else, Calvin was his twin brother. I couldn't imagine the loss he was feeling right now. I tightened my arms around my cousin and whispered in his ear. I'm so sorry, man. I didn't want to do that. I tried not to. I know, he said, his voice rough with emotion. I saw it all, Abraham. I know what happened. I sagged with the smallest bit of relief. A big part of me felt sure Clyde would never forgive me for killing his brother. But it seemed he already had. Or that he never blamed me to begin with. Either way, I was immensely grateful. We pulled away just as a bright red pickup screeched to a stop at the base of the drive, dirt billowing in the air behind it.
Where is he?
Conrad bellowed before he was even out of the truck.
Where is my son?
Clyde took a step forward, and Conrad waved him away.
Not you. You're not my son. Where is Calvin?
I winced at Conrad's words, and couldn't imagine how they felt to Clyde. But I can't say I was surprised. Conrad disowned the both of them the moment they left here and joined my pack. When things turned around for him and Calvin, I wasn't sure. But it was clear Clyde was not in on the reconciliation. I took a step forward, making sure I was still close enough to touch Elle. "He's dead," I called. Conrad's furious eyes met mine.
"You killed my son?"
I shook my head. He wouldn't submit. I had no choice. Conrad covered the distance between us, getting so close I could smell the moonshine on his breath.
"You come to my lands, and you murder my son. How dare you?"
I held up both hands. "Conrad, I didn't have a choice. You can ask anyone here. I didn't want to kill him, but he snapped his own neck in my jaw." Conrad laughed humorlessly, the sound slightly manic.
"You mean to tell me my son killed himself with your teeth? You expect me to believe that?"
I clenched my hands into fists. "That's what happened." Clyde stepped forward then. "I saw it all. What he's saying is true." Conrad spun toward his only remaining son.
"You shut up, traitor!"
I took another step forward. "Don't speak to him like that." Conrad wheeled back in my direction, his light eyes sparking with fury.
"This is my home. You don't tell me what to do here."
More of Conrad's men were showing up, and I was realizing we were outnumbered. The fact that the sun was rising, and we'd barely slept in almost 24 hours, was another extreme disadvantage for me and my wolves. I needed to get us out of this situation before more blood was shed. "We're on our way out, Conrad. Let us gather Calvin, and we'll be gone." He took another menacing step forward.
"You're not taking my son anywhere,"
he hissed. I took a deep breath and held my hands up higher. "Okay, Conrad, you can have him. Just let me and my wolves get out of your way." Conrad waved a hand angrily.
"Where is he? I want to see him."
I nodded my head toward the cottage. "He's in there." Conrad stalked off for the house, and I motioned for my wolves. "Huxley, Matthias, you escort my sisters back to their car and then get in your own. We're leaving now." Everyone jumped into action while I walked around to the bed of my truck. Thankfully, I traveled with a spare shirt and shorts, so I wouldn't have to drive back to Asheville naked. I pulled on the soft fabric and took a look around the clearing. The sun was just coming up over the treetops, warming the day and waking up the birds and forest creatures. It was amazing to me that the world was still turning when mine had been flipped upside down. I climbed into my truck when an idea struck me. I slid from my seat and called over my shoulder, "Don't let her out of your sight." I knew Wyatt at least would heed my order. He'd been watching over her almost as long as I have. I jogged over to Evie's car and knocked on the window. "Why don't you three head back to her place? You can sleep for a few hours, and then bring Charlie back to Asheville with you when you wake up." "Sure, Abby. Anything." She rolled her window back up, and I watched as her and my other wolves drove away. Not wasting any more time, I ran back to my truck and slid in the back. I nodded at Bee, and she climbed into the driver's seat. She drove slowly as she followed the others' taillights down the dirt road and back into the main subdivision. I held my breath as we traversed the streets of Conrad's packlands, only exhaling when we were through the gates of the compound. A part of me had expected him to stop us at some point, but I was grateful we got to leave unhindered. At the same time, a heaviness settled in the base of my stomach. I had a feeling that this wasn't the last we'd be hearing from Conrad. He wouldn't be satisfied with my explanation for what happened with Calvin. He'd want retribution, and I could only hope we'd be ready when that came. I pulled Elle onto my lap and held her the whole way home. My whispers in her ear were soft and meant only for her. I told her how much I loved her, how I was so happy she was safe, that I'd never let something like this happen again, that I would spend the rest of my life protecting her. I hoped it gave her some solace, but I didn't know because she slept the whole ride back to Asheville. When we were a few miles out, I called ahead to the doctor and made sure he'd be in the lodge by the time we got there.
The last remaining minutes of our trip dragged the worst as I listened to Elle's breath stutter more than once. If we didn't get there soon, I'd hop out of this truck and run her the rest of the way. With the way I was feeling, I could probably get there sooner than the truck could. When we finally pulled up to the lodge, Kyle was waiting outside for us with a bag in his hand and a stethoscope around his neck. His mate Doreen was there too, and I was thankful for the extra set of hands. He directed us into the house, and I carried her up the stairs to my bedroom before taking a step back to make room for Kyle to work. I waited with bated breath while he performed his exam. He poked and prodded and checked her pupils, while my whole world spun violently around me. She had to be okay. There was no other acceptable option. Finally, Kyle stood back up and pulled the stethoscope from his ears.
"She's going to be fine."
I released a giant breath of relief, feeling muscles I didn't even know I was tensing suddenly relax. But Kyle wasn't done.
"She's got a concussion, a few broken ribs, a broken collarbone, a broken arm, and possibly a broken leg. She's lucky, though. There doesn't seem to be any internal bleeding, and she's already healing at a great rate. She should be up and walking in a couple days, but we'll need to take it easy until then."
"I'll make sure she stays down," I promised. Kyle smiled.
"I have no doubt you will."
He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a bottle of pills.
"Give her one of these every 6 hours for the pain."
I took the pills and set them on the nightstand next to Elle. "Is there anything else I need to know? Anything that I can be doing?" Kyle zipped up his bag and wrapped an arm around Doreen.
"Make her rest, and get her to eat or drink something if you can. She's a little dehydrated."
"I'll get her some water and soup," a voice called from the doorway. I spun around to find Bea and gave her a nod. "Thank you so much, Kyle," I said, holding out my hand and shaking his vigorously. He smiled and squeezed my hand back.
"It was no problem, Abraham. I'll be by in a few hours to check on her once you all have had some rest."
At the mention of sleep, my shoulders fell. My bed had never looked more appealing, especially now that my mate was where she belonged. There was a lot about this night that was fucked up, but Elle was here, and she was safe, and she was going to be okay. I couldn't ask for anything more. The couple left, and soon Bea was back with a tray. I directed her to put it on the nightstand, and she left quietly after that. I needed a shower, but nothing could have prevented me from crawling in that bed and touching Elle. I needed the affirmation she was really here, despite the fact I could see her clearly. I needed to touch, to feel for myself her heart beating strong and her breaths coming steadily. I carefully crawled into bed, trying not to jostle her. But as I got closer, she stirred, and her eyelids fluttered open. "Abraham?" I closed the distance between us and picked up her hand. It seemed to be one of the only parts of her that wasn't battered.
"I'm here, baby."
"What happened?" I leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "It's taken care of, Elle. You're safe." She gasped and tried to sit up in the bed, but her injuries prevented her from moving too far. She hissed in pain, and I helped her lay flat again. "Baby, you can't move like that. You're hurt," I chided gently. Her wide eyes met mine. "It's Calvin. He's the killer." She looked around the room, her eyes darting back and forth like she was expecting him to jump out of a corner. "You have to be careful, Abraham. He's crazy." Her body began to shake, and I clenched my teeth so hard I was surprised they didn't crack. What had he done to make her this scared? How long had he been beating her before I showed up? What if I'd been another 10 minutes, 20? What would I have found then? I shook my head, hoping it would help clear those thoughts away. I couldn't think like that. I had Elle here with me, and that was all that mattered. The what-ifs needed to be put to rest if I was going to keep some sort of sanity. I slid closer and cupped her face gently.
He's gone now, Elle. There's nothing to worry about.
Her wide eyes met mine, and they slowly filled with tears.
Abraham, you didn't.
I swallowed and nodded once. I did. She pulled at me until I was close enough for her to wrap her good arm around my shoulders. Her tears ran freely, wetting my shirt as her small body shook in my arms. Baby, why are you crying? You're safe now. She hiccuped and pulled away to look at me.
That must have been so awful for you. I'm so sorry you had to do that.
She was sorry for me. She was worried about me. After everything she'd been through tonight, her thoughts were on how hard it must have been for me to have to face off against my own family. I didn't think it was possible, but I loved her even more. I gently wiped away her tears and kissed her lips. It's okay, baby. It's done now. Please stop crying. She sniffled again, and I watched as she tried to rein herself in. I knew then that I'd never stop being amazed by this woman. When she calmed down, I reached past her to the bottle of pills. Can you sit up a little? The doc left you some pills that should help with the pain. She winced as she struggled to sit up in the bed, and I did my best to help her without hurting her more. My hands shook as I saw how injured she really was. If I could kill him again, I would. I shook out a pill for her and grabbed the water from the nightstand. To my relief, she finished the glass before handing it back to me. Do you think you could eat something? She shook her head and slid back down the pillows until her head rested on them.
I just want to sleep,
she said softly. I got rid of the glass and took my place next to her, close enough that I could feel her breath on my face, but far enough away that I wouldn't accidentally hurt her. To my surprise, her eyes were wide open and focused on me. She reached out slowly and rubbed her smooth palm across my cheek before cupping my jaw.
You saved me,
she said. Of course I did. Her smile was wide and beautiful as she looked at me. She took a deep breath and changed my world forever.
I love you so much.
A single tear slipped from her eye as I lay there shocked silent. I inched closer, sure I'd heard her wrong. What? I said stupidly. She smiled wider and raised her other hand to hold my face.
I love you, Abraham. I've loved you for forever, and I just didn't know what it was. I'm sorry it took me so long, but I'll tell you every day for the rest of my life to make up for it.
My chest felt like it would explode. My heart was so full I knew it was seconds from bursting. Had there ever been a luckier son of a bitch than me? I highly doubted it. I reached out a shaking hand to cup her gorgeous face. You love me? I asked, still not believing what I heard. Was this real? Could this be a dream, and I'd wake up to find it had all been fake? God, I hope not. She laughed softly.
I do. I love you so much.
She swiped a thumb across my cheek, and it was only then that I realized it was a tear she was wiping away. I pulled myself as close as I dared and breathed her in. Pulled her into my lungs like I could make her a permanent part of me. There were so many things I wanted to say, so many words on the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed them. There'd be time to tell her everything she means to me later. Even now I could see the light fading from her eyes and knew she'd be asleep again soon. But I needed to say something. She needed to know how much her words meant to me. I racked my brain for what to say to her but came up empty. The only thing that kept resounding in my head was the simplest of statements. The truest thing I could tell her. I love you too, Elle.
Chapter 49. Elizabeth.
Say it again.
I rolled my eyes, but my smile wasn't far behind. I've already said it like 5 times today, I teased him. In reality, I tell him another 1,000 times. 1,000,000. As many times as I could and as many times as he'd listen to it. I'd never get sick of saying the words. He inched closer and carefully kissed the side of my face. The bruises were fading and the broken bones were healing, but I still had a little way to go, and Abraham would find a way to levitate if it meant he could be close without hurting me.
I know, baby. I just need to hear it one more time. Please?
He wheedled. I shook my head, but my smile was wide enough that he must have known I wasn't actually upset. I took a deep breath and stared directly into his beautiful blue eyes. I love you, Abraham. His smile could have blinded me, it was so bright. I even heard his heart pound out an extra beat at my words, and my own thumped harder. Despite the events of the past 24 hours, I'd never felt better. Sure, I could do without the sling the doctor had insisted I wore once I woke up, and I'd like to be able to get up and walk myself to the bathroom instead of being carried there. But those were small prices to pay for the happiness I felt in that exact moment. I loved Abraham so deeply, it felt endless. And best of all, he loved me. He'd waited for me, and now his love flowed stronger than it ever had. It was the warmest of feelings, the sweetest of emotions. We were in love, and everything else could take a back seat. Unfortunately, that back seat wasn't as quiet as I would have liked. Despite the happiness I could see and feel radiating from Abraham, I didn't miss the haunted look in his eyes. There was a slump to his shoulders that hadn't been there before, and creases around his eyes I'd never seen. The death of his cousin was hitting him hard. Or was it the betrayal? Either way, my man was hurting, and it killed me to see. His smile was wide, though, as he looked down at me.
When did you know?
He asked softly, and it took me a minute to understand what he was talking about. When did I know I loved you? He nodded hesitantly as if he was unsure of my answer, and my heart dropped. I'd done this to him. I'd given him these insecurities. I'd left him with these anxious feelings when it came to us, and I needed to do everything in my power to reverse the damage. He should feel as comfortable and content in our love as I did. He should feel the overwhelming sense of safety I felt when I looked into his eyes. I needed to be for him everything he'd been for me. I reached out to cup his handsome face. I only realized it at the solstice party, but now I know I've loved you for a long time. I thought back carefully, wanting to give him the most honest answer I could. Suddenly, it came to me and I smiled wide. I probably started loving you that first day at our lake. His cheek bunched under my hand with his smile.
Oh yeah? What was so special about that day?
I rolled my eyes, the grin still firmly on my face. Oh, only that it was our first date, and you completely outdid yourself. His smile somehow widened.
I did, huh?
I shook my head but couldn't stop smiling. You really did. The setup was beautiful, and the scenery was gorgeous, and you even remembered my favorite flowers were peonies. He turned his face so he could kiss the palm of my hand.
I remember everything you've told me.
My heart flipped in my chest. How had I gotten so lucky? And then you topped it off by personally introducing me to the lake.
Not one of my better ideas, he murmured.
But it really was a lot of fun. And then you got to warm me up after. I think that was a well-executed plan, if you ask me.
He rolled his eyes. I did not try to give you hypothermia just so I could get a kiss.
I smiled wider. But it worked, didn't it? He somehow moved even closer until the whole length of his body was plastered against mine. He'd been so careful with me and my injuries that it seemed like he was just as anxious to feel me as I was to feel him.
I guess it did work. And at least I finally got you to kiss me.
I arched a brow. Had you been waiting long? He shook his head.
Only from the moment I met you.
But I was bloody and filthy. He shrugged.
And still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
His words, as usual, made my heart beat harder in my chest. He must have heard it because his smile got wider and he reached up to place a hand over the noisy organ.
So, you've loved me since then?
I nodded seriously and slid my fingers into the silky hair on the back of his head. I have. Truly. He turned his head and kissed my wrist as there was a knock on the door. I knew our perfect bubble of solitude couldn't last forever. Without waiting for an invitation, Evie came bursting into the room with a tray full of food. I feel like I've seen this before, I called. Evie shot me a wink and placed the food on the nightstand next to me. Yeah, just don't get used to it. I prefer my best friends to be fully functional. I rolled my eyes. Sorry to disappoint. She waved away my false apology. And just don't let it happen again. Honestly, I was surprised she'd lasted this long without coming in here. She was notoriously mothering and fiercely protective. Combine those two attributes and you'd want for nothing. Thanks, Evie. I was getting a little hungry. Abraham sat up and pulled the tray onto my lap.
Then you should eat. You probably haven't had anything since the party.
Now that I thought about it, he was absolutely right. How was it that was only last night? I dug into the heaping piles of food as Abraham's door opened again and Dal, Callie, and Bee came streaming through.
Sure, just come on in,
Abraham said, disgruntled. I patted his hand and shot him a wink. There'd be plenty of time for us to be alone later. Right now, his family, my family, needed the reassurance that I was okay, and I would never deny them. Hey, ladies, what's shakin'? I called. Despite my injuries and all that had happened, I still felt this inexplicable lightness in my chest. Like, despite how bad things got, as long as I had Abraham and my friends and family, everything would be okay. It would work out the way it was supposed to, and they'd be by my side through anything.
Del shrugged a shoulder. Oh, you know, just making sure you aren't getting tortured or beaten half to death again.
Bee shook her head. Too soon, Del. Too soon. I smothered a laugh. Del, as usual, was being inappropriate. If she hadn't come in here and said something ridiculous, I might have worried. How are you feeling? Callie asked gently. I smiled at her. Really good, actually. My chest is still kind of tight, and I can't quite walk yet, but Kyle came by and checked me out and said I should be as good as new in a couple days.
Well, we brought you something to make you feel better,
Del said, a mischievous smile tipping up her pink lips. I set my fork down and held both hands out. Okay, give it to me. Del held up a single finger before she walked back out of the room, returning a few seconds later with a small bundle of fur I'd recognize anywhere. Charlie! You guys went back for him! Del shot a look over my shoulder.
It was Abraham's idea. You were unconscious, but he knew you'd worry about your little cat if we left him alone in Raleigh.
She placed Charlie in my arms, and I immediately dug my nose into his soft fur.
And secretly, I think he was hoping he'd get you to stay out here longer if you had Charlie with you.
I took a deep breath of Charlie's comforting scent and looked around the room. These people had all come to mean the world to me. I'd do anything for them, and I knew without a doubt the feeling was mutual. Even Beatrice had come around. Our relationship had started out rocky, but I had no doubt we were on our way to being just as close as I was with her sisters. She was a harder nut to crack, but her insides were golden, and that's all that mattered. Actually, I wanted to talk to you all about that, I said hesitantly. Evie took a seat on the bed next to me and placed a small hand on my leg. What's up, Ellie? I took another deep breath and looked up to meet Abraham's eyes. I was going to start working on my resignation letter while I'm laid up. I'll hand it in as soon as I get back to work. His eyes widened almost comically as he scooted closer to me.
"What are you saying?" he breathed. I picked up his hand and pulled it onto my lap. "I'm quitting my job. It isn't fulfilling me anymore, and I want to try something new." He squeezed my hand softly. "So, what does that mean?" he asked, the hopefulness in his voice almost completely undoing me. I kissed the back of his hand. "It means that I'll be spending a lot more time out here. Like, all the time, if that's still okay with you." With a move so quick I missed it, Abraham shoved the tray off my legs and moved so he was hovering over me. He reached up to frame my face with his huge hands that were slightly trembling. "Please don't play with my emotions, Al. I don't think I could take it right now." I smiled and shook my head. "I'm serious." "You're moving out here," he whispered. I shrugged a shoulder. "If you still want us." "Us?" I looked down at Charlie, who crawled out of my arms and over to his giant cat house castle that Abraham had built him. "Me and Charlie are a package deal." Abraham pulled me closer until his lips were resting against mine as he spoke. "I can handle another roommate if it means I get you." I smiled wider and pecked him on the lips. "If you want me, you got me." He wrapped his arms around my waist and squeezed gently. "I'll always want you, Elle. Every day for the rest of my life." I closed my eyes and basked in his sweet words. There, surrounded by my family and in the arms of the only man I've ever loved, I'd never felt happier. I didn't even know a happiness like this existed. It sent equal parts excitement and fear coursing through my veins. Because how could something this amazing and pure be real? How could it last? I had a bad feeling that the high we were feeling was only the beginning of the road we'd need to traverse. But as long as I had Abraham, my new family, and my pack, I knew I could face anything. I leaned forward and pressed my lips against Abraham's for a long, almost indecent amount of time. I just couldn't help myself. I loved him so much, and my injuries were preventing me from showing him in all the ways I'd like. Instead, I had to settle for a heated kiss and a promise of more. Chapter 50. "I swear, only you would argue with a serial killer," Abraham said with a shake of his head. I rolled my eyes as I wrapped another glass in newspaper. Well, I wasn't about to let him just spew all that nonsense and not try to talk some sense into him. It had been over a week since everything had gone down with Kelvin, and we finally felt comfortable enough about what had happened to talk about it. For a while, I'd held back for fear I'd upset Abraham. Come to find out, he'd been doing the exact same thing. Once we figured that out, we carefully started bringing up things that had happened that night. Slowly but surely, we were talking it out and healing from our ordeal. It wouldn't happen overnight, but one day I knew we'd put it behind us completely. Abraham chuckled as he packed my seldom used pots and pans. Without Evie or Callie here to cook for me, they'd acquired a fine layer of dust I knew I was going to hear about. Hopefully, we'd be able to pack all this before one of them saw how I'd neglected them. I still can't believe he was keeping those girls. That must have been so awful. When Abraham didn't answer, I turned to look at him. "What?" He reached up to rub the back of his neck. "We knew." I set down the pot I was holding. "Knew what?" I had a bad feeling about this. He looked away and blew out a breath before meeting my eyes. "We knew he was keeping them." My mouth snapped closed as the ramifications sped through my mind. "You knew he was keeping them? That means you knew he wanted to keep me too." I didn't even bother phrasing it as a question. I already knew the answer. I shivered. He crossed the room and grasped my biceps. "That's exactly why I didn't tell you." "I thought we said no more secrets." Abraham sighed and hung his head. "I just didn't want to scare you. What good would it have done for you to know he was keeping his victims?"
My immediate response was to argue back, but I bit my tongue and thought about his question. Would knowing that information have changed anything? Would I have acted any different? I still don't like that you kept it from me. Abraham crouched down so he could look in my eyes. I'm always going to do whatever it takes to protect you, even if that means from yourself. I huffed out an irritated breath. This wasn't a battle I was going to win today. Well, did you ever figure out how he masked his scent? I asked. Abraham's expression darkened. We found wolf urine that he bought online. When my incredulous look hadn't changed, he elaborated. Apparently, farmers use it to ward off predators. What are we doing with this couch? Evie called from my living room, breaking us out of our conversation. I walked in to see her, Del, Callie, and Bea had packed up everything they could save. Me and Calvin had done a number on this room during the course of our fight, and unfortunately, most of it needed to be tossed. I'm donating almost everything. I'm pretty much only keeping my clothes. There was a warmth at my back before I was encompassed in my werewolf's arms. Why don't you keep some of the tapestries? I turned to look at him. And put them where? I think our room could use a little more color. I craned my neck further, my smile spreading quickly across my face. Seriously? He nodded and kissed the tip of my nose. If it puts a smile like that on my girl's face, the answer is definitely yes. I spun around and pulled him down for a thorough kiss. Would I ever reach the depths of how lucky I was? God, I hope not. I finally pulled away from Abraham's lips and purposefully avoided the heated look in his eyes. If we went there, we'd have to kick everyone out, and we couldn't do that. I'd broken my lease early and only had the weekend to get all my stuff moved out. Thankfully, a huge truck from the Salvation Army was arriving first thing tomorrow morning, so we'd be able to get rid of all my furniture. After that, it was pretty much clothes and shoes I needed to pack. I explained to the girls which tapestries I wanted to keep, and even had them take down my strings of beads and pack them to take to Asheville. Abraham might be getting more color than he bargained for, but that would be his problem. How did your job react to you resigning? Evie asked. I pulled down a stack of plates and alternated them with paper ones so they wouldn't break once they were packed away. My boss, Mr. Hildurant, wasn't thrilled about it, but once I explained to him about my crazy ex-boyfriend that was stalking me in Raleigh, he understood my need to move far away. What ex-boyfriend? Abraham growled. I slapped his arm and pulled down a stack of bowls to pack. Oh, be quiet. You know I made it up. I needed some story to explain the bruises still on my face. Abraham's expression fell at the reminder of my injuries. Thankfully, since that time, everything had healed up and the bruises had faded, but I was afraid the reminder of them would live on with Abraham. Even now, his face was so haunted that I couldn't help walking over and pulling him into my arms. It's okay. I'm okay, I told him for the 100th time. It seemed he needed constant reassurance of those facts. He wrapped his arms around my waist and released a big breath, rustling my hair and tickling my skin. I know. I just don't like to think about it. I squeezed him once more before pulling back. I know, baby, but I'm okay. His smile turned just the tiniest bit dirty as he pulled me back into his arms. You know what it does to me when you call me baby. I feigned ignorance. Do I? He growled low in my ear, and a shiver went racing down my spine. If you don't quit it, I swear I'll kick everyone out and show you. Again. I dragged in a shaky breath and opened my mouth to answer, but Beatrice beat me to it. Could you two save the bedroom talk for when I can't hear you? I don't want to lose my lunch all over Ellie's floor. I laughed and pulled away from Abraham reluctantly. You got it, Bea. She huffed out a breath and rolled her eyes before going back to packing. How's Will? I haven't seen him in a while, I said. The original werewolf, much to all our surprise, was still around. Abraham had given him a room in the lodge, and he'd become a permanent fixture in our lives. Fine, infuriating. The first answer was from Evie and the second from B. Infuriating? I asked. Will seemed like such a great guy. I didn't understand what he could have done to B to make her that mad. Then again, once upon a time, I'd infuriated her too, so maybe I understood it a little better than most. B grunted and tossed a throw pillow into an open box with a little more force than necessary. He just thinks he knows everything. It's annoying. Abraham laughed behind me. He is thousands of years old, B. He probably does know just about everything. She sighed heavily. Not you two. I think you're being too hard on him, B. He gets along with the whole pack and he's fascinating to talk to, Callie said. B tossed another pillow, this one even harder than before. Whatever. Where had this attitude come from? Why was Will getting to her like this? Was there more to the story than she was letting on? I resolved to do my best to figure it out as soon as I got back to Asheville. When we'd wound down for the night, the girls excused themselves to head back to their hotel room. I'd offered them the guest room, but they'd all declined. Apparently, no one wanted to sleep next to fated mates without soundproof rooms. Can't say that I blamed them. Abraham crawled into my bed for the last time and fell onto the pillows. I forgot what a pain moving is, Abraham confessed in the dark room. Ugh, I know. I've been here for so many years that I hadn't realized all the crap I'd accumulated. Thank God I'm donating most of it. Abraham hummed in agreement. Are you nervous? I turned to look at his profile. Nervous about what? To move in with me, he said softly. My heart clenched in my chest. It seems like I was still paying for all the indecision I'd had in the beginning of our relationship. But I didn't care. If it took another 10 years of me reassuring Abraham, I'd gladly do it. I'd do anything for him, and this was a small price to pay. I rolled over until my head was resting on his hard chest. Not even a little bit. I felt the muscles under my head relax slowly, and my heart hurt a little more. I vowed then and there to go above and beyond to make him see how all in I was, that there was nothing I wanted more than him, and that nothing would ever come between us. He ran his fingers through my hair. Really? I turned my head and kissed his bare skin. Absolutely. A thought struck me then. Are you nervous? He rolled over quickly, so we were face to face in the dim room. I've never been more excited in my whole life. It feels like Christmas every day, and I'm getting the best present of all. Just knowing I get to wake up next to you every morning is enough for me, but knowing I get to see you all day and every night is like nothing I could have ever imagined. He leaned forward and kissed my lips. So am I nervous? Hell no. I've never been happier. My heart swelled in my chest, easily growing twice its size as I tried to process everything he'd said. I knew then that I'd never get enough of this man. I'd never reach the depth of my love for him, and I'd never stop wanting him. He was it for me. Forever. But there was something hanging over us that I'd ignored until now. With all the changes we'd experienced in the past couple of weeks, I hadn't wanted to add anything to our plates, but I knew I couldn't put it off any longer. Abraham had asked me a question a while ago, and instead of giving him an answer, I'd told him to ask me again later. Well, it was later. I looked down at where our bodies touched, not sure I could watch his expression. What if he'd changed his mind? What if he wanted to wait now? What if he forgot about it altogether? I swallowed all my fears and reached out to trace a pattern on Abraham's skin. Finally, I took a deep breath and just spit it out. Remember that time you asked me if I'd accept a ring from you? His whole body froze, and I did the same. The words were sitting on the tip of my tongue, and all I'd have to do was give them the smallest of shoves to push them over the edge. I could do this. It was Abraham. He'd done nothing but assure me of his love over and over. I needed to do this. I resumed my pattern tracing. You could ask me again sometime soon, I breathed. If you want, I quickly added and held my breath. I think my heart even stopped beating while I waited for him to speak. His heart, on the other hand, was pounding so loud as we lay there in silence for what felt like hours. Finally, he moved. Abraham pulled me against him until there wasn't the smallest of spaces between us. Even in the dim lighting, I could see how blue his eyes were as he looked down at me. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" he asked softly. I shrugged a shoulder, my hands shaking. "What do you think I'm saying?" He squeezed me tighter, his voice strained when he finally spoke. "Are you asking me to ask you to marry me?" I swallowed harshly. "I think I am." He was quiet for a moment, so I raced on. "But I'm not rushing you or anything. You can do what you want when you want. I just wanted to let you know that I won't tell you no again. Or I guess I didn't technically tell you no last time, but it wasn't a yes, and now I've changed my mind, so..." He finally kissed me, saving me from the word vomit I'd succumbed to. His mouth was so warm and sweet on mine, my muscles instantly relaxed, and I melted into him. Long minutes later, he finally pulled away before pressing his lips to the tip of my nose for the briefest moment. He unwrapped his arms from around my waist and moved to get off the bed. I sat up quickly. "Where are you going?" "Just stay there. I'll be right back." I watched him search the floor before unearthing the pants he'd worn all day and digging in the pockets. When he had what he was looking for, he crawled back onto the bed and kneeled in front of me. "Baby, you make me so happy." I smiled softly and reached out to stroke his face. "You make me so happy too, Abraham." He took a deep breath and let it out in small, shaky bursts. Reaching out, he picked up my hand and pulled it toward him. "You know, I grew up with fated mates for parents, so I shouldn't have been surprised by what's happened between us." He smiled and shook his head. "But nothing could have prepared me for you." My nose tingled and I willed the tears away. I didn't want to miss a second of this. He took a deep breath and squeezed my hand tighter. "You've completely changed everything about my world. I can't believe how incredibly lucky I was to be fated to be with a woman like you. You're sweet and kind and funny and protective and beautiful, and I come up with new ways to describe you every day." He took another deep breath and held up what he'd fished out of his pants. It was a black velvet box, and my belly tightened into a ball of nerves. With one hand, he opened the box to reveal a perfect blue stone surrounded by diamonds on a simple white gold band. My breath caught in my chest as the tears I'd been holding back ran freely down my face. "Elizabeth, I love you more than I could ever tell you, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life showing you how much you mean to me. Will you do me the greatest honor and be my wife, my soulmate, and my partner?" I swallowed the tears and reached out a shaky hand to stroke the beautiful ring he was presenting me. "It's a sapphire that they found on my land," he explained softly. "I could have bought you a diamond, but I thought you'd appreciate having something on you at all times that'll remind you of your new home." I looked up at him through watery eyes and laughed lightly. "I love it." He swallowed once, his Adam's apple bobbing freely. "Elle, will you marry me?" I launched myself across the distance separating us, catching him off guard so we both went tumbling onto my mattress. He laughed, and I wrapped my hands around his face to bring it to mine. I kissed him so long we were both out of breath when I finally pulled away. "Yes, I'll marry you." His smile was the widest I'd ever seen it as he pulled the ring from its box. A small chain came along with it. "I had them put it on here so you can wear it while you're a wolf too," he explained softly. My heart swelled as I pulled it close to examine it further. "It's the same color as your eyes," I said softly. He nodded. "So it'll always remind you of me." I sniffed and met his gaze. I don't need a ring to remind me of you. You're in every second of my day, in everything I do. You're my whole world, Abraham, and I can't wait to be your wife. Our love story wasn't perfect. We'd both made mistakes, and I'm sure we'd make more in the future, but I loved this man. And I knew from the depths of my soul that he loved me too. I'd wear his ring proudly as we took this next step together. Epilogue. Peyton. I shifted from foot to foot as I waited in the ornate foyer. This was a mistake. I shouldn't be here. Anger surged through me as I thought about the home I'd lost. All because of her. Because she'd come in and taken what was rightfully mine right out from underneath me. I clenched my hands into fists and willed the rage away. I needed a clear head right now, and some help. This was the only place I could think to turn.
He'll see you now.
I turned to find one of the guards had come down the stairs and was motioning me forward. With one last glance around the opulent room, I followed the large werewolf up the steps and to a closed door. He knocked once, and the man on the other side of the door called for us to enter. The guard opened the door, and I took a deep breath before stepping through. The man I'd come to see was round and red-faced, like he spent too much time drinking moonshine. But his looks didn't matter to me. I'd come here for a purpose.
To what do I owe this pleasure?
He said, sitting back in his desk chair with his fingers folded across his large belly. I took a seat in front of the desk. Clasping my hands in my lap, I met the eyes of the only man I could turn to right now. The only person who might understand what I'm going through and want payback as much as I did. I have a proposition for you, I said. Abraham's uncle, Conrad, leaned forward, a manic smile on his face.
I'm all ears.
This has been Howl, Book 2. Written by Heather MacKinnon. Narrated by Adrian Fleming. Copyright 2018 by Heather MacKinnon. Production copyright by Heather MacKinnon.